She didn't even bother looking down because she knew that already and instead kept staring at Izuku. Didn't he realize it was just as bad for him as it was for her? His shirt clung tightly to his chest, showing off the abs running down his torso, the incredibly lean physique he'd worked so hard to get that she couldn't take her eyes off of. She blushed. Yours is see-through too, you know. Neither of them felt it necessary to cover up. Thunder, mind-bogglingly loud thunder, screamed from the sky, scaring the living bejesus out of Mina. She jumped, letting out a small squeal and grabbing Izuku by the arm, holding him close for a little longer than necessary. She'd only done it out of instinct, but the damage was already done, so might as well not let go. God, that scared me, she said, still shaking. He tried to keep calm, but with her body pressed up against his, he was bound to be nervous. Thunder scares you, he laughed, a slight stutter in his voice. No, I just wasn't paying attention, so I wasn't really ready for it. She had to pause multiple times mid-sentence upon realizing they were unusually close, closer than what she was used to, and she wasn't sure she could handle it. She shouldn't have turned around, and she was mad at herself for doing so. She just had to tell him face to face that it wasn't the thunder. She couldn't have him thinking she was a chicken. But she didn't regret it. Staring into his eyes right then, she didn't regret a thing. Warmth spread over her face like a forest fire, and in order to avoid an irreversible amount of embarrassment, she looked the other way and hid behind her hair. Midoriya. It was only the faintest of whispers, but Izuku still heard, his breath catching in the back of his throat. She placed a hand on the center of his chest and pushed him to the ground. She was delicate about it, he'd admit, but it still managed to take him off guard. What was he supposed to do? What was he supposed to say? What did she want? The same thing he did. Would it be wrong for him to let her have it? Would it be wrong if he wanted it too? They froze for a second, taking in the sound and the sight and the smell of the coast, taking in each other's eyes, taking in the serenity they'd created around them. What had once been a small spark had caught fire in their hearts. She straddled his hips, her legs resting on either side of his body, the knee he'd raised grazing the bottom her skirt. Her hair was dripping wet, droplets of water trickling down her scalp to the end of her curly pink strands, landing on his face and then finally hitting the ground. She parted her lips a little. Izuku was so at peace, nervous but at peace. He didn't think he could feel this way about someone. Maybe he liked Mina more than he thought. She leaned in, shortening the distance between them, the background noise becoming fuzzy as all he could focus on was her. Everything else had been forgotten, his friends, his family, his hero life, even Uraraka. Even Uraraka. She got so close to kissing him, but before she could, he separated himself by putting his hand between their lips. Ashido, he whispered, furrowing his eyebrows, eyes downcast and looking away. He put his hand on her shoulder, reality hitting him hard as he gently pushed her off of him. They sat facing each other, looking into each other's eyes, and in her moment of clarity, Mina finally knew what to say, what she'd wanted to say all this time. I like you. But Uraraka. Of course, the first thing to come out of his mouth was Uraraka. She leaned in a little closer and grabbed his hand. Just before anything else, answer me this. Do you like me too? He froze, blinked a few times, cheeks fiery with a furious red. After a moment's hesitation, he breathed, letting out a sigh of relief and looking her in the eyes just to make sure she knew he was telling the truth. Yeah, I do. She could have cried right then and there, and it wouldn't have been because she was happy. So then, why did you push me away? Because I'm seeing someone else right now, Ashido, you know that. It was funny, when Izuku first started studying at UA, romance wasn't even a possibility that could have come close to crossing his mind. But now here he was, caught between two girls who both seemingly had feelings for him, heavily leaning toward the one he wasn't supposed to be with. He swore up and down that romance would never come before heroics, but lately it seemed it was sure getting close. Midoriya, do you even like Uraraka? She acted as if she already knew the answer to that question. He didn't even know if he knew the answer to that question. I don't know. But you like me? Yes. That was the one thing he was certain about. Truth was, he thought he liked Uraraka, but it wasn't until he started to fall for Mina that he realized his so-called feelings for her probably weren't genuine. That meant he probably really did like Mina, a lot. You know, we can't just pretend there's nothing going on between us forever, she said, shattering the possibility of keeping this on the down low and eventually even forgetting about it. But then again, that would be a horrible thing to do, and he wasn't quite sure he could do that Uraraka. Yet somehow, he was still indecisive. But I mean, I don't know if I can tell her. I don't know if I want to tell her. I really don't know what to think right now or do, he said, suddenly feeling crazily overwhelmed. I know Uraraka cares about me, and I know how bad of a person I'd have to be to keep this a secret, but I just don't want to hurt her. She's in love with you, Uraraka. It would really kill me to see her find out this way. Izuku's eyes widened. Mina felt sick knowing she'd let Uraraka's secret slide, Uraraka's and Uraraka's only, quickly flipping around and covering her mouth in shock. She'd pinky promised a while back that she wouldn't tell a soul. I thought you knew already, she stammered, the only excuse she could think of. It just slipped. He laughed, anxiety clear in his voice. Oh, well, I guess I'm flattered, but I should probably be hearing this from Uraraka. Yeah, if only I could learn to keep my damn mouth shut, she said, letting out a dramatically long sigh. The rain died down and the clouds cleared up, giving them a chance to dry off. They were already drenched to the point of no return, and a little less of a drizzle wasn't going to do all that much for them, but it was better than nothing. Hey Ashido. Yeah. Do you really like me? Like if what you said earlier was true as much as Uraraka does? She had to think about it for a second, wondering how to phrase it in the simplest way possible that would both satisfy Izuku while also preventing her from saying those three little words. She didn't want to tell them to him too early, as the likelihood was high that doing so would lead to a negative outcome in the future, and the fact that it was even crossing her mind right now was enough to freak her out. Here, let me put it this way, she said, a slight tremble in her voice she tried so hard to hide. She was beginning to become more and more comfortable talking to him about her feelings, but the thought of him not liking her as much as she liked him made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. But still, she decided to go through with it. I like you enough to want to kiss you. I like you enough to want to steal you away from another girl, a girl who's one of my closest and bestest friends. You're the only person I've ever felt this much for, Midoriya. He blushed, sighed, the pretty purple lilac on her cheeks clear as day. What? She asked. Just thinking, he said, weighing out my options. So Uraraka and I are options now. His jaw dropped. He hadn't even taken the time to process what was coming out of his mouth. And no, I didn't mean it like that. She wanted to reassure him that everything was fine and she'd only meant it as a joke. It's all right, Midori, I get it. Heat of the moment kinda thing, am I right? He rubbed the back of his neck. Why yeah, sorry, I've just been a bit stressed out lately because of all this. No matter what I do, I feel like I'll look like an asshole. She reached over and wrapped her arms around him. Stop it, Midori. I seriously doubt anyone's gonna think you're an asshole, and if there is someone, you better believe it won't be me. With his hands so clammy and his heart hammering out of his chest, he hesitated to hug her back. Ashido, what'reyu? She squeezed him as tightly as humanly possible, their clothing seeping together in the cold as she surrounded herself with his warmth. Giving you a hug. Friends are allowed to hug each other, aren't they? Besides, you really looked like you needed one. He buried his head in the crook of her shoulder, his poofy green hair tickling the nape of her neck as he rested his arms comfortably around her torso. He relaxed and let out a sigh upon realizing that all his worries had magically gone away the moment he touched Mina. They stayed like that for a while. You are my first love, she wanted to say. Please, if there's anything I want in my life, it's for us to be together. She prayed he would find a way to make it work. A lightning bolt struck the sky, surprising them both. A few seconds later, it started to rain as heavily as it had when they were once wading in shallow waters, interrupting their peace. They weaved out of each other's arms. Maybe we should go, Izuku said, eyes on the tide. The waves were getting increasingly larger and more menacing as they neared the shore. Okay, she replied. The rain's getting to be too much for me anyways. The walk back to UA was at least supposed to be a little relaxing compared to the events that had occurred down at Dagaba, but the thought of anything remotely in that realm was immediately ruined by the continuous dreary downfall. They strolled in silence, everything that needed to be said hanging over their heads like a heavy gray storm cloud, and there was really no reason to say it aloud because they both knew what the other was thinking, clear as day. The school's skyline appeared above the edge of the horizon, balconies of the upper-level dorm rooms coming into view. Mina knew she didn't have much time. She stopped short right dead center in the midst of Izuku's dust. Tell Uraraka. He turned around. What? She balled her fists. Tell Uraraka about what happened today. Part of her couldn't believe she was finally admitting they were more than friends. It's the right thing to do. But I don't know what to say. Midoriya, come on, she deserves to know. She really likes you a lot, and if she were to find out you stayed together with her while secretly having feelings for someone else, she'd be heartbroken. He ran his hands up the sides of his face, letting out the breath he'd been holding in his puffed-up cheeks and lacing his fingers through his hair. I know. The very last thing I want to do is break her heart, and maybe that's why telling her might not be such a good idea. But she's going to find out. No matter what you do, she's going to find it out. Would you rather her hear it from you or someone else? He listened to her drone on and over about the same exact thing. Tell Uraraka. She needs to know before it's too late, until it finally dawned upon him that she might have made a good point. Though he didn't necessarily agree that ending things with Uraraka so suddenly was such a great idea, he knew he'd eventually have to do it, so why not now? Why not now, he asked himself. Because I'm scared. Scared of losing a year-long friendship with someone I trust, scared of making her hate me. But he decided that even though he was fearful, it was for the best. Okay, he agreed. I'll find a way to tell her, but you need to give me some time. He looked up at Mina to see her smiling sweetly at him, her puppy dog eyes her only weapon. She took his hand. As in some time, do you mean today, tomorrow? From the neck to the tips of his ears, he turned red. Ashido, the school's right over there. Her features fell flat as she succumbed to the inevitable by letting go of him, a sickening feeling growing in the pit of her stomach. They were still a good distance away from UA and an even further distance from the dorms. So why was he so adamant about this? Oh, sorry, Midori, she said, rubbing the back of her neck, but I doubt anyone will see us. Well, it's better to be safe than sorry. Yeah, she replied, her voice soft and shaky as if she were skating on thin ice. They were walking back a little too far away from each other for her liking. He even insisted they entered the dormitory at different times. To avoid suspicion, he'd said, since apparently them both being glum and soaking wet would be a dead giveaway that something had happened. She knew it would be silly for her to fight him, so as a big F, she marched straight through the main gates before he could even say a word. She assumed, or at least hoped, that he'd waited a little while to follow in her footsteps. Nobody really questioned her when she immediately walked in, as only a few of her classmates were downstairs and she wasn't exactly the greatest of friends with any of them, so it was an easy task to make it to the elevator without raising much suspicion. But before she could press the button, Kirishima came out from the shadows. Why are you so wet? She jumped. Holy crap, Kiri, don't scare me like that. What? I just want to know. She realized she needed an excuse, and fast. No real reason, just needed to head back home real quick and forgot my umbrella. So you didn't come back to get it? She freaked. She had no idea how to counteract this. I was in a rush. You know, Ashido, you're a really bad liar. I can always see right through you. It made her furious that he found this funny, since anyone who knew him knew that he was also a bad liar like she was. But she decided not to bring that up right now, as it definitely wasn't the time to be picking a fight. She instead tried to play it off as if he hadn't caught on to her. Okay, and it doesn't really matter, it's not even that big of a deal. I need to go upstairs now, so. He grabbed her arm. Ashido, something must have happened or you wouldn't be trying to avoid me like this, he said. Okay, fine, maybe something did happen, but is it cool if I don't tell you? I really want to keep this a secret. It suddenly sprung to Mina's mind that she needed to let Izuku know that Kirishima was downstairs, and that if he walked in at the wrong time, he'd probably question him. Kirishima nodded, let her go, and watched as she hit the button for the 4th floor. Okay, but if you need to talk to someone, I'm here. You sound like the school counselor, she laughed, but thanks. The elevator doors closed, Kirishima slowly leaving her line of sight, and once she knew she was all alone, she let out a sigh of relief. She took out her phone and texted Izuku. Kirishima was in the lobby and he seemed suspicious. I didn't see him go upstairs or anything, so try your best to avoid him, okay? Izuku gave her a one-word answer, okay. She tapped her foot against the tiles as the elevator halted on her floor. She wasn't exactly sure whether to be happy or sad. On one end of the stick, Izuku liked her. Izuku, who she'd been chasing after for weeks, had feelings for her, real genuine feelings. But on the other end, she didn't believe he'd have the heart to tell Uraraka, and wouldn't that technically be cheating? She really hoped he'd just get it over with, because she'd rather not be known as the girl who got involved with a cheater. It didn't matter to her if he intended for it to be that way or not. Which he definitely didn't. Izuku was a good person, a great one at that, and she knew he had a heart of gold, and that was exactly why he wasn't ready to tell Uraraka. He simply didn't want to hurt her. One thing she did know, though, was that she'd somehow gotten herself wrapped up in quite the predicament, and if things kept heading the way they were, she was oblivious to how she was going to get out of it. Chapter XIV, A Question of Right or Wrong. It had only been a day since they'd been to the beach, but Izuku was already somehow sick. The brink of twilight on a beautiful Sunday evening, there couldn't have been a better time for Class 1A to prepare a delightful and delectable, almost fine dining kind of dinner. Beef brisket and katsudon, curry and rice stew, all of it fitting for finishing off the last of their celebration. After all, making it through final exams was an accomplishment. Mina, in line to grab some food with all of the rest of her classmates, was caught up in the conversation behind her. "Dude, Midoriya, you okay?" Kaminari asked, eyes on Izuku as he stared down at an empty plate. "Your face is all red." With a faraway look in his eyes, there wasn't any way she could deny that Izuku had fallen into a fog. Even from a distance, she was able to come to the conclusion that his chest was rising and falling a lot more heavily than usual, and judging solely by his slow response, he seemed a little feverish. He shook his head, almost as if to be a wake-up call. "I'm fine, just a little hot is all." For a moment, Mina wondered if she was the one imagining things. Peering down at her hero, hoodie and tight black leggings, a draft of cold air whooshed right over her shoulder at a temperature surely below zero, and she shivered. Nope, it was him, it had to be him. Kaminari, now even more engaged in the confrontation than before, kneaded his eyebrows. "You sure? You seem off." Mina nodded unknowingly, a little part of her grimacing as out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Uraraka creeping up behind the boy in question and placing a gentle hand upon his forehead. His reaction was half that of shock and a shrug. "You're warm," she said, peering over his shoulder. "Really warm. Do you feel sick?" He nodded. "You look sick to me, Midoriya," Kaminari said, and Mina finally realized something. If Izuku catching a cold was anyone's fault, it was probably hers. The beach, the rain, them sitting too long in their sopping wet clothes, it was all to blame. Yet she froze, her feet still stuck in place. What it took to go up and apologize to him had magically vanished into thin air. She didn't have the courage. His classmates, his peers, those who cared for him, made it known they wished he'd get well. Offering their condolences, they bombarded him, almost uncomfortably so, and Mina, wanting to make sure they didn't suspect anything was awry, quickly followed suit. He gave her a special smile when he gave no other, and his adorably speckled freckles and warmly red cheeks made her insides melt into a remarkable puddle of love. She wished these feelings would last longer, she wished they'd never end, exactly what she'd wished ever since she started to fall for him, but Uraraka led him upstairs before they had the chance to linger, the chance to stay. Was it right or wrong to be jealous? Mina wasn't sure. Izuku trudged through his dorm room door, Uraraka by his side, barely being able to keep him steady. He felt like shit ever since he got out of bed, and now that the day was over, he was just so ready to roll around in his room and wrap himself up in a blanket that even resting his head on something as soft as a pillow would do. If he'd assumed correctly, it all kind of made sense, since his temperature had to have been above 38 degrees. Uraraka knew she had to keep calm, she had an important job to fulfill. But even so, her nerves still managed to get the best of her. As they always did, she supposed. Izuku was her first love, how could they not? She'd brought up a tub of cold water to dunk Izuku's washcloth in, but she nearly spilled it before she even got the chance to lower it onto his desk. She loved that he could do this to her, yet hated it at the same time. "Right after final exams, huh? Bad timing if you ask me," Uraraka said, wetting the washcloth and resting it on top of his forehead. Despite the circumstances, she did her best to make casual conversation. "Yeah," he breathed, barely able to get the words out. "At least it wasn't during final exams. Imagine all that work I'd have to make up." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, miss one day at this school and you'll be making up work for a week." Silence. For whatever reason, there was this weird atmosphere hanging over their heads. He cleared his throat, sinking down further into the bed sheets. Uraraka began to fret. I should take your temperature." He pointed toward the thermometer. "Okay, let's see," she muttered as she motioned for him to open his mouth, picking it up off the table and sliding it under his tongue. The 10 seconds it took to get a result went by painfully slower than they should have. "Oh geez," she stammered, 38.5 degrees. He groaned, rolling over onto his side. The washcloth he'd been wearing fell off his forehead and he begrudgingly put it back on. It was the only thing keeping him cold. Do you need anything, something to eat, something to drink? He looked up into her eyes. I don't want to be a bother so you don't have to, but does chicken soup sound okay? He needed nostalgia right about now, and it just so happened his mom used to make it for him as a kid. Yeah, sure, I'll be right back. Here, I'll text you when I'm on my way up. She was out the door and probably standing in the elevator on her way down to the first floor by the time he even made the move to bat an eyelash. Not that he particularly cared, anyway. He was too tired to care about much at all, if even that. Uraraka was like a mom. If chicken soup was what he wanted, chicken soup was what he'd get, and since she wasn't much of a chef, she grabbed the canned kind and immediately into the microwave it went. Into time flat, she was on her way back up to the second floor, carefully opening his bedroom door as to not startle him out of his slumber. She was glad she'd left it unlocked, and to her surprise, he hadn't quite fallen asleep yet. He was on the verge of it, though. I brought your chicken soup, she started, sitting back down by his bed and running her hands through her hair. It's the microwavable kind. Sorry if it sucks, I'm not a very good cook. Do you want it now, or would you rather wait? You look kind of tired. He smiled, eyes half shut. Now's fine, thanks, Uraraka, you're a lifesaver. She blushed. He sat up and began eating, and the two of them talked. They talked and talked and talked, all the way up until they were bored of talking, and then they sat. He sat in silence and stared off into space while she lazily scrolled through her phone, and then he was suddenly done with his soup and laying back down on his bed. Every once in a while he got the feeling that there was no merit to his and Uraraka's conversations. He liked her. He really did, but it wasn't the same as when he was with Mina. It wasn't the same kind of like. He liked her as a friend, at least. She was one of his closest. And he felt so bad for even accepting her request to go to the dance in the first place. He'd been leading her on this whole time, and there wasn't a single thing he could do to get rid of his guilt. He just really wasn't expecting that in the middle of that mishap he'd fall for someone else, and hard. As he glanced at Uraraka out of the corner of his eye, the guilt he'd felt merely moments before had morphed into a conglomeration of 1,000 pounds, all of which was weighing heavily down on top of his chest. He couldn't breathe, suffocating in self-hatred. He couldn't let Uraraka leave without letting her know. Uraraka. Yes. He paused. He thought about holding her hand, but that would only make the bombshell he was about to drop on her 10 times harder to hear. Tell her. He groaned, quiet for a moment. Tell her, you idiot, you're only hurting her by waiting. Can you, pass me that water over there, the one by my desk? Dumbass. Sure, hold on a sec, she said, eager to jump up and get it for him. She was always ready to do anything and everything he wanted. She was there no matter what, and he was an asshole for not doing the same. She handed him the water, and he gulped down the first few sips like he hadn't been so thirsty in his life. It wasn't long before he passed out of exhaustion or purely out of stress. He didn't know, and despite the fact that he would have never known, Uraraka stayed right there beside him, watching over him the whole time. She held his right hand, the one hanging lifelessly over the side of the sheets. Deku-kun, she mouthed. She let out less than a whisper. Then, out of the blue, she held his hand with a little more confidence, a little more force, but not enough to wake him. Sometimes, I wonder if I might be burdening you. Am I in the way of anything? Your studies, training, dreams of becoming a hero? I really wish you'd rely on me more. Uraraka knew she was taking on too many responsibilities for someone she was only just dating. She still hoped she was important to him, though, important enough to be the first person he'd go to, because that was who he was for her. But she knew that assuming that would be jumping the gun. But she did love him. She could admit that now, unlike a long time ago, and she'd surely felt this way for at least the last 6 months. It had probably been longer, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly when it started. Just as she was about to open her mouth to continue, he started to say something. Me. Uraraka leaned in, brushing her hair back behind her ear. Me, Deku, what are you? Me, he mumbled again. The realization hit her. Oh, me, as in mother, right? I didn't even think about that. Do you miss her? You must be dreaming of her right now. I bet she'd be a lot better at helping ya than I am. I honestly can't blame ya, though, 'cause I miss my parents, too. Her accent was starting to show. She scratched her scalp in that Uraraka kind of way, the way she liked to rely on whenever she wanted to wrap her head around things she had a difficult time comprehending. I don't know why I'd be thinking anything else anyway. He rolled over, burying his face deep down in his pillow. He let out a loud snore. She sighed. She was only being silly. Resting her head in her hands, she leaned a little closer to him. A smile crossed the corners of her lips. Well, Deku, I haven't had dinner yet, so I think it's time I head out. Have a good night's sleep, okay? Try to make it to school tomorrow if you can. She decided she could stay for at least a little while longer. Calling it at 5 minutes, she stood up, skipping out the dorm room door. Ashido. Startled, she slipped up, spilling the last of her melon soda on her brand new hero hoodie. Kirishima, look what you did. Kirishima decided he'd better be on the defensive. What I did, you're the one who spilled it. What's with this new attitude problem you've got going on lately? It's been bugging me, Ashido, he said, a hint of anguish in his eyes he was seemingly trying to hide. She stayed quiet. He smirked. Oh, I get it. It looks like Uraraka just got back, so you don't need to worry. He's all yours. She was seconds away from elbowing him in the side out of spite. You know, I'm all for joking around and stuff, but Kiri, you gotta learn when to keep your mouth shut. He huffed. It wasn't like she'd hurt him if she decided to do it. He had the reflexes to activate his quirk fast enough. I'm going upstairs, I need to change, she said, turning a blind eye to whom she would usually call her one of her best friends and making a beeline for the elevator at the back of the building. She looked over her shoulder right before pressing the button for the 4th floor, rolling her eyes all the while, and she realized Uraraka had snuck right back downstairs like it was nothing, like being up there with Izuku was totally run-of-the-mill, as if they were more than merely dating, already acting like husband and wife. Class 1A seemed to accept it, so why couldn't she? That was a stupid question, obviously because she liked him and he liked her back. She shook off the thought, hiding it in the back of her mind, heading through the hallways to her room, changing into clean clothes and hopping back onto the elevator to travel down 2 floors. She snuck over to the boys' wing and knocked on Izuku's door. Footsteps pattered heavily against the ground on his way over to her, and a faint humming could be heard through the paper-thin walls and hardwood floorboards. She felt guilty. She'd gotten him out of bed for no reason. He was a mess. His hair was disheveled, his sweatpants slipping down his waist, and his eyes seemed to stay glued shut. The moment he saw her, though, realization hit him hard, and his face lit up like a Christmas tree all the way up to the tips of his ears. Hey, Ashido, I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting you, he fretted. Hold on a minute, he said, leaving the door cracked open a bit as he went and tidied up his room. He headed back over to her. Okay, you can come in now. It was funny, he had went from completely dead inside to wide awake all in the span of seconds. She giggled at the thought of it. Midori, you can relax. I don't care what you look like or what your room looks like. It doesn't matter to me. Just rest, okay? Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I'm just kinda disorganized, being sick and all. Is it cool if I lay down? She smirked. No, stupid. I didn't come here for you to bore me by going back to sleep. Get up right now. In the midst of shimmying into his bed sheets, he froze. She let a little laughter slip. Oh, Midori, I'm kidding. You should have seen the look on your face. He sighed, smiling, not sure what was the right thing to say. Inevitably, he ended up giving into instinct and curling back up in his blankets. Even Mina was jealous. She sat in the same spot as Uraraka, giving him the same exact look Uraraka had given him not long before. Longing, hesitancy, wonder in her eyes, speaking by saying nothing at all. What should she say? Was it really a good idea to come up here in the first place? How should she even approach this kind of situation? She usually wouldn't think these things with anyone else, but Izuku made her overanalyze everything. He decided he'd help her out a bit. So, what's up? What are you doing here? She smiled. Honestly, I don't know. I guess I just got envious of Uraraka. He blushed. Oh. Yeah, and I wanted to ask you a question. What? Did you tell her about us? He started, staring off into space, knowing that was enough for her to figure it out. Ashido. Hess, funny, that was the perfect opportunity and you blew it. Are you ever gonna tell her, or are we just gonna pretend that this is nothing? No, Ashido, I just don't know what to say. Midoriya, you're gonna have to tell her eventually. Either that or get your secret spilled for you, and I'm sure neither of us want that. Izuku didn't want to reason with her, but he also didn't want to argue with her either. He tried. He tried telling Uraraka and he was seconds away from doing so, but in the end he was just too chicken. Did that not count for anything? If you think I'm not trying, you're wrong, Ashido. I am okay, believe me. I'd just rather let her down easy, and right now I don't exactly know how to do that. Izuku laid flat on his back, staring straight up at the ceiling. Glow-in-the-dark stars and some extra All Might memorabilia he had laying around were all that his eyes could see, but before he knew it, Mina had her head resting on his stomach, and he couldn't look at anything else but her. I thought you were mad at me, he said. I am. The humming from the overhead fan stopped what would have been an inevitable silence. He lifted his knee a little, hoarding her attention all to himself, but at the same time she didn't seem to mind it. You should probably get off. We're not dating, you know. Maybe we would be if you told her. No, if I told her you wouldn't be up here right now. She decided she'd change the subject. Your stomach's rumbling really loudly. His face set fire. She giggled at his not-so-newfound shyness, and as his eyes met hers, he noticed there was a certain sparkle about them, brighter than anything he had ever seen before. Midori, you're kinda cute, you know, really cute. He hid his face under the covers. She laughed a little, weaving her hand into his, holding it up happily. They were a perfect fit, a force to be reckoned with. For a split second, she wished they weren't the only two in the room. Slipping his fingers through the spaces between hers, Izuku squeezed once, twice, lightly enough to barely even be noticeable. But she still figured it out, sending her heart soaring, bringing her to tried and true bliss. He let go, and she thought perhaps he hadn't done it on purpose. She could have just been getting ahead of herself, as she always did, she supposed. It was habitual for her, especially lately. Midori, yes. Yes. We can't keep doing this. What do you mean? You and me, it isn't gonna work this way. Something needs to change. You either tell Uraraka or it's over. Mina said that with a straight face, but inside her heart was breaking. She knew whatever was going on between them was wrong to begin with. They were screwing over one of their best friends, completely neglecting anything and everything she felt, but she couldn't help herself. She was in love with him. He was her first, and she wanted him to be her last. But she had to give it to him up front. She wasn't cutting any corners, hiding any parts of the whole truth. Uraraka needed to know, and if it wasn't any time soon, Mina wasn't going to be able to look Izuku in the eyes anymore. But she really wasn't sure if she could keep that promise. She'd inevitably end up flirting with him in the meantime, similarly to what she was doing right now, but how would she be able to resist temptations in the future? Could she really move on so easily, especially from a love like that? Of course, this was assuming he'd chicken out of telling the truth. I will, Ashido, soon, I promise. I just gotta work up the nerve. Okay, she said, sighing and sitting up, letting go of the intimacy they'd had merely moments before. Part of her believed him, part of her didn't. She knew he was trying, but she could never see someone as shy as him putting on that brave of a face. She dipped the washcloth, the one that had fallen on the floor forever ago, into the bucket of water that Uraraka had brought up before. She wrung it out and laid it on his forehead. I feel bad. I haven't helped you at all since I've been up here. It's okay, he mumbled. She brushed the loose curls out of his face. No, it's not. I'm sucky at this kind of stuff. I've been worrying about myself too much. You sure I'm worth your time? Yes. She smiled. Thanks, Midori, I'm glad. Well, I should probably go. It's getting late and people will wonder where I am, she said, flicking him on the forehead, staying silent at his surprise but wanting to let out a laugh. She stood up, waving goodbye on her way out the door. She checked each end of the hallway only to see she was alone, and once she was sure she wouldn't be spotted, she floored it for the elevator, which was conveniently close by. Little did she know, she wasn't as sly as she thought. Mainta's room was the perfect hangout. Kaminari couldn't get over the crazy fantasies his friend would think up and the stupid things they'd discuss, like the top 10 prettiest pro heroes and which ones they thought they stood a chance with. None, they'd soon out. But ultimately, as life would have it, all good things would eventually have to come to an end. I think I'm a head out. See you later, dude. Mainta furrowed his eyebrows. Already, it's not like we'll be doing anything in school tomorrow. Sorry, bro, everyone's still downstairs and I want to hang out with them. See ya, he said, his hand on the doorknob. He paused. Unless you want to come too. Now I'm good. Okay. Kaminari pushed the door open, but before he even had the chance to make a move, he noticed his fellow pink-haired friend peeking her head out of Izuku's room, looking for an opportunity to leave. She was seconds away from seeing him when he quickly closed the door. "What are you doing?" Minta asked. "Nothing," Kaminari said, sweating. "What, did you see a ghost?" No, it's nothing really. Can you just give me a sec, please?" A little while later, Kaminari carefully walked out into the corridor. He was lucky to be alive. If Mina had bumped into him at just the wrong time, things could have gone far, far south and fast, not just for him but for her as well. Though the potentially detrimental encounter did leave him with one burning question. What was Mina even doing in Izuku's room in the first place, and especially right after Uraraka had left? He decided he'd investigate it more in the morning. Her ever-growing closeness with his next-door neighbor and soft-spoken classmate had been puzzling him for far too long lately, and his own inquisitiveness was starting to get on his nerves. Even though it wasn't any of his business and he knew how easily curiosity could kill the cat, he still wanted to know. If anything, he wouldn't be the one to be killed by curiosity. It would probably be Mina. Chapter XV as the universe rips in half. Izuku was still sick on Monday, too tired to even get up to grab a glass of water and easily too sick to go to school. Mina missed him, a lot, actually more than she ever thought she would. Once again, she'd underestimated her feelings for him and how much they meant to her, and time again she would inevitably end up proving it to herself. This was more than a crush, far beyond a little name or notion like that. She dug herself a hole she couldn't get out of all because she had stupidly fallen in love with him. But even if, in some sort of alternate reality, she had the power to rewind time and rewrite the past, she didn't think she would. She'd leave it all alone. She liked things just the way they were. Just the thought of having feelings for someone was enough, and it made her so enlivened over even the littlest of things, dwindling down to just waking up in the morning and getting ready for school. Everything was bright and beautiful and right in the world, 10 times better than before, and she didn't want to give that up. And she hadn't let go of hope either, not one bit. In fact, she had the upper hand over Uraraka, and even though she knew how wrong it was, she wanted to keep it that way. After dismissal at the end of her last lesson, Mina marched right through the main dorm doors, earbuds in at full volume, blocking out anything and everything that could have distracted her from her one true task. She whipped out her phone the second she got a moment alone, sending Izuku something she'd wanted to say to him all day. Sitting on the living room couch, she double-checked to make sure no one was behind her. She clicked send. "Hey, how are you feeling? School wasn't the same without you." He replied back in the blink of an eye. "A lot better, actually. My fever's gone down and I just got out of bed a few hours ago. It must have been a 24-hour bug." He added one more thing. "Thanks for asking." She smiled dumbly down at her phone screen, sitting there speechless, knowing good and well that if anyone were to walk by right now, she would have been caught red-handed talking to somebody she surely had no business being with. But she didn't care. She couldn't have given a shit if she tried. "No problem, of course I would. I care about you a lot." And then, just for good measure, like a lot. "Whatcha doing?" She jumped. Looming over the couch was Kaminari. Kami, you scared me. What's up?" "Is that Midori you're talking to?" First she jumped, then she panicked. After coming to, clarity hit her harder than a blow to the back of the head, and she realized she hadn't yet hidden her phone away, leaving it still sitting there in plain sight for him to see. Covering it up with the couch cushions, she sighed secretly, of course, hoping to God he hadn't seen something he wasn't supposed to. After all, it wouldn't have been too tough, especially since he was standing right behind her. "That's why Kaminari of all people." "Yeah, I mean, he is my friend after all, and he missed school today," she said, trying to play it cool. "I'm just worried about him." "Well, geez, I was just asking. No need to get defensive." "I wasn't getting defensive." Who was she trying to trick? She sure sounded defensive. "Okay, well anyway, can I ask you something?" "Sure, go for it," she replied. "Where were you last night? Because while I was leaving Minta's, I saw you in the hallway, and if I'm not mistaken, you were walking out of Midoriya's room." She froze. "Kami, I think you might need to get your eyes checked. You must have seen Uraraka." He lifted an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Because there's definitely someone else in our class who has bright pink hair and horns coming out of the top of her head." Internally, she freaked. There wasn't any way she was getting out of this one. "Okay, well, maybe I might have gone up there once," she said, letting a little white lie slip, "but just to see how he was doing, that's all. Ashido, I might be dense, but I'm not dumb." For once in his life, he'd actually seen through a lie. That was a new one. And for the record, dense and dumb meant exactly the same thing. Suddenly, she felt mean. That wasn't very nice of her, not only to say but to even think. She was just a little annoyed that he was the first to find out and not someone she truly trusted. "Kaminari, it's not what you think. Please don't tell anyone, please, I'm begging you." With her puppy dog eyes, she was able to play with his heartstrings. "And whatever you do, don't take it out on Midoriya. He didn't do anything wrong. This is just a kind of confusing situation, and you know what? I shouldn't even be telling you this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten you involved." "So it's true then?" "Yes, of course it is. I'd be sick to take a joke like this that far, and Kaminari, you'd better not tease me about it." "No promises." She gave him a look. "Well then, I guess I'll just have to tell Jiru all about your little crush." The color drained from his face, whittling away without warning as he went white as a ghost. Never mind, you know what, have it your way, I was just kidding," he said, shrinking some sizes smaller. "And this isn't only about me, you can't tell a single soul, not a word about this to anyone, got it?" Sweat drops dripped down from the top of his temple to the crook of his collarbone and chest. "Yup." She smiled a cheeky smile, one full of mischief and a slight bit of relief. "Okay, sounds good to me. You keep your end of the deal and I'll keep mine." Mina spun around, hands held firmly behind her back, and as she started to walk away, one foot in front of the other, she couldn't help but have this look of alleviation on her face. Energy in each of her steps, she skipped through the corridors and into the elevator, waiting patiently for the doors to close. Once she was sure she was alone, she let out a sigh. The reality of it all was that she couldn't keep up the act forever. People were beginning to suspect something, and she'd have to be naive to assume word wasn't getting around. Kaminari was one. Kirishima was a close second. Who would be third, fourth? When would everyone else find out? When would the cat be let out of the bag? She knew nothing, but what she did know, however, was that she couldn't wait around much longer for Izuku to man up. In search of something, anything, to use as a distraction, she took a look at her surroundings, beige walls and maroon-colored carpets, and glanced idly down at her iPhone. Reality hit her harder than a slap on the face. She'd completely forgot that she was in the middle of a conversation with Izuku. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized she hadn't left him on read. In response to her previous message, he'd left her with something sweet, something heartwarming. "Me too." Tuesday, Izuku was back at school. Mina knew she'd missed him, but it wasn't until she saw him again that she realized the missing was more than she could have ever imagined. She'd suddenly forgotten all the nitty-gritty details and the ethicality of it all, and the fact that they shouldn't have been seen together, enjoying the day for what it was, for what must have been the first time in a long time. During class, she'd made it a habit to turn around and look back at him every now and then, almost like a game of statues or freeze tag, maybe more like freeze dance. Whenever she'd catch him starring, he'd blush bright red and turn away, and she'd have to hold down her laugh. At lunch, the two of them made the probably dumb decision to sit across from each other, Uraraka next to Izuku. Mina couldn't help but have this feeling, this intuition, like she knew she was doing something wrong, something horribly, horribly wrong, but despite her best efforts to hide it, the fact that it was eating away at her was like a smear, a smack across her face. She tried to forget it for now and toss it to the back of her mind. At first, she found it difficult, but she was eventually able to swallow her pride. She knew things could go south and fast, but she was willing to take that risk. There was something about him, something about the way he made her feel that left her weak, ready to surrender and succumb to her desires. Mina had never used footsies as a flirting technique, and she certainly hadn't ever done it with a boy. Izuku was the same, only ever having played the game with his mother when he was a little kid. But probably stupidly, like almost all of the choices they'd made in these past few weeks, they decided to do it anyway, right there under the lunch table in the middle of the cafeteria, praying to God that Uraraka wouldn't notice. Mina slid Izuku's pant leg up with her toe, and he grabbed hold of her whole foot with both of his. She almost gasped, but she remembered Uraraka was right close by and she shouldn't have made a sound. They continued like that for the rest of the lunch break. Every once in a while he would stop whenever Uraraka turned to talk to him, probably out of respect. She understood. She didn't fault him for that. In fact, she applauded him. But part of her hated it, knowing he was nowhere near ready to tell her the truth, and she couldn't deny the fact that at this rate, he probably never would be. After school, Mina was walking through the corridors with Kaminari and Kirishima when she suddenly realized she'd forgotten something. And when she said something, she meant everything. "I'll be right back," she mumbled, spinning back around and racing toward the classroom at an unprecedented speed even for her. She felt silly. How could she have left without any of her books or binders? Out of breath, she turned the corner into the doorway. She wasn't expecting to see Izuku. She smiled. "Hey Midori, what are you doing here?" I forgot to grab my makeup work from Mr. Aizawa, so I guess I'm getting it now. He kinda just gave it to me and then left. I'm actually pretty surprised. There isn't much. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really do anything yesterday, or at least I didn't. She headed over to her desk and pulled out an abundance of notebooks and folders she'd apparently left inside, watching them all fall to the floor. She was wondering why her backpack was so light. Half of her stuff wasn't in it. What about you? Why are you here? He asked. Oh, just casually left my entire backpack in my desk. Dumbass move, don't you think? Sounds like something I'd do. She rolled her eyes. No, Midori, you're the kind of person who would do the exact opposite and you know it. Looks like I know you better than you know yourself. He sighed, sitting down in his chair. He unzipped his backpack and put away his worksheets and wrote down what he needed to remember in his reminders. She would die to be as organized as him, but at the same time she didn't seem to care. She liked not having to stress out about everything. Walking over to the desk beside him, she grabbed the chair out from underneath it and inched it into his vicinity, spinning it around on its back legs. She scooched it all the way up so that the backrest of her chair was leaning against the backrest of his, legs skidding and screeching against the gray granite floor, the bars on the backs of the chairs touching one another like vertebrae on a spine. She laid her knees where she would usually sit down and sat up, wrapping her arms around him and startling him from behind. Hey Ashida. I didn't scare you, did I? He turned around, scratching the side of his cheek, a little. You don't mind, do you? You don't mind me doing this? No, well, I mean, I don't, but other people might. She sighed, subtly smiling at his sorrow. It was worthless to waste his time worrying. After all, unless he was ready to tell Uraraka who needed to know, Midori, we don't have to worry about other people. Not right now, we're alone. But that doesn't make it any less wrong. Her smile fell, lips turning down at the corners. I know. It was a close call at lunch today, he said, suddenly changing the subject. Yeah, Uraraka looked under the table one too many times. He sighed, and it wasn't too hard to hear the exasperation in his voice. Ashido, I feel bad even talking about this. It feels wrong. She stood up and gave his shoulders a squeeze. Me too. I get it, it's been eating away at me lately. His muscles were tense. He needed a massage. And, Midoriya, Uraraka needs to know. If you don't tell her soon, I'll have to do it myself. He pried her off of him, suddenly needing some space. Listen, Ashido, I'm trying. It's just, Uraraka and I have been friends forever, and I don't know if I'm ready to give that up. I know it's the right thing to do, but I'm scared. She tilted her head, looking at him with eyes filled with wonder. But Midori, you're training to become a hero. Heroes don't get scared. Yes, they do, they just don't show it. Her arms were once again around him, holding him tight, hands hanging loosely over his collarbone and the crook of his neck. She squinted her eyes and friskily fluttered her eyelashes, hoping he would notice. Oh, well, isn't that deep? He craned his neck back, bright green eyes meeting yellow and black sclera. They both blushed. It is, maybe a little too deep, actually. I don't really like this conversation anymore. Neither do I, she said. Ashido, can I ask you something? What's up? Well, how do I put this? I guess on a scale of 1 to 10, if you had to give it a rating, how much would you say you like me? She let out a little bit of laughter, her nervousness nothing to hide. Midori, you can't put me on the spot like that. I know, and I'm sorry. I just wanted to, maybe get a general idea, I guess. She shook her head. I can't rate something like that. It's not right. He furrowed his eyebrows. Why not? He was used to thinking of things numerically, giving almost anything and everything a rating or a rank. It helped him keep track of things, make sense of mystifying emotions and the more confusing concepts in life. Because it's just, I don't know, too important for that, and something as simple as a number doesn't tell the whole truth. Here, let's just say this, it's well over 10. She buried her face in the nape of his neck, hoping to God he wouldn't bother looking back at her. He'd see nothing but lavender and lilac. To spare her any more embarrassment, she decided she'd throw his own inquiry right back at him. How about you? How do you feel about me? She barely even opened one eye, glancing at the tips of his ears and wishing she'd see red, knowing that if she did she certainly must have made him at least a little bit flustered. She smiled. She was glad she'd gotten under his skin. See, it isn't so easy now, is it? 10. Oh, he'd said it far too fast for her understanding. 10, he repeated. She blinked once, twice, a third time, really. Yup. You too, huh? Yeah. Words couldn't express how happy she was over such a big bombshell, and even though she didn't know it right then, Izuku was feeling the same. They stayed like that for a little while longer until the clock hit 4:15 and it had been half an hour since the rest of the class had gone back to the dorms. People would wonder where they were. Izuku was the first to say something, the first to call it quits. He left 5 minutes prior to when she did, coming up with some lame excuse that he needed to finish a quiz he had dumbly decided not to make up before finals. Mina's alibi was that she was getting tutoring lessons at the library. Nobody seemed to question anything except Kaminari. But little did she know Kirishima was just as suspicious as he was, if not even more so. Mina was about to throw her dirty laundry in the washing machine when she felt somebody grab onto her arm. Spinning around, she came face to face with Kirishima. Kiri, don't scare me like that. You're doing that way too often lately. Sorry, he mumbled, looking down at the ground, but he picked his head up. I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? Well, it's about you and Midoriya. I saw you hugging him earlier and it just made me wonder, are you guys more than friends? She stood there stunned. Her secret was spilling for her and she didn't even have to try. It's kinda complicated. The short answer is yes, but there's more to it than that. Mina felt comfortable enough to tell all this to him, much more so than she ever could have been with Kaminari. When she looked at Kirishima, she saw something different. He was one of her best friends, and she trusted him not only with her deepest, darkest secrets, but also almost every aspect of her life. She was still a little on edge, though, knowing this was getting harder and harder to hide. What do you mean it's different? It just is, Kiri. It's hard to break news like that to Uraraka. We're working on it. We're not getting all touchy with each other and stuff. Sure looked like it. We're not. Okay, he said, catching the drift that today was definitely not the day to get on her bad side. She was seconds away from snapping. Whatever you say. Just what am I doing wrong, Kiri? Why is everyone just now figuring this out? Did I give it away somehow? No, Ashido, it's not like that. Remember how earlier you just up and ran and said you'd be right back? Well, when I didn't see you for a few minutes, I went back to check on you, and that's when I saw. She gritted her teeth, wincing all the while as she bit the tip of her tongue. Hey, why is this happening to me? Soon enough it'll get around to the whole school and then to Uraraka, and then I don't even want to think about that. Am I not the only one? No, Kaminari knows too. Oh, that's bad, Kirishima said, a sharp inhale budding at the back of his throat. He can't his mouth shut. I know, she said flatly, finally finding the time to throw her horribly heavy pile of laundry into the wash. She could barely feel her arms anymore. I'm kinda screwed here. But what I don't get is why you don't think this is wrong. She turned toward him, tilting her head slightly to the side. You being with Midoriya while he's supposedly dating Uraraka, how is that not wrong to you? I'm your friend, Ashido, so I'm gonna be honest. There's this thing called cheating. You're doing it right now. She gave him a look. Gee, thanks for enlightening me, I didn't know. He gave her a look right back. Ashido. I know, I'm sorry, getting sarcastic in serious situations. I really need to stop doing that. Yeah, you do. She took a deep breath. Kiri, can I rant to you real quick? He nodded. You don't have to tell me twice, I know it's wrong, but it's hard because I'm in love with him and I'm pretty sure he's in love with me too. She waved her hands frantically in front of her face. And I'm not trying to get ahead of myself. I know I sounded a little full of myself right there, assuming things, but I can just kinda tell. I really hope he loves me at least. Kirishima couldn't contain his laughter. It didn't sound that way at all. Keep going. So, yeah, it's just kind of hard, I guess. He really doesn't want to be doing what he's doing, and neither do I. It's hurting me, watching Uraraka be oblivious to all of this. Killing me even, and I don't know how much more of this I can take. She held her hand to her heart, tears brimming beneath what would be the whites of her eyes. Kirishima sighed. Mina, if it's hurting you this much, maybe being with Midoriya isn't the right move. Kirishima was her person, the friend she'd never had. She was really lucky to have him, but a lot of the time he said the stupidest things and she wanted to slap him square in the face. No, it is, I wouldn't give him an eye up for the world. I know it's right, it just feels right. It's worth fighting for Kiri and I'm not just gonna give that up. It's not like there are issues between us, but rather other people, and all we need to do is get those cleared up and everything will be alright. All we need to do, he scoffed, a sense of scorn in his overly sarcastic expression. As if it'll be that easy, you know it's not gonna be. She glared at him, disappointment strewn across her face, and lately she thought such an emotion had been stuck to her like glue. Thanks. Mina, look at me. Wow, that's a new one, you never call me Mina. I thought it was about time, he said, smiling. He grabbed her by the cheeks. Listen here, you're gonna figure it out, okay? It's all gonna work itself out, just give it a little more time, try to reason with Midoriya and work from there. Just whatever you do, don't lose sleep over it, it's gonna turn out fine. She searched his ruby-red eyes for at least a little bit of truth, coming to the realization that if he was simply saying so to make her feel better, he was doing a hell of a good job at making it believable. And if he was telling a lie, he was either doing it just right or she was a little more dense than most. He believed the words that were coming out of his mouth just as much as she did. She smiled, thanks, I drew. That one's new too. Yup. Mina walked out with the laundry still running, starving for something to eat. A little jarred and lost in thought, she rammed right into Hagakure. Toru, hey. You and Kirishima sure have been getting close, huh? Mina groaned. She had begun to get a little annoyed by Hagakure's over-the-top, unnecessary teasing, especially when Kirishima was already confirmed to be out of the picture, and because of a guy no less. Sometimes she wished she could just tell her the truth to shut her up, but she knew she could never do that to Kirishima because of all of the times he'd had her back. She'd never stoop low. Kiri and I aren't like that. You sure? You two seem a little chummy lately. Mina looked over her shoulder at the boy in question, who was hearing everything leaving Hagakure's lips and eyeing her with one eyebrow raised. She turned back around. Yes, I'm sure. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm hungry. I'm gonna grab something to eat. She pushed her invisible friend out of the way and wandered into the kitchen, sighing something of both relief and a bit of bitterness. Everything was all too stressful lately, too many problems without resolutions. Sometimes on days she wasn't thinking straight, she wished she could just forget about all of the stupid stuff Izuku wanted and take matters into her own hands, but usually at least she'd end up putting it past her. She knew it was a bad idea. Later that evening, a little while after a mostly microwavable dinner, the majority of Class 1A was crowded around on the couches in the living room, sitting there wasting away idly. Nobody knew what to do with their free time. Having no homework wasn't part of their norm, nor was it something they were used to having to handle. What were they to do except be bored and scroll through their phones? Hey, I have an idea, Zero started. Anyone want to play a game? What kind of game? Takami had a certain nullness in his voice. Zero shrugged. Well, I don't really know. I was gonna leave that up to everyone else. Hagakure, her usual bubbly self, hopped right into the conversation, no holds barred. She gasped. Oh, I know. How about truth or dare, or better yet, spin the bottle? The boys looked back at each other, the girls lighting up with glee. Mina was the first to open her mouth. Spin the bottle sounds fun. I don't know about truth or dare. What's wrong with truth or dare? I happen to like it, Uraraka said. The boys put in their 2 cents, Kirishima standing up to be their spokesperson. I don't know, aren't these the kinds of games middle schoolers play? So we were middle schoolers just last year, Mina mentioned, excitement written all over her face. There was something innocent and pure about playing truth or dare, spin the bottle, something childish. It made her feel young again. Here, how about this? We play truth or dare and spin the bottle first, and then we do whatever the boys want to do. We have the next 2 hours to ourselves after all. Okay, sounds like a plan, but we aren't playing your games for longer than an hour, Kirishima said. Deal. Starting off with spin the bottle, they decided to save the least interesting of the two, truth or dare, for later. Coming to a collective conclusion, they decided a kiss on the cheek was enough for now, a kiss on the lips a little too intimate. It was a bit of a mess, girls kissing girls, boys begrudgingly kissing boys, but the good parts were worth it, just as much good as the bad parts were bad. Girls kissing guys, guys kissing girls they found cute. In the end, Mina had only kissed 3, Hagakure, Todoroki, and Kirishima, the last especially resulting in lots of oohs and ahs. When Midoriya kissed Asui, only on the cheek, even both she and Uraraka got jealous. They really both were the jealous type. 30 minutes in, they decided to call it quits on such a stupid game, bringing it immediately to a halt. It was about time they played truth or dare, and Mina was a lot more scared for this than she was for spin the bottle, knowing her friends could easily pull whatever kind of sly tricks they wanted. They could even make her admit her feelings for Izuku, and she knew how horribly wrong that could go in every which way. As the night went on, the questions progressively got more and more in depth, in detail, maybe even in a little too deep, drowning their interviewees in an onslaught of embarrassment and shame. With everyone watching, Mina no longer wondered why everyone felt so high-strung and stressed out, revealing their darkest secrets to people they weren't exactly the best of friends with nor whom they wanted to know. When would she be the one? When would she be that person, the one getting sucked dry of anything and everything she wanted to hide? Time would only tell. Eventually, after a slew of slanderous truths and disastrously detestable dares, Hagakure decided, after half an hour of little to no action, it was finally time for Mina to steal the stage. "Ashido," she started, a certain slyness in her voice, "why don't you kiss the boy who you think is cutest in this room?" Mina froze. "What? You heard me, whether or not he's your crush or just someone you like, kiss the cutest boy in this room." She paused, where the lips? The cheeks fine, a kiss on the lips would be preferable though. Mina's heart hammered heavily through her chest, her breath catching in the back of her throat as sweat began to collect on her overly acidic skin. She wasn't sure what to think, what to do. She thought for a moment, and she came to the conclusion that she could either do one of two things. Whichever it would be was based on how much bravery she was willing to muster. Today was one of those days when she was feeling particularly brave. She gulped, stood up. "Okay." She looked over at Kirishima and then at Midoriya. She glanced away, doing her best to draw the attention elsewhere, anywhere but on her. And then, if only out of instinct, she turned toward Hagakure, whose face was lit up with so much glee she thought she was about to explode, and she contemplated going right over there and giving her a piece of her mind, but she decided at that very moment that wasn't the greatest idea. Her mind was racing at 1,000,000 miles per hour, and for what wasn't the first time in her life, she wasn't quite sure what choice was the right one to make. With Midoriya to her right and Kirishima to her left, she took one slight step with her left foot out first, indecisive over whether or not it was the right thing to do. She took another step to the left, but then she thought, no, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this right. And so she took one step to the right, and then another. She'd noticed the looks on her friends' faces, the watchful eyes they'd had on her for quite a while now, and she no longer cared what anyone else thought. She was either going all out or she wasn't going out at all. And so she sped up the pace, the perplexed look on Hagakure's face nothing new to her nor surprising. Once she reached Midoriya, she timidly tied her hands behind her back, looking down at the ground with shame and regret and a number of other unnamed emotions in her eyes, her uneasiness undoubtedly unveiled in big bold letters for all the world to see. She knew she'd made a mistake. She knew she had, but it was too late to turn back now. Midoriya stared up at her wide-eyed. He didn't exactly know what he was expecting, but it sure wasn't this. She was so forward about it, like she wasn't about to screw up everything by doing what she'd inevitably decided to do. When she stood up, he'd expected her to walk right over to Kirishima and give him a quick kiss on the cheek, fulfilling the fantasies of all of her classmates. But instead he found her here, standing over him and giving him this look, like she knew she'd fucked up but had absolutely no idea how to fix it. His face flushed, he couldn't process all of this, it was all happening too fast. She kneeled down on her knees and still no words were exchanged between them. No words were exchanged between anyone. The silence was almost agonizing. Hagakure sat there stunned, at a complete loss for words, her mouth agape and her eyes wider than ever before, though she was the only one who knew. Midoriya side-eyed Uraraka, her face pale, and he wondered if she was hoping, praying, maybe as much as he was, that Mina would say psych right now and fess up to the fact that it was all a prank. And he wasn't wrong, she couldn't help but hold onto that last bit of hope. Uraraka wasn't sure what to think, what to feel, whether or not she was in the midst of an unspeakably horrible nightmare or really just wide awake, living that backwards and upside-down reality herself. Who was she supposed to be mad at, and for what? Was it just one-sided, or were Mina and him more than friends? Surely he'd end up saying it was one-sided. It had to be. With little regard to the usually airheaded but now panicky girl sitting next to her, Mina coyly placed a hand on the nape of Izuku's neck, her thumb on his jawline, the suppleness of his skin nothing she'd have ever spited or said no to. Leaning in, she closed the distance between the two of them until there were only inches left between their lips, whispering "I'm sorry" softly in his ear. He heard, but he didn't listen. He was too much in shock. In what was only just a moment, she managed to place her lips on his and leave him at a total and utter loss for words, a loss for what to say or what to do or even what to think and what to feel. She'd closed her eyelids long before initiating the kiss, but little did she know, he was staring right back at her with some of the widest eyes she would have ever seen, unable to communicate his feelings any other way. He couldn't use his mouth after all. After 5 vigorously long seconds, she pulled away. I think I'm gonna go," Uraraka said, standing up, a tear trickling down her cheek. As she walked, almost ran, toward the elevator, Izuku called out to her, still in shambles. "Uraraka, wait, please." But Uraraka didn't wait, she didn't even hesitate. She waited for the elevator doors to open up for her to carry her to the 4th floor. Yaoyorozu and Asui both hurriedly trying to catch up with her before she did anything rash, anything she'd regret. Even Mina didn't wish that upon her, one of the kindest souls she knew. Of course she didn't, Uraraka was her friend. Izuku gave Mina a look, a not-so-nice look, a look that let her know this wasn't going to be as easy of a fix as "I'm sorry." She deserved this. She knew this was how it'd end up long before she made the stupid decision to do it in the first place. She knew she'd fucked up, and she knew she was screwed, and she knew now that he was screwed as well, all because of something she'd done, something he didn't deserve. Lately, she'd just been so caught up in her feelings, and her anger had been building up at him. It must have just caught up with her. Speaking of which, her heart was pounding out of her chest right now. Out of the suspense of it all or the exhilaration, she wasn't quite sure. She kind of liked it, kind of hated it. She hated it a lot more than she liked it. I think we should probably end this here. How about it? Kirishima asked, trying his best to make things a little less awkward but barely even breaking the tiniest bit of the tension. In fact, he hadn't even scratched the surface. Everyone nodded. Hagakure wasn't giving in so easily though. She wanted answers. Mina, I could have sworn you liked Kirishima. On the verge of tears, Mina was the most defensive she'd ever been, the most angry. Why would you think that? I told you numerous times I don't like him, didn't I? Besides, She stopped herself short. He's what? He's nothing. She turned toward Kirishima, who, alongside whom she'd already angered, was also giving her the evil eye, a death glare like no other. She was so embarrassed, so ashamed, she didn't know where to look. The accountability of her actions was finally starting to set in. Izuku didn't say a word to her, and neither did Kirishima. Not for the next little while, at least, and she knew for certain she'd really royally fucked up this time, way beyond repair. Now how was she supposed to make up for this mess? Chapter XVI Lost in Outer Space. When the elevator doors opened up, Asui was the first to get off, Jiru trailing just a few faint footsteps behind. Halfway down the hall was Uraraka, hiding her face behind her bangs as she hurriedly slipped through her dorm room door, trying her best to be sly, not to be seen by anyone. But that wasn't stopping Asui, and Asui so overly adamant and overcome with emotion that she'd do anything for her friend, as she knew she needed her now, needed her more than ever. She knocked and knocked and knocked until her knuckles hurt, turning white around the edges and beginning to blister bright red, the pain almost unbearable. Achako Ribbit, we just wanna talk. It's me, Tsuyu, and Kyoka's here too. We don't know what's going on either. We're just here to help, Ribbit. Please, you seem upset. Uraraka buried her face in her bed sheets, Asui's prodding almost painful to hear. She wasn't ready to open up. She was confused, alone, unsure of anything she felt, unsure of anything Izuku felt. Was he just playing around with her, or was Mina the one making the mess? Of course, she'd never expect something so vile, so heartless out of such a sweet boy like Izuku. He was her ride or die, her day one, whether he was in love with her or not, and she wouldn't have it any other way. One of the kindest boys she'd ever met, she'd never imagine him doing such a thing. And so this entire ordeal came as a bit of a shock to her. Achako, open up, will you? We're here for you, you know, we just want to make sure you're okay. It was Jiru this time. So her desire for answers too strong, she hopped up out of bed and let the two of them in, tear-soaked eyes gone from one spriddly white to deep red. Asui didn't hesitate to hug her, and it was at that moment that Uraraka let it all out, the little hiccups to the big cries and the wailing. Asui's favorite pair of pajamas stained with salty tears that inevitably ended up trickling down the side of her shirt in consequence of going out of her way to comfort her. But she didn't care, and neither did Jiru, as she joined in immediately after, bringing Uraraka in close. Jiru was conflicted, unsure of what was the right way to feel. Part of her thought she should have been downstairs with Mina, comforting who was one of her best friends, but she wasn't exactly sure what was going on between her and Izuku, especially after that kiss, and even though she loved Mina, she had a feeling she was the one who fucked it up. She really did have a tendency to do that. She didn't try to, and she was an incredible, vibrant kind of person. But she couldn't keep a secret to save her life, nor could she hide her feelings forever, often letting them slip far too early, resulting in a crisis such as the one befolding before her. I don't understand, Uraraka started, a stutter bubbling up in the back of her throat. Why'd Mina have to do that? Couldn't she have just kept quiet? I agree, Asui croaked. It's not fair to you, Ribbit, but we'll never know what she's feeling until we ask. We don't know the whole story, Ribbit. Maybe she had a reason for doing what she did. It's just killing Mitsu. I don't know if Deku likes her back or anything. Nothing, I don't have a clue. Asui shrugged. Jiru's shoulders stiffened, unable to hide the inevitable. She knew that they knew. They knew she knew far more than she was letting on. Kyoka Ribbit, do you know something? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think Mina might just be in love with him too, Achako. The way she looks at him and talks about him kind of gives it away. Her eyes widened, suddenly feeling as if she were taking sides. She wasn't. She was as neutral could be. But she wasn't sure if she was ready for Uraraka to know that, especially with Asui so clearly sticking up for her and rooting for her cause. And she didn't blame her. Mina's ideals were a little immoral. But I don't know what Midori is feeling. I don't really talk to him, so, it'd be impossible for me to know. That was a bit of a lie, Jiru knew. She'd had an inkling they were more than friends for quite a while now, just hadn't tied the knot yet. Asui was the first to let go. Acha Ribbit, you need to talk to him. Without a shoulder to cry on, Achako felt barren, naked, her emotions instantly out there for all the world to see. She was suddenly so self-conscious. She leaned back into Asui, unable to look anywhere else but at her. I know, but I'm scared. He's gonna tell me he likes her too. He's gonna tell me he likes Mina. Jiru, tired of Uraraka's sour attitude, grabbed her by the shoulders and turned her toward her, finally letting the two to see eye to eye. Listen, Achako, you're being a baby. You're stronger than this. All you gotta do is talk to him, and if he really is two-timing you with another girl, he doesn't deserve you. But you don't know that yet. Now stop being all sad and go figure it out for yourself before you start making all these assumptions. Uraraka wiped her cheeks dry, eyes suddenly losing their sorrowful shimmer. A few lasting tears dribbled down her cheeks and her chin, staining her once dry skin and leaving her with nothing but a pure and innocent face. She felt new, fresh. Kyoka, you're a lifesaver, you know that, both of you are. She brought the two of them in for a hug, coming together as one and leaving sorrow and sadness in their wake. Midoriya. What do you want? Can we talk, please? I want to explain. Izuku craned his neck back, Mina's fingertips holding onto the hem of his shirt harder than she ever had before. His classmates were busying themselves with other things, no longer necessarily paying attention to him. He'd been in the limelight for quite some time now, everyone a bit shaken up from recent events, but thankfully the buzz was beginning to wear off, as people had started to stop approaching him left and right. What, Ashido, what's there to explain? He said, suddenly toning it down a notch. He realized that after all that happened, he was probably coming at her a bit too hard, being a bit brutal by not hearing her out. You went off and did, he blushed bright red, that which totally screwed up the relationship I had with Uraraka or whatever was going on between us, and now what am I supposed to tell her? I was working up the nerve, okay, you only gave me 3 days. A vein popped, Mina gearing up to go off on him, scold him for his own idiocy. Stop lying to yourself, Midoriya, you weren't gonna tell her and you know that. She poked her pointer finger in the center of his chest, prodding once, twice, 3 times. You don't need me to get that through to you, you'll just never accept it. And you're trying to tell me that you and Achako had a relationship? If so, it fell apart pretty quickly, I guess. What, were you really just playing around with my feelings too? Which one of us do you want, Midoriya? Pick one, you can't have both. You, Ashido, it's you, and it's always been you. You know that good and well, so stop questioning it. The issue here has nothing to do with that or Uraraka's and my relationship. It's why you can't keep a secret to save your life. Where was sweet Izuku, sweet like sugary sherbet and cinnamon and strawberry shortcake, the Izuku she loved? The Izuku standing before her was making her sad, making her want to cry. A hitch could be heard in her voice. I know, she sighed. I can't keep my mouth shut, I know. Say it again, why don't you? But at the rate you were going, I would have had to keep quiet forever, and you and I both know I couldn't do that. What we were doing was already wrong. Now imagine if we dragged it on. Izuku was relentless. Yeah, sure, but you didn't have to do it in front of everyone. That was my first. She covered her mouth. I had no idea. Yeah, why was it not yours? No, I kinda kissed a guy in middle school. Oh. With a reaction like that, she felt she owed him an explanation. It wasn't a big deal, it was our 3rd year and all, and we weren't dating for long, and it just kinda happened. We broke up not long after. It was quick and bad, if I'm being honest. She couldn't help but notice his eyebrows were furrowed, nose all wrinkled and scrunched up, lips turned down into a frown. She was only serving to make things worse. It would have been easier if she just kept her mouth shut. Okay, he said, sighing slightly, the slow exhale in his last breath killing her, the kicker when she was already down. She held onto the hem of his shirt. Midori, what are we gonna do? She said, a certain nullness, calmness in her voice she hadn't had before. I don't know, Ashido, sounds like a you problem. Wow. He looked back at her. What? Are you kidding me? She pulled tighter on such a thin fabric, the only way she knew to get his attention, nails digging in the back of his skin. What's wrong with you? Where's the Midoriya I like, the one who's sweet and kind and doesn't say stuff like that, stuff to make me feel bad. Asshole move, you know. Ashido, I'm just confused, okay? And overwhelmed. A tear trickled down his cheek. I'm sorry, and I know that's not an excuse. I'm acting like a jerk, I know. Just can I have some space? We're not working out anything by being like this. And so she abided by his wishes. Okay, she said, and as he brought up his hand to wipe his face dry, she knew too that nothing was going to come out of continuously battering back and forth at each other, both clearly too stubborn to back down. They needed some time alone, maybe some time to talk to Uraraka even. Mina headed upstairs while Izuku stayed down. She felt a little awkward, Uraraka's dorm just down the hallway, but she decided for now she'd ignore that fact and not stir up any trouble. As soon as the door was shut, she plopped down onto her bed, burying her head beneath her pillow and wanting nothing more than to cry, bathe in a bath full of her own tears. This happened sometimes. She'd be in desperate need of letting it all out, letting the waterworks flow freely, but she wouldn't be able to, like something was stopping her, like even though she felt she had all of these emotions building up, she couldn't seem to let them go. They were just stuck in this void, trapped in her mind with nowhere and no one to turn to. And then, eventually, with the worst possible timing, she'd finally reach her breaking point, an outlet for her anger and frustration and sadness and sorrow, and she'd cry and cry and cry until her eyes would run dry. This was apparently one of those times. It was half an hour after sneaking downstairs for a shower that she all of a sudden just released, breaking down on the cold hardwood tiles of her tattered and tired bedroom floor. Why, she didn't know, just one thought about this mess she'd made set her off. One intrusive intuition about all of her negative qualities, the ones that got her sucked into such a pitiful situation in the first place, had led her here, wailing with her head in her hands and her knees freezing off on the floor of an overly air-conditioned room, especially for the start of spring. She didn't have the dedication to go over and turn it off. She began to mumble to herself, call herself names, bitch, dumbass, idiot, asshole, and the list went on. She knew she didn't deserve this. She was human. Humans made mistakes. You'd have to be a fool not to believe such a thing. But this was one mistake humans nobody should have made. These were easily the most reprehensible kinds of mistakes, the most shamed, and she didn't blame anyone for that. What she'd done was wrong, really, really wrong, and she regretted it and beat herself up over it until she could no longer hear about it without wanting to wince woefully in pain. But that also didn't mean something as simple as an apology would fix it, either. She wasn't getting out of this easily. Not that she wanted to make things right, address the dilemma head-on the way it should have been addressed a long time ago, and maybe if she had done that in the first place, she wouldn't be stuck in this absurd position right now. But how, she thought, where do I begin? She was utterly dumbfounded, completely clueless. A knock at her door sounded her awake. She wiped her eyes dry, standing up slowly, 1 foot at a time, hoping that maybe in savoring those last few seconds, her face would get a little less red and it'd become a little less obvious that she'd been crying. The last thing she wanted was to look like she was pitying herself over something that she'd done. Upon turning the doorknob, Jiro could be seen standing a little impatiently outside the doorway. "Can I come in?" she asked. Mina smiled, suddenly caring a lot less about her physical appearance. Jiro was someone she could trust. "Sure," she said, closing the door behind her. Jiro took 1 deep breath in and 1 deep breath out. "Mina, what in God's name were you thinking?" She began bawling. "Kyoka, I don't know. I regret it, I really do, and I wish I could go back and fix it, but I can't." Before she could say any more, Jiro had her arms around her, pulling her in close. Mina stood surprised for a second before relaxing into her shoulders, crying a bit more. "Kyoka, I screwed up." "Mina, it's okay. Yeah, you did, but everybody does it. I just want to know what happened. I was at Achako's earlier and she wouldn't tell me a thing. Everyone's confused, you know." "Achako's, was she talking about me?" Jiro gave her a look. "Mina, you know that's none of your business, for Achako's sake." All of a sudden she started sobbing, crying once more. "Kyoka, I'm sorry for always being so nosy and talking so much and always getting in the middle of everything. And I know I can't keep a secret, and I'm so sorry for screwing everything up, and if I've ever done anything to hurt you in the past, Mina, you're fine, it's all fine. It's gonna be okay, I'm here for you and I love you, and even though this might be one of your worst, most memorable screw-ups, you have so many positive points about you to outweigh it. You're funny, friendly, great at helping others. You're a great hero, too. You just gotta talk this out with people and maybe take away some of the tension and find a way to get over it, and it'll all be alright. I love you, you know that. Yes, I know, Jiro smiled, cheeks rosy red. Now, would you mind telling me what happened exactly so I can give you some advice? And so Mina rehashed each bit of the story from beginning to end, minus some of the minuscule details, starting with when she was teaching him how to slow dance all the way up until they were more than just friends to when she decided it'd be a bright idea to kiss him in front of the entirety of Class 1A during some dumb game of truth or dare. She realized how silly it sounded out loud, how stupid she was for sticking up for herself. It was time to face the facts. She was the fool. Not Izuku, not Uraraka, not anybody else, only her. Sounds like you need to talk to Achako, she's the most confused. Midoriya knows what's going on, he can wait. The issue is with her. Mina groaned, Kyoka, I'm scared, she's gonna murder me. Fed up with Mina feigning fear, Jiro crossed her arms, rolled her eyes. Yeah, she'll be mad, that's a given, but there's nothing you can do about that. You screwed up, you're gonna have to face the consequences. Don't talk to her and she'll lose all respect for you. So what do I do? Call her, talk to her in person. I'd start over the phone in case things don't go well. You can hold off on Midoriya for a while. He probably needs time to cool off. Let me ask you one thing. Do you want to be with him? Do you want to start a relationship? Yes. And Mina knew she'd have to hop over huge hurdles to even stand a chance at winning him back, but she wanted it more than anything. She knew now that she was in a compromising position, a position that could easily lead Izuku to leave his feelings by the wayside and forget about them entirely, but she still wanted to try. She wasn't giving up, not until it was certain. They could work. Even though it was messy, it might work. Okay, then you're gonna have to apologize. Explain yourself and everything you're feeling to each of them, no holds barred. At the very least, they'll respect you, and there's a chance they'll forgive you as well. Mina brought Jiro back into her benevolent embrace, missing the most comforting feeling of having someone to hold, the warmth that brought her incomparable to anything else. Her skin was soft, silky, milky white. It was a bit of a contrast from Izuku's rough patches and scabrous scars, but she liked it anyway just as much. I love you, Kyoka, I love you a whole lot. Jiro held down her laugh, I love you too. Eventually, she made her way out of Mina's room, leaving Mina to figure the rest out for herself. In her hand, she held her phone, staring helplessly down at Uraraka's contact. Hands shaking, she typed, Hey, I really want to talk to you about this, either in person or on FaceTime. I understand if you're not ready. Just shoot me a text when you get this and let me know if you're down to talk. After reading it over a few times, she pressed send. Uraraka was quick to respond, I'll FaceTime you, give me a sec. All of a sudden, Mina's phone was ringing once, twice, 3, 4 times, and then the realization set in. Uraraka was on the other line. Taking a deep breath, Mina double-checked that Uraraka wouldn't be able to see her face quite yet and reluctantly took the call. Izuku wasn't used to getting so many mean looks. Mainta was a main source, Kaminari and Kirishima a close second. All he wanted to do was to be able to relax on the couch without hearing his name for once. For every which corner he would turn, there would be someone whispering something subtle or glancing his way. He hadn't treated himself to ice cream once in the last 3 weeks. He usually tried to keep a relatively balanced diet, lots of fruits and vegetables and a variety of different kinds of fish, but today he thought could be a cheat day. He needed it more than most. He couldn't stop thinking about that kiss. It had been his first and he had next to no time to prepare, and part of him couldn't get mad at Mina for it because in reality, he really liked it, even though he wasn't supposed to. He assumed it had brought a lot pain to Uraraka, though, judging by her reaction, and he couldn't let himself get elated over something like that. And Mina, oh Mina, what was he supposed to do with her? He couldn't get her out of his head. A mush of emotions, anger, irritation, guilt, confusion, devotion were mixing around in his mind, stirring up the pot, and he wasn't sure what, if any, was the right one to feel. Granted, he sure did build up a lot of irritability, and he should have, since she screwed up his love life and his relationship with Uraraka and probably lost a lot of respect from his classmates, people who were most important to him, but he also couldn't help feeling regret too. Why hadn't he just manned up, told Uraraka the truth? This whole thing could have easily been avoided. And of course, he still really liked her, more than words could describe. Now on a whole different note, what was he supposed to say to Uraraka? He deceived her, technically cheated on her, heartlessly made a fool out of her. It wasn't like he could turn back time and go fix it. He'd have to figure it out himself. Mina was the one he wanted, he could admit that now. But he still hoped he could have at least a little bit of a relationship with Uraraka, be as best of friends with her as he had been before. He didn't want her romantically, not anymore. At the very least, he could admit he loved her platonically, maybe even make amends. But that wasn't enough for her. That wasn't what she wanted. He'd have to break such saddening news to one of his closest and kindest friends, and he absolutely despised every second of it. He prayed that at the very least she'd be accepting of the truth, the feelings he couldn't and wouldn't change, maybe even understand them. He didn't like her that way, he never had. Minta growling at him knocked him out of his headspace. Midoriya, you lucky bastard, Uraraka and Ashido in the same night, you could have left some for us. Flailing his hands wildly out in front of him, he was held back by Kaminari holding him by the collar of his shirt. Izuku sighed. It was honestly quite sad that Minta thought this was a good thing. After a little while longer of hanging around downstairs and conversing with a few of his classmates, those that were willing to talk to him, Izuku decided it was finally time to call it a night, heading up to his dorm where he would inevitably end up getting no sleep, instead spending his time laying around in bed, his mind running endlessly in circles. It was awkward at first, neither of the two girls talking. Uraraka started with a simple hello. Mina appreciated the greeting, a little apprehensive to say hi back. So I just wanted to get this out of the way, Mina started. When I kissed Midoriya, I didn't mean to hurt you. It's just that I have feelings for him too, and I couldn't really hide them any longer. It wasn't meant to put you down in any way or make you feel bad. And I know I should have gone to you when I first realized I had feelings for him, but I was honestly too scared, and that's all my fault. Uraraka took a deep breath in and a deep breath out. Okay, but I just don't get why you had to kiss him like that on the lips. I mean, Toru said the cheek was fine, didn't she? Mina could easily hear the frustration in her voice, like a soda can about to burst. Uraraka continued. It's like you were trying to rub it in. You even took his first kiss from me, Mina, and you're not even dating him. Achako, I don't want to fight. Yeah, obviously, I don't want to either, but it's gonna end up happening because I have questions that I want answered. Would you rather talk about this in person? Mina asked. They were right down the hall from each other, after all. I mean, my eyes are all red, and I look really bad right now, so not really. Mina had begun to get a little too comfortable with whom she would usually call one of her best friends, showing her hair to her and her horns and even her eyes every once in a while. But now after that sly little comment, she seriously wished she just stayed in the shadows. She vanished, biting her nails nervously, knowing that Uraraka was upset because of something she did, something she screwed up on, one of her many wrongdoings. She was surprised Uraraka hadn't gone rogue on her yet. She decided it was about time she answered her question. Well, I don't really know, to be honest. I guess I was just kind of fed up with hiding what we had, and in the heat of the moment I wasn't thinking in the right headspace. I know it's wrong, and I really regret it. If I'd been given more time, I would have kissed Kirishima. Please, Acha, if there's anything I can do to make it up to you, tell me. What do you mean we had, Mina? You're not telling me you and Deku were more than just friends, are you? Her silence was deafening, anything but music to her ears. Right. Mina swallowed her pride. Once again, she'd let the wrong thing slip. Well. And you didn't tell me? Uraraka was mad. Really mad. Well, it wasn't exactly like that. Yes, we admitted we had feelings for each other, but we didn't act on them until then. We didn't want to hurt you. I mean, it was really all me, but that's beside the point. Tonight was our first kiss. Uraraka's eyes were a lot more glossy than usual, losing their soft touch. So you two were more than just friends. She no longer hid her face from the screen. Mina, I need some time to think. I want to talk to Deku first. Okay, that's fine. Midoriya was planning on telling you, you know, I'm the one who messed it up. She knew the last thing she should do now was throw herself under the bus, but for once in her life she actually deserved it. Nothing more, nothing less. She'd been an ass, made a fool of herself and her friends, and now she was paying the price. You could have let him tell me. Of course, Mina was expecting this. Uraraka sure was deeply in love with him to not notice he'd made a mistake. Or maybe she had, and she was much more focused on Mina because, well, nothing would hinder the sight she had of him in her eyes, sweet, kind, strong, perfect in every which way. Love could be disastrous like that, and it often wasn't until you were with a person for long that you started to pick up on their flaws and accept them, the fact that they weren't perfect, but human like everyone else. They made misjudgments, missteps, had their own set of faults they often liked to keep hidden from the world. Izuku wasn't foolproof. Mina knew that. She knew Uraraka did too, but sometimes, even though it was easy to understand, it was especially hard to endure, to condone, to accept something so sad could be true. Sometimes she thought Uraraka might have looked past each inadequacy and imperfection to fulfill her own fantasy of having a completely right and just Izuku, one all to herself. Mina didn't judge her for that, as in a way, she did the same. Well, Achako, I doubted he'd ever bring it up to you. Uraraka must have realized she was starting to get a little ahead of herself. But you know what? Actually, never mind, I'm just confused is all. I don't know the whole story. I regret not talking to Deku a long time ago. I want to hear it from him. You sure I can explain? Uraraka's cheeks were a lot more rosy than usual, and not in a good way. Mina, I'm sorry, but no, not now. You kissed the guy you knew I was in love with, basically took him away from me, and now you're expecting me to just be fine with it. No, I need time. I want to talk to Deku. Maybe he'll be honest about what happened and not skirt around the details just to save himself. She covered her mouth, suddenly seeing the malicious intent behind her words. Sorry if that sounded mean, but those are just my feelings. Uraraka was like that, always apologizing for things she didn't do. She had every right to be rude. She'd been double-crossed, duped, neglected, thrown by the wayside like a piece of flaming hot garbage. Mina really wished she could do the same, but she could sometimes be a little more ill-mannered than Uraraka, a little more easily set off. The only reason she was today was because this was really all her fault. She had nothing to argue, nobody on her side. But Uraraka was also often defensive. She'd get angry and then apologize, but still stand by what she'd supported originally. She believed in what she fought for, she just didn't believe in being mean about it. It was one of the things Mina respected most about her. Okay, you do you then, Mina started, sighing slightly. Although she wished to remain calm, Uraraka's previous comment had got to her, leaving room for a bit of spite and animosity to build up, accumulate deep down inside. Just Achako know that I never wanted to like him like that. It just kind of happened, and to be honest, I really wish it hadn't. She winced. That was a lie she wasn't willing to take back. I can't just turn off my feelings. It's not my fault he started to like me, and I'll tell you the truth if you want to know. I won't hide anything from you. It's kinda sad you think I would. Well, I mean, Mina, you kind of allowed it to happen, and it isn't that hard to believe you'd do so since you literally did it 5 minutes ago. Okay, just do you want to talk to Midoriya? We're not getting anywhere by being like this. Yes, Mina, don't get me wrong, I want to work this out with you. We're really good friends and we work well together, but she sniffled, once again an indication that she'd been crying. I can't right now, I'm not over this. I'm still upset and I'm thinking I will be for a while. Actually, I don't know if I'll ever be able to get over this. I don't know how long it'll take. Mina let out the liveliest sigh of relief. The malice was gone, the ill intention wasn't nearly as prominent as it was before. Things were calming down. But on second thought, upon hearing the intensity, the reality in Uraraka's words, she thought she was going to break. She didn't want to be friends anymore. At least not for now. How long would that last? A day, a week, a month, maybe even longer, possibly forever. Okay, she was saying okay a lot lately. I understand, I wouldn't be able to forgive me either. Yeah, don't blame you, well I mean sorry, I didn't mean it like that, but you get the point. Uraraka did mean it like that. Mina didn't know for sure, but if she was in her position, she'd surely say something similar. She couldn't get mad at her for it. Yeah, okay, well, see you. Uraraka appeared on screen for just a second, a tear trickling delicately down her cheek. The moment she realized she'd been seen, she abruptly shied away. Okay, bye then, I guess. The moment the call was cut off, Mina hid her head in her hands, crying. Around 11 o'clock that night, Izuku could be seen rolling over to the other side of his bed in the iMessage app, staring blankly down at Uraraka's contact. He started to type something. Hey, do you want to talk? I know you're probably not awake right now, but how about tomorrow? You must want an explanation. He sent it. After a few minutes of waiting around without a response, he assumed she was probably asleep and decided that maybe going to bed was best for him too. That was, if he could find a comfortable position. It took him a while, but eventually, curled up in a tight little ball, he finally managed to close his eyes, drifting off into one of the lightest sleeps of his life. Craving a midnight snack, Mina made her way downstairs, knowing full and well that it being midnight meant that if she were to get caught, she'd be in some serious trouble with Mr. Aizawa. But she was hungry, what else could she do? And she also couldn't sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she hopped off the elevator, barely able to notice Kirishima poking his head out of the corner of the kitchen. Hey, Ijiru, what are you doing up? Could say the same for you, couldn't fall asleep I guess, bored. You're just down here because you're bored, you know how much trouble you could get in, right? He went wide-eyed, looked at her funny. Well then, what's your excuse? Hungry tacos. You came down here for tacos. She smiled a radiant smile, one filled with confidence and exhilaration. Yes. Under his breath, Kirishima managed to mutter, how is that any better? Then he suddenly got serious. Mina, you almost outed me today. I know, but Izuku, you know I'd never do that to you. It doesn't matter, you were close. So what, are you mad at me for it? She asked. Yes. She could feel her blood pressure rising. Izuku, I messed up, okay? I can't keep my mouth shut. I'm just as bad, if not worse than Kaminari. I might be the worst in the class. I mean, even on FaceTime today with Ochako, I said some stuff I probably shouldn't have. I don't know what my problem is, but let me at least say I'm sorry. Relax, Mina, please. Kirishima didn't know how to handle her. It's gonna get better, just now work on fixing it. You can learn from this. I've made mistakes, Uraraka's made mistakes, Midoriya's made mistakes. Yours might have just been a little bit bad. She huffed, gritted her teeth. Yup, just a bit. A moment of silence and then, does that mean you forgive me? Kirishima put his hands over her shoulders, met her eyes. Yes, I'm over it at least, just be careful from now on. Okay. He brought her in for a hug, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her in tight. Her second no, third hug of the day if the one with Izuku earlier counted, and she was absolutely and undeniably living for it. Human contact, condolence in general, was something seriously so underrated. If she ever got the chance to be with Izuku, it'd be one of the first things she'd do. Just cleanse him of everything that happened, hold on to him for a while. Kirishima let go, his messy ruby red hair brushing by the sides of her face. He looked different when it wasn't all gelled up, horns sticking out at the sides like they usually did at school. She kind of liked it down. He should wear it that way more often. She decided now was the time to say something she'd wanted to say since at least the beginning of their time together at UA, maybe even longer. Izuku, I'm lucky to have you as a friend. He smiled a genuine smile, teeth uneven and jagged and a bit too sharp at each edge. It was a miracle to her how they managed to stay so perfectly pearly white, standing out against the dreary darkness of the bland common room, kitchen, and couch. It was almost innocent in a way. You too. Pulling his phone out of his back pocket, Kirishima checked the time, went wide-eyed when he realized he really ought to head up to bed by now. Mina made her tacos, ate them quickly, and decided to do the same, finally falling asleep for what would be the first time that night. Chapter XVI Slow and Subtle Sunrise. Izuku woke up worn, worlds away from well-rested. Running his usual leisurely jog, he didn't have the necessary stamina he needed to live up to his typical standards, a pace he thought he'd easily be able to maintain a long time ago and would have if he'd slept. Today was just not his day. Upon re-entering the dorm's common room still quiet and barely lit up by the slowly rising sun, a notification popped up on his phone. It was a message from Uraraka. Yeah, that'd be nice. Can we talk in person tonight maybe? He'd almost forgot. Last night, in his very own hazy fog of sleep deprivation and discomfiting dreariness, he'd texted her unknowingly, instinctively asking her, begging her almost to do the impossible. It would have been hard for her to be ready to talk, too much to take in. But he'd be glad to talk with her, clear up any misconceptions. There must have been many, multitudes of millions of them. But that was only if she really was ready, of course. Sure, sounds good, just let me know when. Her replies were never slow. In fact, they were almost always extraordinarily fast. She hated keeping people waiting, and Izuku especially was no exception. Okay. Izuku shivered a little, brushed his bangs back and ran his hands through his hair. He had absolutely no idea how to approach such a conversation so imperative, so intimidating, so crucial and key, or where to even begin. Apologizing might have been a good first step, seeing how much of a fool a tool he'd been, and that, along with an explanation, was the least she deserved, especially after all that he'd done to her. He'd be an ass not to do so. Izuku made a big breakfast, once again allowing a little leeway, treating himself to something sugary, something sweet, something he wouldn't normally eat. He opted for pancakes this time, fluffy, forever his all-time favorite. And as he reminded himself of all the regrets he had, the things he'd stupidly said to Mina yesterday and all the days before, the words he wished he could but knew he'd never be able to take back, he accidentally let a little too much maple syrup slip, the pancakes irreversibly drenched. He didn't mind though, he liked them that way. He made 5, able to cut into the top 2. I don't know, Ashido, sounds like a you problem. All of a sudden, his words came back to haunt him. He regretted them so much, almost more than he regretted anything else in his life, as they were so uncharacteristically unlike him. He was just so mad, he guessed in that moment, so sick of everything that happened, that he had to let it all out somehow, use whatever he could as his outlet. He hadn't done anything inherently wrong per se, and if Mina had just let time run its course, he wouldn't have even had to have such a crude conversation in the first place. But that didn't make it okay. It wasn't okay. It would never be okay. For at least a little bit of the weight to be lifted off of his shoulders, he'd have to say sorry. Hopefully that fixed things, make her hate him a little bit less, make up for at least one shitty thing he'd done. The list was long. And he owed her for a lot of things. Yes, he'd be a dunce to say she didn't mess up, but admittedly, he did too. This was the least he could do. Izuku finished his breakfast, mind once again on Uraraka. He was terrified, truly transfixed on the fact that he had nothing to offer, no plan. He'd be going in blindly. Maybe he could ask for some advice, vent to someone, beat himself up over all of the dumb decisions he'd made in peace. Just him and one other person, someone he could trust, for every last ludicrous thing he'd done, everything that brought him shame to his name, everything he wished to take back. And as of right now, there were a lot. His words, some of the things he'd said, and maybe if it counted, falling for Mina and keeping quiet about it until it was too late. He definitely did not regret the falling for Mina part, but hiding it from Uraraka was undoubtedly debatable. And so, in a frightened frenzy, he texted the only person he knew he could. He was honestly pretty sure he was the only person willing to listen to him at all. Dagobah Beach was especially sandy for the dawn of a new day during a relatively relaxing week, and it was all because of the wind, breezy, airy, rough and sharp like the dead of winter barely beginning into spring. Running toward his confidant, Izuku had to keep his eyes closed to prevent from going blind, having to kick stray grains of sand out of his shoes every once in a while in order to stop his socks from getting caught on nearby shards and seashells. They were sharp, digging deep into his skin, and honest to God, he wished he'd picked a better spot, not the bitter, blustery beach at 6:00 a.m. Hurtling toward his hero, hands high up in the air, Izuku frantically waved all over the place. "All Might, you have no idea how glad I am to see you." "Is that right, my boy? What's got you so worked up so early in the morning?" He froze, had no clue where to begin. "Oh, everything, I just have to get it off my chest." "All right then, go ahead, you did say it was an emergency." Izuku scratched his cheek. "Well, sort of." All Might reacted overdramatically and a little sarcastically with histrionics. "And to think, I had so much work I could have gotten done." No, Izuku started, hurrying to try and correct himself. Yet another mistake to mark down in the books. His cheeks were red, knowing what was ahead. "It's not like that, it just doesn't involve heroics. And I was thinking, since you're really only my mentor for that, this wouldn't be a big deal to you, but it's a big deal for me." Midoriya listened, putting a firm hand on his shoulder. All Might gave his successor a simple smile, the kind of smile Izuku had admired ever since he was a boy. "I am your mentor for that, but that's not all. I'm here to help you with anything you might need. Life problems, friends, schoolwork, anything. If it's a big deal to you, then it's a big deal to me. So tell me, what's on your mind?" Izuku took a deep breath, clenching and gritting his teeth and even breathing through them as well. When they suddenly started to tingle, he stopped. He decided he'd never do that again. His face grew hotter with each passing moment, the embarrassment too hard to handle, but he knew now was the time, if any, to let it all out. Everything, every last emotion he'd suppressed inside for the last few weeks. "Well, where do I start? It kind of has to do with these two girls." All Might choked. "My boy, my knowledge in that area is a little lackluster, but I always knew this day would come. You are growing into quite the fine young man, after all." Izuku screeched at the top of his lungs, loud enough to scare the neighboring seagulls pecking away at old gum wrappers and soda cans and the sea turtles nesting nearby. All Might, what's that supposed to mean?" All Might let out a loud laugh. "Oh, definitely not what you're thinking, my boy. I'm just surprised is all, and very excited. Romance is an incredible thing even for us heroes." Silence. Izuku was honestly a little uncomfortable. "Go on," his mentor beckoned. "And so he did. Well, they're both in my class." "Let me guess, does one of them happen to be young Uraraka?" Izuku lit up like a wildfire, a candle in the darkest of nights. How did you know?" Izuku asked, inching away from his once trustworthy mentor and oddly his best friend, frightened that he knew too much. Maybe he'd been secretly spying on him. I thought," he twiddled his thumbs, "we weren't being too obvious." "Oh no, it's been quite apparent to me that she's had a crush on you for a while." "Wait, really?" "Yup, no doubt about it. Now who's this other girl?" Izuku was hesitant. Mina would be All Might's last guess. She'd be anyone's last guess, as from an outsider's perspective, society said they should have had nothing to do with each other, polar opposites in every which way, and he hoped the shock of it all wouldn't scare him too much. Well, let me guess, All Might started, young Asui. Izuku shook his head. Yairazu. Once again another no. As the situation became more and more out of hand, All Might still cold as to whom it could be, Izuku exerted himself a little more, spoke up. It's Ashido Mina. All Might coughed, bit his tongue. Oh my boy, I never would have guessed. Yeah, me neither, it's kind of a long story. Well, if you'd be willing to tell me, I'd listen. And so Izuku reiterated the rest. Well, Uraraka and I, we kind of prematurely started this relationship. We decided we were going to go to the dance together. I was excited and I thought I liked her, but then somehow I ended up befriending Ashido in order to help me learn how to dance since I really didn't know how to and didn't want to look dumb in front of Uraraka. And I guess in some crazy turn of events, things kinda went downhill from there. Izuku stopped, took a pause, went over his words with wide eyes. Well, not downhill per se, it's not like it was a bad thing, just maybe a bit problematic. All Might nodded, ushering him to go on. Izuku concurred. I started developing feelings for her. Izuku was getting serious now, fiddling around with the zipper caught on the fur of his warm winter jacket as instinctively he suddenly got this urge to hold his hands to his heart to ease the pain and his wildly hammering heartbeat, as neither of which had any inclination of stopping. He thought about the things they did together, how he slowly began to fall for her, and he realized without a doubt that it wasn't anything he'd regret. These feelings, the specific one, was deep, embedded in his bones, awakening new emotions he never knew he had the capability to feel before. It was warm and fuzzy and almost reminded him of something sweet like honey, so abnormally saccharine that it was hard to handle all alone, a feeling only she was able to give him, and not just any feelings. Real feelings, I think I don't really know, and I started to think less and less about Uraraka. There was a sudden shift in Izuku's tone, his emphasis and inflection, the long-gone tranquility he'd once had in his words. In the spur of the moment, he'd become more flustered, more somber. Ashido and I both realized we liked each other. We tried to keep quiet, keep our feelings under wraps, but Uraraka found out, and we made sure to respect her that whole time. We didn't do anything she wouldn't have liked. Izuku hid his face in his hands, covering his mouth upon realizing his subtle white lie, looking away. Well, for the most part. And Uraraka was conflicted. I dare say she was mad. All Might, what do I do? I haven't talked to her in days. It seems she wants us to work this out tonight, but I don't know what to say or where to even begin. All Might blinked a few times, certainly expecting anything but that. Young Midoriya, my boy, you've gotten yourself into quite the situation now, haven't you? Izuku nodded. First of all, how long were you and young Ashido aware that you had feelings for each other? I think that's imperative in determining what to do. Just a few days and Uraraka found out on her own accord. I stupidly didn't tell her. All Might straightened up, straying away from his slouching and standing slightly taller. Despite no longer being a hero, he still liked to keep a good image. Now, my boy, I may not be too knowledgeable when it comes to women, but let me tell you this, and I'm going to have to be honest. It sounds like you messed up. Yes, definitely, I can admit that now, but if I'm being honest, Ashido did too. I can say that since, well, at this point, it's kind of common knowledge. And so, All Might's inquiry seizing the rest of story out of an already vulnerable Izuku Midoriya, he continued with the more minor details his mentor was yet to know. The kiss, the party, although he had to be careful around such a sensitive topic, exams, and some of the dumb stuff he did and said yesterday that was beginning to make his blood boil. Not only that, but even some of the stuff he'd said weeks ago, maybe even months. It was all wearing him down, eating away at him bit by bit until he'd whittled down to dust. Well, that's certainly more dramatic than anything that happened to me in high school. All Might laughed, reminiscing on some of his most memorable moments. In his mind, anyway, high school was a lot less stressful, a lot less strenuous than becoming a full-time pro hero. Izuku certainly didn't have that to look forward to. But in all seriousness, young Midoriya, which girl catches your eye? Which girl would you rather be with? I think it's important to establish that first. Lilac at the tip of her nose, gracefully dotting her cheeks, radiant pink skin, vibrant personality, and black yet beautifully bright eyes. The decision was easy. For Izuku, it wasn't even a question. Ashido Mina, without a doubt. Wow, my boy, you really feel for her, huh? Izuku smiled, nodded. Yeah. Sounds like love. It took a moment to hit him. Instead, he simply stood there, staring down at the ground, cheeks becoming redder and redder by the second as All Might's words slowly started to sink in. Everything that happened, everything that gone on between those two, him quietly developing feelings for her in the background of their quickly growing friendship, it was all a dead giveaway. And although he couldn't have even thought of admitting it before, he certainly could now. He was falling in love with her. He had fallen in love with her. He was in love with Mina Ashido. His face caught fire. Levi. All Might found this funny. He covered his mouth to keep Izuku from noticing his uncontrollable laughing. It happens to the best of us, kid. It happened to me when I was your age. Really? I knew I liked her, but love, that's too big of a word. I don't know. All Might, are you sure? He couldn't stop stuttering. Why more than sure? Does your heart ever beat faster when you're around her? Maybe even hurt sometimes. Reluctantly, Izuku nodded. Then that sounds about right, All Might replied. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. There was a break between breaths. Now, as for what to do, well, tonight when you talk to young Uraraka, be honest with her. Tell her how you feel, don't beat around the bush. And it's clear to me that you didn't mean to hurt her. Make sure she knows that. She'll respect you 100 times more. And she may still be mad. Knowing her, she probably will. But I get the idea that she's a very understanding person, so maybe there won't be any bad blood between you two. Actually, I doubt there will be any at all. Izuku interrupted, but All Might, what if she never wants to speak to me again? I mean, she's one of my best friends. I'd be heartbroken. Young Midoriya understand this. If anything, she'd be the one heartbroken. She is the one heartbroken. She has every right to do whatever she wants in regards to what you say to her, as you really did make quite the big mistake. But I highly doubt it. If you have any more worries after tonight, come see me. I'm sure you two will clear things up. It took a second for Izuku to process those words, but once he did, he smiled. All Might, you really are a lifesaver. Of course, my boy, I'm here for anything you need. Now, as for Ashido, I think you should deal with her later. I'm not going to do this whole thing out for you. You're going to have to figure some things out on your own. If you have any trusted classmates, ask them. But I'm sure young Ashido will be understanding, since she does seem to be quite fond of you. Now that I look back on it, I fail to notice how much you two hung out in recent months. You pay attention to me at school. Why, of course, you are my successor after all. Izuku smiled at that, bowed down. I can't thank you enough, All Might. Thank you for everything. Oh, my boy, there's no need to thank me. It was actually quite entertaining, if I'm being honest. The highlight of my morning. And with that, All Might extended his hand out for Izuku to stand up, offering a fist bump significant for "You've got this," Izuku willingly giving one back. They decided to call it a day, Izuku more than sufficient with his newfound advice, confidence no longer a word eradicated from his dictionary. It had been for quite a while. Izuku thanked All Might one last time, waving a subtle goodbye. All Might waved back. Once he was out of sight, Izuku plopped down on the sand, letting out a loud sigh. He picked at nearby seashells, smiling at the sea and the birds and the bright blue sky hanging overhead. He thought maybe he was losing his mind. He concluded that he just mixed the relaxation. He was so infatuated with it, the beautiful scenery surrounding him, that he just had to smile. One of the things he missed most about not having a love life was the ability to catch some free time, the ability to unwind. And speaking of, how did he, of all people, even end up in such a melodramatic dilemma? He wasn't particularly striking or special. He was actually pretty plain looking. Nothing about him really stood out. The least he could say was that he had a good personality. Well, for the most part, he screwed up sometimes. Oh well, he thought, even if I don't see it, they must see something in me I don't. That made him happy. Hopefully Mina sees something. She has to. She can't like me like this for no reason. And then he was walking on air. Class that day, if she had to describe it in one word, was awkward. Almost everyone was quiet, much to Aizawa's surprise. He was able to get through his lesson a lot more easily than usual, no longer having to interrupt his most chatty students to tell them to quiet down. It was actually kind of nice. But for the rest of Class 1A, it was anything but nice. Unbearable, even. Lunch was the least pleasant part of the day. Mina sat in her usual seat with her big group of friends, those who now knew of her unbecoming crush and had questions. Apparently they didn't think to ask them last night, when there wasn't the possibility that people could overhear. She peeked back at Izuku every once in a while, wondering whether he was thinking of her. She sure wished he was. She was, without a doubt, thinking of him. He'd practically consumed her. In just a matter of weeks, he'd become the first thing on her mind. Of course, that was outside of school, her family, her here at work, and her friends. She was still her own separate person. If it wasn't obvious enough to everyone around him, including Uraraka, who had decided to sit a few seats down for today, Izuku was off in space. Eating in relative silence, he kept on looking down and every once in a while over to the side of his seat where Mina was. Then he'd take a quick peek back at Uraraka, feeling weirdly guilty, wondering whether or not she'd noticed. Sometimes he'd catch her starring, and maybe even Mina as well. It was an all-day battle. That tension never did break, all throughout school and after school, and even on their march back to the dorms. The three of them were easily able to stay away from each other without even exchanging a word. Izuku texted Uraraka something he always thought he'd be too scared to say. "Does 7 sound okay?" He knew she knew what he meant. "Yes, meet me at my room." Izuku double-checked to make sure no one was around, peering from behind or over his shoulder or sitting a little too close for comfort. Then he mustered up the guts it took to respond. "Okay." Time came and went, and suddenly it was 7. It had flown by way too fast. Izuku couldn't believe it. Tentatively, he knocked on Uraraka's door. She opened up, cheeks rosy red, ushering him in after a few seconds of weirdly waiting around. There was this dark cloud hanging over their heads, creating an especially awkward atmosphere. Neither wanted to say something. Izuku went first. So... They paused. They felt weird interrupting each other. Uraraka cleared the air. "You go first." "And no, you go." Uraraka scratched her head. "Okay, well, so apparently you and Mina, huh?" Yeah, I guess." "Okay," she cut right to the chase. "Deku, I just need answers. I mean, I'm gonna start off by saying I didn't ask you to the dance on a whim. I really, really like you. A lot. And if you don't feel the same way, just let me know. You should have told me a long time ago." "Uraraka, I was genuinely excited when you asked me out. I did think I'd fall for you. I got butterflies in my stomach every once in a while when you were around, and I seriously did want to go to that dance with you. Honest." "So then, you and Mina, how can you say that but still end up falling for her?" "Well, actually, before that, do you like her back, or is it only one-sided?" Of course, Uraraka had already heard all of this, but from an untrustworthy source. She wanted to hear it from Izuku, as he was her ride-or-die, her day one, her tried-and-true confidant. Izuku looked away. He'd seated himself in the swivel chair situated by her desk, her things all nice and organized, pens and pencils and little cup holders and cheap makeup sitting in order of color beside her mini mirror. She sat comfortably on the edge of her bed. He really wished he could spin around a few times, get the gist of it and the jitters out, but he couldn't deny that that would be rude. He scratched the nape of his neck. "Uraraka, can I be honest with you?" "Of course." "I don't say this to hurt you. In fact, that's the last thing I want to do. I'm sure Ashido feels the same way, but her and we had something. I couldn't tell you why it happened. It just did. We didn't do anything, we swear. We'd certainly never kissed before last night, not even close. In fact, that was actually my very first kiss." "I kind of assumed so, judging by your reaction." He paused, continued after Uraraka's slightly actually kind of necessary interruption. Something or someone had to derail the tension. "And well, we only established we had something, that we were more than friends a few days ago. This wasn't a long time thing and I was going to tell you, but I was just genuinely so scared of hurting your feelings since, at least I know now, they meant a lot. And I should have gone to you sooner. I know, none of this makes it okay." She reached over, took his hand. "W, what are you doing?" he asked. "Just hold on for a sec before I yell at you, get mad at you. I want to savor this moment. I'm gonna miss you after this. Being with you at least, even if we weren't totally truthful with each other." And so that's exactly what she did. And then just mere moments later, she yelled, spewed words at him at the top of her lungs. "Deku, you let her kiss you, and even I could tell you had no intention of pulling away. You were seeing me, you should have, easily could have. It was the right thing to do, and you only hurt my feelings more by not telling me." She began to tear up. "Even if you don't like me like that, we're still best friends. These are the kinds of things we tell each other." "I know, and I realize that now," he said. "I acted like a tool. Even All Might basically said it outright earlier this morning." He mumbled that last part just a beat in his last breath. "If I could fix it now, I would. I don't know how to say I'm sorry without feeling like it's not enough. Uraraka, you deserve the world. You're such a kind and genuine person, and you don't deserve to be treated the way I treated you. You deserve better than me." She shook her head. "No, Deku, I think you're misunderstanding. You're not the only one who screwed up. Yeah, you did something bad, awful even, but so did I. I forced this relationship upon us too fast. I never noticed you were uncomfortable. I was always the one pushing for us to talk, to grow closer when you were never ready for it. And in that case, I made a mistake too." "No, that's not your fault. You never would have noticed. It's my fault for not speaking up." She smiled. Deku, I appreciate it, I really do, but you don't have to. Stop taking the blame for everything, it makes you look weak. He gasped, the realization tough to take in. He knew he sometimes gave off that aura, but to hear it out of Uraraka's mouth really hit hard. But it's true, it was my fault. Yeah, let's be honest here, it really was mostly your fault, but let's not fight over apologizing. He nodded. She suddenly took on this somber, serious tone. But yeah, I think that's the end of the road for us. Neither of us could be truthful, and because of that, this whole mess is getting out of hand. Looking back on it, it'd probably have been better if I'd never asked you out in the first place. She couldn't help but notice the surprised look on his face, mouth hanging open agape. Frankly, she waved her hands wildly out in front of her as if to let him know that wasn't what she meant. We can still be friends, it's just gonna take some time. She ran her hands through her caramel-colored hair, twirling her finger around a few loose strands as she let go. I mean, I did and still do have a huge crush on you, and it'll take a little while to move past that, if you know what I mean. And I'm still pretty angry at you. Izuku knew how hard it was to be friends with someone you loved. He went through it, the whole 9 yards with Mina. Yeah, I get it, he said. Well, it's still kind of sad to hear that, but I do get it, I acted like an ass. Do you want me to stay away from you, or? Yeah, honest to God, you probably should. I know I'm not showing it, but I'm still pretty upset about this whole thing, pretty mad, and you being around might just push me over the edge. And I'm not saying we can't get this cleared up. I mean, we kind of already have, I guess, but I'm just saying that maybe we shouldn't talk for a while. I think it'll be better for the both of us. Allow us to let off some steam. Izuku wanted to let the tears fall, and in any other situation he would, but right now he was just too embarrassed. Uraraka, thank you, I don't deserve all this. I screwed up big time, you're way too kind. He was right, he didn't. Even Uraraka could admit that. Yet she'd held her ground for far too long enough, she guessed, and now she thought it was probably best to move past things, let time run its course. She couldn't hang this over their heads forever. Honestly, I probably am. I might still hold a grudge. Is it okay if I do hold a grudge just for now? Yes, even I have a grudge against myself. They both had a good laugh at that. Oh, and one last thing, he started on his way out the door. They'd already said their goodbyes. Please don't take this out on Ashido, whatever you do. She looked away. I know, and I'm trying, but... Izuku gave her his most pacifying puppy dog eyes. Please. Deku, it's not that easy. I know, but can you at least try? She messed up bad, and you have every right to be mad, but this isn't entirely her fault. Uraraka was beginning to get a little hot-headed. What, so you're saying it's yours? Yeah, kind of. There was a pause. Uraraka gave herself a minute to calm down. Okay, well, I think it's time I head out now, just even if I am mad at Mina, don't hate me, okay? Izuku's eyes turned soft. I would never, I'd just rather not see her upset is all. He added one more thing, and I know I never said it outright, but I really am sorry for all of this. You deserve better. Barely being able to hold the waterworks back, Uraraka began to tear up. Yeah. And with that, Izuku left, softly shutting the door behind him as to not stir her or make her think he was mad. His presence managed to resonate with her all the way down to the end of the hall, even as he hopped on the elevator and left her all alone there and walked back out into the common room with all of the rest of his classmates, probably chatting up a storm like usual or grabbing a bite to eat. Just like that, she'd lost her first love. Anger, frustration, sorrow, and sadness, all of it building up inside of her. Along with that grudge, she was still perplexed on how she managed to hold back tears. Mina had a lot on her mind. She threw her arms back over the edge of the couch, the cushions just a bit too short for her. If she, 53, considered them short, how did they fare for everyone else? She nodded her head back. There standing before her was Izuku. He wasn't looking her way, thank God, but he did notice when she couldn't help staring at him for a little too long. She looked away. Embarrassing. She decided, despite all of the shit that happened, that she'd at least try to talk to him. Maybe she could break the tension. Do you want to watch something? Izuku had begun to walk faster. His assumption was that Mina wouldn't want to say a word. Halfway through his dash toward the kitchen, he turned back around. On TV, I can get up if you want. Izuku slowly but surely stepped back toward her, this the last thing he was expecting. He would have never reached out to her on his own accord, the awkwardness a bit too much, but he was kind of glad she did. It was comfortable in a way, natural. No, I'm fine. I'll watch whatever you want to watch. He rested his elbows on the back of the couch, her head between his hands. maybe he should have moved over a little. But to be honest, he didn't really want to. She flung him the remote. He caught it just in time, her toss a little too over the top. He turned on a channel about the history of heroics, one of his all-time favorites, and as he looked down just to see Mina's reaction, he noticed she did not look amused. Oh well, he thought, she brought this upon herself. Staring blankly at the small screen TV in front of him for the first 5 minutes, just standing there idly as she suddenly got more and more sucked into the intricacies of the informatory TV show sitting before her. The show she'd so quickly scoffed at just moments earlier. He decided it was about time he better back off. The tension was all too much, eating away at them like a boatload of incoming school stress or a hiccup in their beloved here at work, their training thrown off course. In his mind, there wasn't much worse. You can put what you want back on. Mina looked up at him. No, it's okay, I like this. Really? Because you made a face earlier like you didn't, he said, knowing very well that she probably thought she'd gotten away with it, pulling a fast one on him and spinning her words a bit, spinning the truth. She most certainly did not. Correction, I like it now. They both smiled. The moment Izuku realized this happiness, this love he felt for her was beginning to reach unprecedented proportions, he once again threw on his facade, the corners of his lips turning down in a slow and stiff, almost precise kind of manner. He once again looked down at her. She wasn't hiding it, so why was he? He was embarrassed, he guessed. He liked seeing her happy, especially after all that happened. Knowing that it was him who made her so energetic, so full of life, so animated, so exhilarated, so ecstatic, carried him up to cloud 9, high enough for even him to start smiling himself. He couldn't pretend, couldn't hold back anymore. He was happy, happy for her, happy to just be around her. And he could tell that she was too. Uraraka doesn't hate me, Izuku said, almost completely out of the blue. That's good, Mina started smiling. He mumbled. He breathed a sigh of relief, needing to get that off of his chest. She didn't pry any further. Izuku, flushed red, looked down at the top of Mina's fluffy head. She must have sensed his heat because she immediately looked up at him as well. They were now facing each other. She blushed. Lilac and lavender were beginning to get old. They were so used to getting embarrassed, flustered around each other by now. She stared into his eyes for a second before looking away. It took everything she had in her to stop thinking about him, stop thinking about his lips and that kiss and how she'd never be able to kiss those sweet, lush little lips again. Or at least with him finding an immediate excuse, Iida calling. Apparently, of course, Iida would call instead of using text or FaceTime, to walk away without even saying goodbye, an excuse to get as far away from her as physically possible. It was sure beginning to look that way. The odds were not in her favor. Kirishima gave her that same raised eyebrow, the questionable one he liked to use, abuse, whenever he'd seen something he very likely shouldn't have, one that could have meant many things. He'd been in the background this entire time. How could she not notice? Not that she really cared, it was Kirishima after all, but if Kirishima saw, then how many others did? Half the class, apparently. Although, thankfully for her, they weren't watching very attentively, surely not as attentive as she would have first assumed. They had other things to do. She'd say she'd gotten lucky, but if she admitted as such, her string of good fortune would likely fade away. Izuku had made progress. He was proud of himself, proud for speaking up on his behalf and opening up to Uraraka and beginning to do damage control on this whole fiasco, and at least getting a little somewhere, even if it was just something small. He had not a single clue how Mina was faring. He'd be a lot less stressed if he did. But he did know, however, that finally, a miracle, he thought, if the remaining hours of the rest of the day went well, he'd be able to rest easy that night. Chapter XVI, Darkness Before Dawn. Thursday, as unremarkable and uneventful as it was, flew by in an instant. And then, without a lick of delay or doubt, a few short hours passed and it was all of a sudden Friday. Tension still grew strong. The rest of the class was relatively over Tuesday's chaotic catastrophe, but for those directly involved, Izuku, Uraraka, Mina, maybe even Kirishima, they were anything but moved past it. It was a struggle for them to even look one another in the eye. Awkwardness hung heavily over their heads, a wandering cloud that never seemed to let up nor stopped sneaking up on them through their shadows, never seemed to disappear. Class ended on Friday on a relatively relaxing note. Aizawa didn't bother with an abundance of busy work or too tough of a schedule for this weekend. Saturday hosted optional classes as usual, and Sunday they had off. Mina was glad. She needed it, needed the extra sleep. Midoriya. Halfway out the door, Izuku turned back around upon hearing his name out of somebody else's mouth. His teacher usually didn't call after the bell had rung. It was honestly quite surprising. Whom he asked, eyes on Mr. Aizawa. Can you do me a favor? Izuku nodded, sure. Aizawa handed him a few worksheets, 40 copies of each of these. It shouldn't be too long of a trip. The copy machine's right downstairs. Okay, Izuku said. He suddenly turned timid. But where exactly is the copy machine? I don't think I've been down there yet. Aizawa gave him a set of confusing directions. Izuku nodded like he understood, but inside he was scrambling. The most he was able to get out of all that was the machine was in the main office. Although that was kind of off of his own accord. Where else would it be after all? The cafeteria? I'm not quite sure I follow. For a guy who got good grades, Izuku could be dense sometimes. Aizawa sighed, and upon this Izuku bristled with fear. Bring a partner then, I'm sure somebody else will know. Izuku took a broad look around the classroom, hoping not everyone had left so he could possibly find at least one potential accomplice. A loud laugh caught his eye, easily likable and bright and bubbly and well received by anyone in the near vicinity. An all too familiar laugh he didn't have to question was whose. He looked away as soon as she met his eyes. In Mina's mind, she was clueless. She was too focused on the funny thing Jiro had said to worry about much bigger matters like her irrelevant issues with Izuku. She whispered to Jiro, "Why's he looking at me like that?" "You didn't listen to a word Aizawa said." Mina cocked her head, no, why would I? Jiro briefly explained it to her. "Just get over there," she said, firmly pushing against Mina's backside, sending her flying toward a flustered Mr. Aizawa and Izuku. She stood there for a second before saying anything. "Ashido, would you be willing to help?" If this was anyone but her own teacher, she'd most certainly say no. Stuck in an isolated area with the very person she was in the midst of a confusing conflict with wasn't how she envisioned spending her Friday afternoon, or any day of the week for that matter. She knew they'd have to start talking eventually, but just not now. But with the end of the school year just around the corner, she knew she didn't have much time. And she also wasn't looking to piss off her teacher either. "Sure," she obliged, eyes darting back and forth between Izuku and the floor by his feet, Jiro and Mr. Aizawa making their way into her line of sight every once in a while as well. She'd do anything to avoid his eye contact. Izuku knew he needed a handyman by his side. He just wasn't expecting it to be Mina. It was honestly quite ironic. Just this Monday, they'd spent some time alone together after school as well, although there wasn't as much conflict back then and much more devotion, emotion, more care and closeness that they could easily say they'd lost in the last few days. Honest to God, he found it quite upsetting. He missed the feeling of somebody else's warmth, Mina's warmth, a warmth like no other. As he looked over at her, strutting down the hall a few feet ahead of him with a bin full of loose-leaf paper more by her side than he'd ever be, he realized just how much he missed those kinds of things, the things that made him love her that much more, and flushed a deep, crimson kind of red. He began to whistle to ease the tension. They eventually arrived at the main office. At a loss for words, Mina stepped in Izuku's aid and gave Principal Nezu a reason for them being here. "Mr. Aizawa's orders," she suggested. It would be about 10 minutes before they had the required number of copies. 200, apparently 5 sheets, 40 for both Class 1A and Class 1B, which Mina honestly found kind of stupid. Why couldn't Aizawa do this himself? Surely someone at this school had to have a quirk made for this kind of stuff. Why go the extra mile? She asked Izuku, half just trying to make headway for conversation, half because she was curious. He provided her with a logical explanation. Maybe Mr. Aizawa had other things to do, he said, more important matters he desperately needed to get done, which meant he didn't have time to sit around all day downstairs waiting for work to print out for next week's classes. The printer's so slow it could probably go out of order in the next couple of weeks. So much for a high-end high school. And Izuku also mentioned that the chances of someone having such a quirk were actually quite low, especially in a school where most people's quirks were considerably more elite. She agreed with him on that, but what she really wanted to know was how to take up the matter at hand. He slipped the first round of paper into the printer. They just kind of stood there. To break up the silence, Izuku pulled out his phone, leaning against the back wall pretending he had something to do whilst in reality just scrolling through Instagram. He'd much prefer that over having to face Mina. Mina sighed, following Izuku's lead, but instead of putting up a facade pretending she wasn't at all ill at ease, she looked up at him every once in a while, wondering if he'd ever be looking back at her, ready to start a conversation. He never was. Eventually she got fed up. "Let's talk." It took him a moment to come up with the words, "But Ashido here." "Why not?" "It's just, I don't know, maybe a little bit public." She watched as he gritted and grinded his teeth, bit the tip of his tongue, slid his feet a bit further to the left, much more away from her. He was clearly quite uncomfortable. So, it's not like you'll ever talk to me any other time, you just continue to ignore me. He slipped his phone in his back pocket, standing slightly taller. Because it's awkward, Ashido, really awkward, and I'm obviously still mad at you. Well, so am I, but don't you want to move past this? I miss you, Midoriya, I miss hanging out with you. Of course I do, I miss both of those things, but is it really worth it if all we're gonna do is fight? We hurt someone, Ashido, someone very dear to us. What are we supposed to do now? Mina began to tighten her grip around her loose leaf pieces of paper, the ones Izuku had given to her intuitively just a few minutes ago, crinkling the corners and corroding the edges. She was beginning to lose her cool. Fix it, we're supposed to fix it. What, you don't think we can do that? You don't want to try? I do, I just can't stop thinking about Uraraka. She ran a hand through her hair. Yeah, well, I mean, you did cheat on her, and now she hates you and me. Little did Izuku know how deeply he'd regret his next words, the words soon to come out of his mouth. And whose fault is that? Mina gave him a look. He caught wind of his cruelty, his malicious intent. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, and I didn't mean what I said on Tuesday. Are you kidding me, Midoriya? It's both of our faults, I know. I should have been upfront with her, and you shouldn't have come on to me like that. Mina was mad. I came on to you. Izuku tilted his head, raised an eyebrow. Yeah, he almost asked. It was very much mutual. I liked you, you liked me. Hell, I still like you. I was just so sick of you not telling Uraraka. He stopped her short. You gave me 3 days. 3 days, Ashido, that's barely any time. She got in his face. That's plenty of time to tell your girlfriend, or whatever she was to you, that you've been hanging around all romantic-like with somebody else for the past week and don't even know if you still like her. That's a lot, Midoriya, that's a big deal. I wouldn't have been able to stand one day, I'd feel so bad. Izuku pouted, scrunched up his eyebrows. Misinterpreting her remark, he took that as a personal attack. What's that supposed to mean? It means if you cared about her so much, how could you lie to her like that? How could you look her in the eyes the same way and still smile? Because I didn't want to hurt her, Ashido, because I was too scared to hurt her, not after what you said. She looked at him funny, as if, not for the first time, she was trying to figure him out. After what I said. About her, you know, being in love with me. She glanced unmindfully down at the ground. Oh, well, I wasn't lying, you know. I know, but honest to God, you had no right to tell me that in the first place. You're supposed to keep your mouth shut with stuff like that, not go spreading it around. That was very much personal and very much for Uraraka to tell me and not you. She suddenly couldn't keep her composure, couldn't cope with Izuku's conniving comments, which he had no right to use, by the way, reiterating once again how she was going to lash out at him in retaliation. He was pointing out all of the worst parts of her personality, the parts she liked to hide, and hearing him say it straight to her face made it all the more a reality, that not only Kirishima had noticed, but he had too. She knew it would be fruitless to fight with him, but in a heated rage, she'd decidedly do it anyway. I know I screwed up, okay. She began to have a hoarse voice, hiccup over her words, choke on her own phlegm and tears as they all balled up in the back of her throat. Say it to my face again, why don't you? Want me to point out all the worst parts about you? How would you feel? Here, I'm gonna do it anyway, cause my name's Izuku and I'm an ass. You care too much. You care too much about other people's feelings. Usually that'd be a good thing, but you don't know how to handle it. You couldn't have done anything stupider with Uraraka. It would have been better if you just straight up been upfront with her. You weren't protecting her. You were only making it worse. She immediately regretted that last line. In fact, she regretted most, if not all of those lines. She'd said she didn't like him pointing out the negative qualities about her, and now she was doing the exact same thing. She was being two-faced, a hypocrite. 2 wrongs didn't make a right. That was something her mother had taught her from a very young age, something she was supposed to live by. She could see the hurt in his eyes. He'd bite back. I would have been able to say it if you'd given me a little more time, okay? Some people just handle things differently. I couldn't come right out and tell her that. Maybe you could, but I couldn't. And I guess that's a good thing, and I know I'm in the wrong, but... He was about to say, so are you, but was promptly interrupted by the rude old lady sitting at the front desk, the one lounging just a few feet away who'd likely been listening in on their lover's quarrel the whole time. They both blushed. How could they fail to notice such a glaringly obvious outfit, a glaringly obvious quirk? She seemed to be an animal of some sort, a feline, which was probably why Nezu hired her. She put a finger to her lips, begging them to be quiet. Mina looked back at Izuku, and Izuku looked back at her. They both stared down at the floor. You know what? Why don't you just go? We aren't going to get anywhere with this. This is exactly like the last time. Mina walked over to the copy machine, pulling out 40 brand new, crisp pieces of paper, exact replicas of Aizawa's 5-page polynomials packet, the one they'd probably have to start working on at the beginning of next week. They still smelled sweet, airy, very much novel. Weirdly enough, Mina liked that smell, especially when it was hot off the press, along with the smell of old library books. Most tended to disagree with her. She held on tight, ruining the elegant edges with her anger. She turned back around, surprised to see Izuku still standing there. She'd expected him to put the papers down on a nearby desk and run off. What are you doing? I said you can go, didn't I? Ashido, I'm not leaving you. Her cheeks went just a little bit like lilac, so much so that she was ashamed. She opened her mouth and then shut it again, unsure of what to say. Fine, but we can't keep fighting like this, so it looks like I'm leaving you. She whisked by him, tossing her still new stack briskly on top of the photocopier, taking big strides as she strutted out the door. She couldn't help but keep her fists clenched, an aura of anger surrounding her the whole time. She ran back upstairs, speeding down the hall quickly toward Class 1A. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, as if to wonder where Izuku was and what she was doing alone, but she didn't care, nor did she even bother batting an eyelash. It would only make things worse. Mina crammed her books into her bag. Ashido, where's Midoriya? Aizawa asked. He said he's got it covered, she replied, swinging it over her shoulder as soon as she was ready to run. She was out the door in a flurry. Quick and short struts down the hall. Quick and short, she reminded herself. She couldn't be slow. She needed to get out, get somewhere safe, somewhere where she could let the tears fall freely without fear or judgment or anything more embarrassing than what she'd already put herself through. But alas, even Mina could admit that it was too late. One tear rolled down and then the next. Through blurred vision, she could barely make out the back of a lackadaisical redhead walking just a few feet in front of her, comfortable and calm and completely unbothered by his sidetracking surroundings. She almost stopped short, but realizing he was alone and that he was Kirishima, she rammed right into him. He turned around, relieved to see it was her. Mina, what's up? What are you doing? What's wrong? He stopped as soon as he saw her, crying. Something had clearly made her upset. Letting her latch onto him, he wrapped his arms around her, knowing that no matter what went on, she surely needed his comfort, his help. I hate boys, she started. They're all such assholes. Kirishima knew she didn't mean him, and she definitely didn't mean what she'd said. It was a heat of the moment kind of thing, something she'd regret later. I do too, he said, smiling, thinking of all the dumb stuff Bakugo did. He could be an ass sometimes. He wasn't going to lie, all boys could be. Midoriya said something again, didn't he? Yeah, she said, coursing herself into calming down, beginning to think a bit more rationally. But so did I. There was a hic in her voice. And if we hadn't been interrupted by that stupid secretary, maybe we could have gotten some things cleared up, but of course that didn't happen. Of course things went south. They always do. Mina, Kirishima consoled, you usually don't think like this. Come on, cheer up. It wasn't so bad, was it? Didn't you get at least a little somewhere? No, not really. Well, knowing Midoriya, he'll one day come running back to you. I'd put money on it. He's made some mistakes, but he's a good guy. But whatever you do, don't let him down easy. You two will work things out. A lot's happened after all. It's only been a few days. She hugged him tighter, her hands running up his back. This was why she loved him. Thanks, Aijuru. Yeah, I've got you, he said, with whatever you need. She smiled. He could feel her lips parting through the silky fabric of his school uniform. I know. With Kirishima planning to hang out with Kaminari soon and the sun beginning to set, they decided it'd be best if they go. Kirishima let her hide behind him whenever someone walked by, shielding her from potential onlookers. People tended to talk, as she wasn't too fond of her crying face or that she was crying at all. She wanted to hug him all over again. Where in the world would she ever find another friend like this, especially one so caring and kind and considerate of her needs? She seriously needed to savor this boy. As soon as they arrived back at the dorms, she thanked Kirishima for all that he'd done and hurriedly headed up to her room. Izuku was yet to be back. Thank God, she thought, she could cry in peace. At least that was what she wanted to do, but instead she laid back in bed, listening to a mix of media of music. After all that happened, the tears still somehow reluctant to fall. She supposed that was a good thing. Just apologize. In an instant, Izuku isolated Todoroki's words, everything else in the near vicinity becoming background noise. He'd come to him for advice, as Todoroki seemed to be one of the least problematic people he knew and could say he wasn't at all disappointed. Of course, this was common sense, but Izuku could be a little slow sometimes. He needed some extra guidance, a step-by-step tutorial, a reiteration of even the most rudimentary things. He'd already tried apologizing to Mina. He got interrupted long before he could get to that part. What? He stuttered. Apologize. He looked Todoroki dead in the eye. Well, I mean, I kind of tried that already. It didn't go over too well. Did you really? Izuku was almost surprised by Todoroki's detective skills. Well, I guess not. He scratched the nape of his neck. I never actually got to say those words directly to her as we kind of got interrupted, but... So no, you didn't actually apologize. Izuku sighed. No, I guess not. Fed up with Izuku's foolery, his evasion of the truth, Todoroki crossed his arms. Took you a while, he mumbled, then he suddenly got serious. Listen, Midoriya, what time is it right now? 7? You've kept her waiting for 4 hours. I recommend if you're ready, go up and see her. Say you're sorry and explain yourself. I'm sure she'll appreciate it. Izuku started to stutter. But Todoroki, what if she doesn't? What if she doesn't accept my apology or never wants to talk to me again or hates me for the rest of her life? I don't know what I'd do. I'd be heartbroken. Todoroki got up off the couch and grabbed Izuku by the shoulders. Midoriya, I may not know Ashido that well, but she seems like a reasonable person, and you two have a connection. I'm sure she'll be understanding and maybe even apologize herself. Out of anyone, you'd know that best, am I right? In Izuku's mind, Todoroki had lit up a light bulb. After all this time, he'd finally connected the dots. It was all so simple. A simple matter of liking someone special, a simple matter of falling in love, a simple matter of saying sorry and bringing this brawl to an end by admitting his true feelings and letting her know how much he cared, how much he missed her and wanted to be with her, how easily he'd fallen in love with her. She was so special, so one of a kind, that it wouldn't take long to explain. That's true, Izuku uttered. Todoroki, you're really great at advice, thank you, seriously. Todoroki nodded at Izuku's flattery. No problem. Izuku kneaded his sweaty hands together, still slightly nervous. Okay, well, I think I'll go do that now. I feel bad keeping her waiting, seeing her upset because of me. Izuku turned and took off toward the elevator, waving back to his next best friend behind Uraraka and Ida, the infamous trio, thanking him for his input on this whole situation whilst wearing one of his weakest smiles. He was nervous, practically on the verge of a panic attack, so nervous in fact that he almost had no way of controlling it. Todoroki was really a big help, a wake-up call more or less. He needed one, but he couldn't help but fear what was ahead. He hopped off on the 4th floor. There to his left was Uraraka's room. He almost walked by, but something in him screamed to stop. And so he did, and a little listless and ill at ease, he knocked at her door. She came out a mess, hair half up, half down, still slightly asleep, nearly no makeup. She freaked when she realized it was Izuku standing there waiting for her and not one of the girls like she was used to. Deku, I wasn't expecting you, she shrieked, hurrying to redo her ponytail. She left it in a messy bun. He thought it looked cute like that. She should wear it more often. Maybe it'd make Mina look good, even better than she already did. Or, on second thought, maybe that was an Uraraka thing. Mina's hair was too short. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I just wanted to say that I'm going to talk to Ashido, if that's okay with you. Elastic half hanging out of her mouth, Uraraka stood up. She spit it out in order to be able to talk. Deku, you don't need my permission. I'm not your girlfriend, remember? I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hurting you, is all. Of course it's going to hurt me. Deku, I fell in love with you. I know that might be sly of me to say when you're about to go visit the one person you'd rather have over me, but I thought since this is my last chance, I should probably tell you now before it's too late. And you don't have to give me so much space. If I'm gonna get over it, I gotta start by being around you. Okay, Deku, don't worry about me. You and Ashido. Do whatever you need to do, okay? I may be mad at her, but that doesn't mean you can't both be happy. He wanted to hug her, but he knew it'd be too soon. Too much close contact for someone who had just moments ago admitted she wasn't just crushing on him, liking him, but in fact falling in love with him. Maybe he would one day. In fact, there wasn't a doubt in his mind that that day would come. This was just a mini mountain they'd have to climb. Uraraka, are you sure? You can admit it if it makes you upset. He motioned toward the now empty doorway. I can head right back downstairs. It doesn't, I promise. Just go see Mina. I'm sure she has something to say to you. I know she does. She took a step closer to him, so fed up with his self-accusatory, shame-faced attitude that she was seconds away from just shoving him out the door. She was tired of his constant nagging, his anxiety that stuck with him wherever he'd go. It was beginning to get on her nerves. He was an obsessive overthinker and a worrywart. And she also couldn't stand to see him again, not like this, not when he was about to talk to the one person she was mad at most. Izuku opened the door. He stopped just before stepping out. Uraraka, are you sure? Deku, I'm sure. She pushed him and he yelped, nearly tripping over his own feet as he did so. She just wanted him gone. She wanted Mina to stop being so upset, and most of all, she wanted some alone time, some peace. It wasn't Izuku, but he did have everything to do with it. Just having him here hurt her. Izuku stumbled down the hall. Go see her, she said, willing to wave back with the door wide open, wearing one of her most exuberant smiles in an attempt to pretend to be at least the littlest bit fine. And she was, just far more upset than she'd show. She saw him to the other end of the dorm, Mina's room, which Uraraka was jealous of because she had it exclusively all to herself, gave him a quick thumbs up, and then, before the big breakdown, slyly showed herself out. She shut the door, sliding slowly down to the floor. Admitting that she was in love with him had finally brought her to tears. Apologize, Mina, you have to. Mina reread Jiru's texts over and over again. But he needs to apologize back, we both do, it's just that I'm scared he won't. I'd look like an ass, I'd be making a fool out of myself. She could picture Jiru hitting herself over the head through the phone. Well then, if he doesn't, he's the one who's ass. You won't have to worry about him anymore, you can find someone better than that. But knowing Midoriya, I don't doubt that he will. He seems like a pretty good guy. She suddenly got giddy. She hopped up off the bed, heading toward the door. Now was the time, if any, to take Jiru's advice. She'd been trying to persuade her for hours, and it had finally gotten to her head. He is. Thank you, Kyoka, for everything. She wasn't able to read Jiru's response quite yet, as she was in too much of a hurry. She needed to go see him. She needed to go see Izuku. But as soon as she opened the door, adrenaline pumping wildly through her veins, she had to stop short. Izuku stood just a few feet away. She gasped, and Midori, hi. Hey, he stuttered. I actually wanted to talk to you. She stopped when she saw him bow. Me too, he shrieked. Me too, he reiterated after relaxing a little, coming back to planet Earth and his senses and tuning it down a few notches in order to seem at least a little bit calm. He'd come off far too strong. I'm sorry, he continued. I'm sorry for always picking a fight with you and not owning up to what I'd done. I'm sorry for doing something dumb, not telling Uraraka about what was going on between us and refusing to admit I'd made a mistake. I was just so stubborn at that time because, well, I was scared. Scared of what you'd say, scared of what everyone else would say, scared of making it all the more the reality. I acted like an ass. I don't know what else to say except I'm sorry, with all of my heart. Her facial features softened, but before she could fully rest easy, she took one look down each end of the hallway, ensuring they were alone. She decided it'd be best if she pulled him into her room. Her motioning him in was a good thing, wasn't it? It meant she wanted to talk more. At least that was what he'd assumed. She certainly hadn't slammed the door in his face, so that was a good start. She swept him off of his feet, grabbing and guiding him through the door. Pinks and blacks and loads of pretty patterned prints, all of which caught his eye. Despite her light skin tone, magenta was her color. He quit his existential wandering and focused on the problem at hand. A nervous Mina, one of the world's most rarest sights, stood stiff right in front of him, head down and heels hammered to the floor. She was incredibly reluctant to move. I'm also sorry, I fucked up too. I pushed you away today when we maybe could have come to a compromise just because I was angry. I know, childish. And I'm so sorry for kissing you out of the blue like that and being so hard on you during a difficult time and not giving you a break for not doing what I'd asked. It was a hard task, I know. I would have done things differently, but you and I were two different people. I can't expect you to be like me, and for that, I'm sorry. So sincerely sorry. Izuku's cheeks turned red, the tip of his nose rose. She stood up for a few lasting seconds, the tension finally starting to dissipate between the two. It was a relieving feeling, a feeling like no other. The jitters just seemed to fade away. Ayashido, of course I accept your apology. I've been waiting for one for a while. Do you, maybe accept mine? She nodded furiously, fiddling her fingers a few feet in front of her face. What else could she say? She was nervous. Midoriya, I would have accepted it a long time ago. He stuttered before getting his lines straight. Does that mean you miss me? More than you could imagine. Mina coming on so strong gave Izuku the shivers, the shakes, the anxious shudders and brisk breaks, but he decided despite that he'd follow her lead. Me too, Ashido, I miss hanging out with you, I miss being around you, I miss you being my best friend, I miss it all. I do too, and honestly something inside me is telling me it's probably because I'm in love with you. Izuku went wide-eyed. What, he wanted to ask? So it wasn't just him, she felt it too. He started to have second thoughts, but isn't it too early for love, too early for the infamous L word? In a fit of fierce feelings, he hugged her, wrapping his arms around her more hastily than he ever had before, a lover loath to let go. He asked first, of course, looking at her one last time before ducking under her, slyly sliding his hands around her broad frame and back as soon as she gave an obligatory nod. It wasn't something he could help, something he could or would prevent. Instincts had become like second nature to him, enrapturing his body as he, out of stun and shock and a boatload of overridden uneasiness, walked right over and slipped his arms under her, holding her firmly by waist. He could, without a doubt, say that he loved her. It had all happened so fast, and many may say he was being overdramatic, but after All Might's words, he couldn't deny that it had wholeheartedly become 100% true. I'm sorry, he muttered over her shoulder, voice muffled by the thick fabric of her heavy-duty hoodie. Why it was so cold out today, the world would never know. For everything, and I'm in love with you too. She held him tighter, partly because she was just so nervous and overcome with bliss. But Uraraka, is she okay with you being here? You at least talked to her first, didn't you? Izuku pulled away. Yes, of course I did. I couldn't have come here if I didn't. I'd feel too bad. And she said so. She said it was fine. I checked in on her. Midoriya, she's surely still upset. Izuku's eyes fell to the floor, knowing deep down that Mina's words were an unchangeable and undeniable truth, the truth Uraraka tried so hard to hide. She was only fooling herself if she thought no one would notice. Izuku sighed. Yeah, probably. He started, tightly rubbing the top of his temple, dissatisfaction distilled in his voice. I can't help feeling bad. Mina felt a few tears fall, dribbling down her cheeks and her chin and all the way down to her neck. They eventually collected at her collarbone, soaked up by the fabric of her once brand new hero hoodie, the one she liked to wear so much whenever she wanted to relax, the one she felt so comfortable in, the cotton picking them up before they had the chance to roll down any further. The fact that they had even reached that far was a feat in and of itself. Izuku started to freak. Ashido, what's wrong? It's just, I've been waiting for this for so long, and now all of a sudden I can't get over the fact that there's still Uraraka and she hates me, absolutely hates me, and I get this feeling we're totally screwing her over, acting like such tools. She wiped away the tears just lightly with the back of her hand. Izuku started to notice these things, the way her horns quivered with each and every weep, the way she shook and shivered and shuddered her shoulders, the way she curled her fingertips into a ball so tight and couldn't even begin to think to open her eyes. It all screamed weak, meek, not bubbly and bright and bustling with life, everything her opposite, everything upside down. This was Mina, emotional, anxious, scared, absolutely terrified to open up. This was the Mina Izuku was yet to know. This confident Izuku, this caring, not-so-socially awkward Izuku was just as new to her as well. They were just beginning to get to know each other. And instead of stopping them, it only fueled their fire more. Izuku stopped her short. She was still rambling, something she would have been quick to scold him for just a few weeks ago. Times had really changed. Tentatively, he brought his hand to the nape of her neck and then to the top of her cheek. He rubbed right under her eye. She could feel his hands shaking, his cheeks reddening, him radiating off heat. He started to speak up. Ashido, Uraraka let me come here, I even asked her, and I'm willing to bet she's sad since, she apparently really did feel a lot for me, but so am I. He took his hand away. I'm sad that I haven't got to see you, sad that it seems like you hate me. Oh, Midori, I don't hate you, but I could honestly say the same. I'm sad too, for all the same reasons. Then let's be a little less sad together. If you want to, stop thinking about Uraraka even if it's just for right now. And so that was exactly what she did. She cornered him, closing the remaining distance. She walked right up to him, and before he could even think of pulling away, she kissed him hard on the lips. He went wide-eyed, absolutely and unbelievably stunned, before beginning to kiss her back, holding her hips and her heart in his hands. He could feel it beating from everywhere. Izuku was slow. He was a sly, shy kisser, a timid and uptight mess, which maybe might have been a little bit because of her. She was scaring him so much, she guessed, worrying him out of his mind. It was his first real kiss, after all, and technically hers as well. Her skin was so supple, so soft. He couldn't even begin to describe something so sweet, nor could he come up with the right words. It was like finally closing this gap that lingered so loudly between two people for such a long time, finally shattering that wall, that last layer between them. And now that it was broken, all they wanted to do was explore every inch of each other. She pulled away, face flushed, heart hammering heavily out of her chest. She put her hand right in the middle of where his rib cage and sternum would meet, the pressure from each beat noticeably more vigorous than usual, going 1,000 miles a minute. It got her all riled up. She stayed close to him. "That makes two," she said, smiling, holding up a couple of bunny ears just subtly below her waist in an attempt to lighten the mood. Whether or not he would notice would remain completely unknown, nor did it matter to her. He smiled, eyes cast down onto hers. He was red as a ripe tomato. After such a chaste kiss, they decided to heat things up. Just barely. It was more of a fervent kind of heat, a needy one that lit up between two people who had recently fallen in love. Mina was much more dominant. She was so excited to finally get to kiss him, for real this time, not during some stupid kid's game that she just couldn't help herself. She pulled at his bottom lip, teeth just lightly biting in and breaking the skin. Her hands left a trail up his lean, muscular build, traveling all the way up to his round and boyish face. She rubbed her thumb over his smooth skin once she made her way to his cheeks. Izuku tried to speed things up in order to match her pace. They were both brand new to this, neither having experience nor knowledge at what they were doing. They'd gone in blind, fire in their hearts and an unrelenting desire the only thing they had left going for them. 3, Mina mumbled, pulling away for one last breath, mere moments later going back in a fervent fever for more. Izuku, finally gaining some more confidence, pulled her close, running his rugged hands through her wild, messy, unruly head of poofy pink hair. It reminded him so much of his own, except different, softer, smoother, 10 times more untamed. She wanted to maybe move in with some tongue, but inevitably decided to wait. She liked taking things slow, especially with Izuku so timid and shy. Besides, they were moving too quickly already, which could prove to be both a good and a bad thing. Maybe they should slow things down. Oh well. Mina mused in the more happy-go-lucky side of her mind, tears beginning to breach her once dry skin. They were the good kind of tears, the happy ones. They were too subtle, too unnoticeable to fall. Izuku's hands were everywhere, her hips, her hands, her waist, purely out of longing and lust. He was tongue-tied, trying his best not to squeal. Just one kiss was all it took to realize he was so far gone with this girl, so deep in love. He tasted like mangoes and peach, she pomegranate and pineapple, tangy and tart yet still sickly sweet. It was appetizing, appealing how easily the two fruits mixed. He interlocked his fingers with hers. She began to push back in a heated fury with little to know where to go, having no control over where she was walking. He stumbled back in consequence, practically fighting to stay on 2 feet. He couldn't fall over, it'd do numbers to the fiery feeling. She rolled with the tide, taking the two toward the bed. They stumbled and fell and nearly tripped over the base of the bed frame, but were able to maintain their balance. Izuku's calves hit hastily against the hard wooden edge, an indent imprinting on the inside of his leg. In fear of banging teeth, Mina pulled away. He sat staring blankly at the border of the bed. She still hovered above him, both breathing heavily. It was a battle in and of itself just to calm down. There wasn't any way Mina was going further. Izuku wasn't ready, and neither was she. She was also more than sure she didn't want to, definitely not right now. It would totally ruin the mood. And so, at that very moment, miserably missing his touch, she gave him the most loving hug she could even think to muster up. "I'm sorry," she said. "I want to start over." "So do I," he managed to mutter, still in a trance-like state. This whole experience was completely surreal to him, much like a dream. They both collapsed back onto the bed, turning toward each other and finally giving one another a break from wearing the weight of the world on top of their tired shoulders. If it continued on like this, it was bound to do some permanent damage. She finally caught wind enough to be able to talk, speak clearly, and spark some sentences. "Midori, I've been wanting to kiss you for a while now." "Me too," he said, smiling, too stirred up and high-strung to worry too much about his probably poor performance. He wondered whether or not he was allowed to touch her, pet her hair and show her how much he loved her, give her the affection he very much thought she deserved. He picked up his hand and moved it toward the side of her face, or, in the case of them lying down, the top. "Can I?" he asked, suddenly stopping short, a certain sweetness and serenity in his voice. The last thing he wanted was to make her feel uncomfortable, break this newfound trust. She nodded. He rubbed the top of her head, pretty pink hair an unmanageable mess as he laced it through each of his fingers. How she contained such a thing, he'd never know. "We should go on a date." Izuku smiled, suddenly so much more relaxed around her. "Saturday." "Tomorrow," she wanted to ask. "Yeah, let's," she said. "Where?" "We can figure it out later." Mina thought Izuku was usually a planner, but apparently not today. Maybe she'd influenced him with her impulsiveness. "Okay." Mina brought him close. She'd hold him tight, loath to let go, chin resting if only a little uncomfortably in the crook of his shoulder. She missed this so much. "What are we, Izu?" What do you mean, and what do you mean by Izu?" "Are we dating? Or, I don't know, would you rather wait until after the first date?" she said. She continued. "And, I guess since, we're clearly pretty close, I thought maybe I could call you that, but if you don't like it, I'll stop." She knew he'd shriek as soon as he started to shiver. "And no, I didn't mean it like that. I was just surprised is all. And Mina, I'll call you that from now on too." He added on as he suddenly realized he'd only answered half of her question. "And let's just see how this date goes." She wasn't sure whether to be glad or sad. She was so excited to just finally call him her boyfriend, give him love and affection out in the open without it being weird or having to schedule special rendezvous, finally get to kiss him whenever and wherever she wanted. But alas, she'd have to wait a little while longer to make her dream come true. "Okay," she said, cuddling him closer. They touched the tips of their noses, connected at the hip, and she gave him one more quick kiss, to which he blushed furiously bright red. She couldn't help herself, she was just so happy to finally be by his side. She had to give him one more. They vowed they did not need a blanket. They would use one another's body heat, one another's warmth to keep them from being too cold, and it worked, at least for a little while. But as day turned to night, the air outside getting considerably cooler as it seeped its way into the open windows and doors of the dorms and dorm room balconies, they eventually decided they could no longer go without one. And so Mina fell asleep right then, the drama coming to an all-time end, bringing ease to her body and soul, finally letting her leave her sleep-deprived state on top of Izuku, the blanket balled up by their feet. She rested comfortably in the crook of his shoulder, letting out a loud snore every once in a while, much to his amusement. He admired her for a few minutes, giving her this loving look, this look of awe and amazement over finally getting to be with such a sweet girl. He was glad he got to be with a girl in general, but this one was special. This one was sweet, this one he loved. This one could be a little too loud, vexatious, and a bit too ambitious, but he had fallen in love with her anyway. There was never going to be another like this one, and if there ever was, he probably wouldn't find her for quite a long time. He had to cherish her, had to be careful with her. He couldn't fuck up so easily, fuck up so often. He had to step up his game. And so he promised to himself that that was what he'd do. He'd never let her down, never give her a reason to leave earlier than she had to, never hurt her, never break her heart. He swore to God this was the one thing he wanted in life besides becoming a hero. He looked at her for a little while longer before becoming too tired. Laying there next to her had drained the life out of him, this whole day had, and so, even if only a little reluctantly, he hopped up off the bed, careful not to wake her, and wrote her a note. "Hi Mina, this is Izuku. I'm leaving now. It's 9:30 p.m. and I still have a lot of homework to do. I would have stayed the night, but I wasn't sure if you'd be comfortable with that yet, so I decided not to take that risk. I just wanted to let you know what time I left and when I'd be back at my dorm. Maybe you'll see this in the morning, maybe in a few minutes, who knows. But whatever you do, I hope you rest easy. Can't wait to see you at school tomorrow." He sent it as a text, adding so much as a single sweet emoji terrified him, but he decided he'd do it anyway, hoping she'd see it in the morning. He was too scared to be much more affectionate with her, say "I love you" anywhere other than in person, hold her hand, tell her straight to her face how much he missed her. But he did, he missed her a lot, of course he did. And she knew that. He was sure that at this point in their relationship, none of that needed explaining. Not yet. One day he knew he'd be comfortable enough where it wouldn't be weird if he would. He anticipated that day, was even excited for it. It might have been easy for Mina, but not so much for him. Still, he thought that note expressed enough in such few words. He'd even say he was proud of it, how short and sweet it was, looking forward to Mina's reaction when it finally did pop up in the notifications center of her phone, waiting patiently to not only be opened but to be read. He most eagerly awaited her response. Izuku smiled back at her one last time, head still up in the clouds, waving back to her shortly before he'd reluctantly have to shut her dorm room door. He put on an incredibly happy face, a high-spirited one, walking down the corridors more joyous than he'd ever been before, a skip in his step. He could no longer hide his overwhelming exhilaration. Saturday classes the next morning, and then their highly anticipated first date. It was all to die for. And especially after tonight, after all this, after everything that happened, there was only one thing left looming in the back of his mind. Finally. Chapter XIX, A Beautiful Disaster. Mina woke up the next morning dazed. It was as if she were drunk again, drunk on love. And it was at that moment that last night's events came back to her as she sat up and stretched and then laid back down again in her bed. She wondered where Izuku went. Maybe he'd sent her a text. He had, just the thought of it made her giddy, touched the sky with glee. She couldn't remember the details, but even in her response, he'd be able to tell how happy she was, and he'd made her really, really happy. Hell, even in what should have been her clarifying happiness, something as waking as a warming goodbye letter, she could barely remember what she'd written back. She was still so delirious. She squealed, swooned, looking like a drugged-up mess as she suffocated her nearby pillow, the one Izuku had laid on. He'd even tucked her in before he left. He'd obviously kept her on that same side of the bed, not wanting to wake her, but he was clearly quite courteous. She checked the time, as it had finally occurred to her she'd totally forgotten to do that. She read 8:05 a.m. Class started at 8:20. She hopped out of bed and floored it. Crap, 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 she cried. She usually ate a little something in the morning, a granola bar or a banana or some Greek yogurt, but today she'd have to do without. She brushed her teeth for what must have been a maximum of 1 minute and threw on her old, honestly a bit worn uniform, leaving her hair an untamed mess and hurrying out the door in a frenzy, a fast flare. She made it to class just on time. When she and Izuku met eyes, she smiled. He smiled back, waved, looked away, blushed. She guessed he was a little embarrassed. And the whole thing with Uraraka wasn't yet over either. She had a little inkling that Uraraka still hated her. She sighed, so how was she supposed to go on a date tonight? Wouldn't it be wrong? Oh well, they'd surely get it sorted out. And after class, that was exactly what they decided to do. Izuku was the one to text Uraraka, letting her know that they were going to be together probably all afternoon into the late night and that he thought it was best if she was aware. Mina, grabbing his phone and sending her a voice recording, one he definitely did not consent, told her she wanted to talk later, maybe sort some things out. To her surprise, Uraraka was eager to say yes. She also responded to Izuku's text, saying it was a-okay and no big deal and that she was glad he even spoke up about it in the first place. He was glad. He felt like a weight had been lifted off of his shoulders. Hopefully he'd lifted one off of hers as well. Mina tried on her whole closet before deciding what would be her cutest outfit to date. Well, her cutest cute casual outfit to date, the cutest she could create. She could and had come up with better. A sweater shredded at the seams, multicolored stripes, all of her favorite pastels, and a pretty pair of blue ripped jeans. Just at the knees, though, as she couldn't let herself get too cold. She finished the look off with a couple of cute accessories, a heart necklace and some hoop earrings, her wallet, and a pair of thigh-high boots resting not too high but just above the knees. The coffee color tied it all in, created this colorful blend. At 12:30 p.m., she headed downstairs. She was careful not to draw too much attention to herself, to neither her nor Izuku. They decided they'd rendezvous wherever everyone else was not, just to be safe. Sadly, this happened to be the courtyard, still icy cold from the winter weather. She waved when she saw him standing there on the sidewalk. He'd gone and gotten himself dolled up, which for some reason got her all giddy. Deep black jeans, a white t-shirt with embroidery of some kind she couldn't really read, and a black patterned flannel left completely unbuttoned, but it was okay because he looked good that way. In fact, he looked good every way. But she did think if he buttoned it up he'd look a bit more posh, a bit nervous, a bit more uptight. And that was certainly the last thing she wanted. She wanted this to go smoothly. She wanted them to be comfortable around each other, like a couple not dating for days, but for weeks, months, maybe even years. After a quick hello, they headed sneakily back through the dorms and out the main entrance. They were lucky to have not caused a scene. So, where do you want to go? I was thinking we should wait until now since, it'd make things a little more natural, Mina suddenly started. Well, I know the guy is kinda supposed to think of this stuff, so why don't we just take a train into Musutafu first, if that's what you want to do, and see what's around. Maybe a movie, maybe dinner, whatever you want, he said. And as he walked, right in the middle of his talk, he grabbed her hand, swinging it back and forth just slightly like sitting on a seesaw. She swooned as soon as he did so. Okay, she said, her heart still jumping out of her chest. I want to do karaoke. I suck at singing, but it always brings back good memories I haven't been in forever. She added on, waving her hands frantically in front of her face, but only if you want to. Izuku laughed. No, don't worry, I want to. I haven't been in a while either. Although, for me at least, it doesn't exactly bring back the happiest of memories as I never really went in middle school. I've only ever gone this year, and it was once. That's right, Mina quipped. You were a loner back in middle school, right? Back before I knew you, I totally forgot. Izuku blushed bright red. Who told you that? Bakugo, I think, but then again, he's irrelevant. Apparently wasn't wrong, though, she said, staring straight at him, humiliation written all over his face. Both were very aware that she'd caught him red-handed. I guess he wasn't, Izuku admitted, explicitly stating it outright, opening up to her and rubbing the nape of his neck. He let go of Mina for just a second, palms growing sweaty, before once again holding her hand. He couldn't leave her for too long. Who knew what she'd do if he let her roam free, left her to her own devices? Mina could be kooky sometimes. The bus to the inner city side of Musutafu didn't take long. UA was on the outskirts. They weren't looking to stay close to home, but instead head out to the more touristy parts town, the malls and the five-star restaurants and the old-time cinemas, and do something a little more formal, a little more date-like. As soon as the train stopped, they headed up and out of the subway station and walked hand in hand down Main Street. Izuku pointed out a theater, one his mother used to take him to all the time when he swore by. It wasn't the old-fashioned kind Mina was looking for, but she still liked it nonetheless. It reminded Izuku of his mother. How could she say no? Except she immediately contemplated walking right back out those doors as soon as she realized the only movies playing were action. Isn't there anything else we can see? Some other cinema, romance, slice of life? I know you don't agree, but I spend all day being a hero. I kinda need a break. Mina sighed, placards of new movies up and running for show completely uninspiring to her. Hey, Izuku stuttered, you know I love action. Yeah, but I don't, she said. Okay, then let's try and find some middle ground. Mina looked up at the superheroes, superhuman speed and strength, and the notorious antagonists that followed. A little befuddled, she tilted her head toward him, raising one eyebrow. Where? Izuku looked over the list. How about here? Mina, eagerly shifting his way, gave a quick glance over the genres. Action, obviously, and comedy. It had something to do with some hero's life on and off of the battlefield, and how some quirk cast on him by some villain had completely changed the entirety of his present and past and future and everything in between. She'd stupidly forgotten the name. Yet she still didn't smile. Comedy couldn't appease her. She wanted romance. And so, Izuku bitter over her overly excessive needs, they kept on with their search, narrowing it down to just 2 movies before finally reaching just one. It took 5 minutes of fighting before middle ground was found. They were going to see one heroine's story. It had only come out just a few days ago and certainly wasn't popular, but was the only thing that checked off their list. The reviews were next to non-existent, and the least they could do was find an adequate synopsis. Skipping the insignificant details and delving right into the gist of it instead of the hero saving the heroine, this time it was vice versa. And it sucked. Which was to be expected, of course. Despite its awful execution and low-grade quality, the camera work was mediocre at best. It failed to make Mina miserable, put her in a sour mood. Izuku either. It was so bad it was almost great. Because of its unpopularity, they ended up being the only 2 in the theater. They could laugh as loud as they want, chew food and cuddle close and do whatever their hearts desired as well. No one, at least that they knew of, was watching. Who knew what kinds of security cameras were installed in this place? Mina laughed at the supposed to be serious parts. Izuku found them quite horrifying. Much to her dismay, he eventually got sick and tired of a movie so sapless, so devoid of vitality, and fell asleep halfway through. Oh well, it wasn't like she couldn't blame him. But she could blame him for being her greatest distraction. Whose idea was that? Izuku gawked. Yours. Hey, she said, it was a mutual agreement. You said yes. Izuku, a smirk lining his lips, playfully rolled his eyes. And I shouldn't have. I mean, you are the one with the brains, I'm the stupid one, don't listen to me, she said. Despite her sprightly smile, he couldn't just let that slide. Oh no, you're not, he said. Here, let's put it this way, I might get better grades, but you're 10 times more street smart. She gestured her finger toward him. Now I will give myself that. And so what if the movie was bad? We don't need sappy romance. She could listen to Izuku drone on all day, she'd never get tired of hearing it. He was slow and sly in making his way toward her hand, and on impatience and impulse she suddenly speeded things up, doing it for him. That's right, she said, we've got our own. Izuku lit up like a ladybug, crimson red and easily startled, spreading its wings. Eventually, after letting go and grabbing hold of her hand again, he relaxed, maybe even gave the slightest hint of a nod. She couldn't really tell. He was starting to get all shy on her now, reclusive. She missed Izuku's more confident side. They kept on down Main Street until reaching Musatofu's most monumental and infamous, often for the amount of crime that occurred, City Square. All of the best places to eat were there, and after a 2.5-hour-long movie, they sure were hungry, starving even, anything readily available acceptable to fill their empty stomachs. I'm kinda in the mood for something sweet, don't you think? Izuku turned his head toward her, wondering where in the world she'd ever come up with something so ludicrous. I was thinking more along the lines of savory. But I mean, we were just at the cinemas, Mina mumbled, reminiscing on the last 2 tubs of drizzly buttered popcorn they'd waited in line so long for, which in fact were very much worth it, simply because of how filling they'd become. Now that it had settled in her stomach, she was full. But not too full, not full enough to refrain from downing dessert. She didn't have that much self-restraint. But popcorn is only a snack. I was thinking we could maybe get a real meal. But of course, if you don't want to, then we won't. She let out a little laugh at watching him worry over her. He wasn't one to think about himself. Izu, don't worry, she said. It's no biggie. Let's just find somewhere that serves good food and desserts. That way it satisfies both of us. That exuberant smile made her glisten, glow, shine in the showy sunlight, even in the middle of spring, a sky with no clouds. She was like a second sun. You had to take a while to breathe easy. That was right, they'd definitely find a way to make this work. Or at least that was what they thought. Apparently, despite the city square's more than admirable reputation, there weren't a ton of places they could eat, not in the line of good taste. There was never a restaurant that was one or the other, and the small selection only made things worse. Restaurants, bakeries, nothing in between. Their last hope was almost a mile walk away, a few blocks down from the square, but did they have any other option? No, and so they ventured off. It's closed. Izuku stood there stunned. You're kidding. Wondering if maybe she'd read it wrong, Mina double-checked the lettering in the front window, lights still turned off. Nope. Izuku sighed, holding his head in his hands. Just our luck, and I was looking forward to this too. What do we do now? Mina, still starving and slightly stunned by her recent revelation, suffered a swift surge of sorrow, suddenly, in an avoidance to meet his eyes, staring out across the street, searching for some sort of excuse to undermine the fact that she had brought this upon herself, brought this upon them. And she found one. There, just a quick crosswalk away, was a whole line of food trucks, none of which he knew. He didn't eat out very often, each with varying levels of different diverse cuisine. Ethnic foods, desserts, barbecue, you name it. It made his mouth water. The food would be shitty, that was a given from the get-go, but would they still eat it anyway? Yes, because they were certainly much less willing to walk the extra mile. Grilled chicken with a side of sweet potato, Izuku wasn't hungry for much more. The movie theater popcorn was beginning to catch up with him. In an effort to satisfy her cravings for something sweet, she headed right over to the desserts trucks at the end of the lot and picked out a smoothie, a healthy blend of some fruits and frozen yogurt. Naturally, this meant they had to separate. Mina wondered if any of this was normal, especially for a first date, for 2 people falling in love. Probably not, she assumed, But then again, this was her and Izuku. The two of them together were a different kind of couple, so different it was honestly kind of scary. They deviated, differentiated from the norm. But still, splitting up was never a good thing. Splitting up meant splitting apart. Mina shook that thought out of her head. All of this unnecessarily obnoxious overthinking would eventually lead to her demise, her downfall, or worse, some sort of stress-induced stroke. Izuku met up with Mina. He noticed something was off as soon as he saw her but neglected to mention it, brushing it off as a momentary moment of distress, nothing that lasts in the long run. The tables teeming, they were forced to pick out a bench, one shady and sitting by the sidewalk. Mina didn't mind, it made it all the more romantic. Which this date was turning out very much not to be. Even as he was eating, Izuku, worried as one would be, maybe even more so as he wasn't just with anyone, this was Mina, after all, whose happiness mattered to him the most, continuously peered over at her, wondering whether or not she was still in a bad mood. Twiddling the straw of her smoothie, refraining from drinking it and instead spinning it around in circles over and over again, Izuku didn't think that time was coming too soon. Mina, is something wrong? She sat up slightly taller. What? He reiterated it once more, this time much more confident. You've been looking down lately and you're not drinking your drink, so I'm guessing something's the matter. But if it's not, know that I didn't mean to upset you. She laughed a nervous laugh, breathed a subtle sigh. It's okay, Izu, you're not wrong. She suddenly seemed serious. I would be lying if I said there wasn't something on my mind. Well, what's up? Did I do something wrong? No, she said. It's nothing like that. It's just that, I guess, this date's kind of been a mess so far, not like the one I'd planned out in my head. We just keep splitting up, and I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but let's be honest here. A lot has gone wrong. Izuku smiled a sad smile, a subtle one, and sighed. No, Mina, I'm glad you said something. I've been thinking the same. To ease the tension, Mina bit her bottom lip. I want us to agree on something, you know. Me too, Izuku said, but we did agree on one thing, remember? Karaoke later. You're still as excited as I am, I hope. I remember I went to the one a few blocks down a couple months ago, the one by the square. Mina meddled in the midst of him and his next bite, just too excited to sit still. I love that place. I used to go there all the time with my friends back in middle school, but not too often since it was a hike away from my house. Now that it's closer, I get to go all the time. It's the girls' favorite hangout spot. Izuku got giddy, whole body glowing at the thought of finally sharing something at least a little bit in common. Really? I like it too. I totally forgot the name of it though. Don't worry, I can take us there. I know the way. Izuku nodded. Okay. Mina took his chopsticks, picking at his food. In the meantime, I want to try some of your grilled chicken. Izuku looked down at his now nearly empty, already insufficient plate and cried out in retaliation, a reasonable reaction to her actions. Hey, there's not much left, you know. He reached over, trying to steal the chopsticks away from her, but she'd already gulped it down before he was able to get anywhere close. Izuku kept reaching. They fell further and further back onto the bench. His struggles were almost laughable. Izu, you look funny when you're mad. Correction, hangry. Okay, hangry, whatever, same thing, she said, sarcastically rolling her eyes. Here, how about this? I feed you some, and you get your chopsticks back. How he thought, so this was what she meant by date. Izuku blushed bright red. But Mina, we're in public. So, she said, don't you want to show off a bit? I guess, he mumbled. She sensed some sort of uncertainty in his voice, some sort of doubt. He most certainly did not want to do this. How about just one? She asked. Just one bite. If you don't want to, we don't have to. He shook his head. No, it's fine, one's fine. And so they sat up straight. Mina, hands shaking, picked at a piece of potato, dropping it a few so many times that it was almost like she was a newcomer to the ways of Asian cuisine. She swore she was born here. Eventually, she managed to grab hold of one, picking it up at just the right angle for it to finally fit into her chopsticks. She held her breath, hearing it hitch in the back of her throat, and moved the meat toward him. Open, she said when she neared his mouth. He did. Both of their bodies burning up, she couldn't help but stare as he reluctantly took the first bite. He made the most fetching, fair face, something she'd tucked deep away in her memory, something she'd never forget. She vowed she'd be the only one to see him make that face. It wasn't until after that they realized people were watching. Izuku blushed bright red, and Mina, his embarrassment more of an amusement to her, doubled over in laughter, half giggling, half bawling her eyes out, clutching her stomach. With each and every breath he got more and more embarrassed to be by her side, so much so that he nearly choked on his own chicken, swallowing it whole. Mina would have had to do the Heimlich maneuver. He coughed and then managed to collect himself. "You good?" she asked. I guess so," he mumbled, and it was at that very moment that he finally lost all of his inhibition, freeing himself of his frets and letting himself laugh along with her. He would probably never see these people again, so who cared what they'd think? And even if he would, then oh well. If there was one thing Mina had taught him, it was that he could let himself go every once in a while. It'd do him some good. And that was exactly what he decided to do. And because it wasn't something he despised and actually enjoyed so much, he did it for the rest of the day. And the rest of the day was disorderly, chaotic, and maybe a bit messy, but it was without a doubt a blast. So no, not an ounce of him regretted it. It was 8:00 p.m. when they finally made it to karaoke. This was it, the last event of the night. Ordering a private room, French fries, and an hour of fun-free time, they realized how liberated they were to let their hearts out and scream at the top of their lungs and totally embarrass themselves in front of the people next door. They were 100% sure they'd be able to hear them through the walls. Or maybe that was just Mina. Izuku twiddled his thumbs too much and stuttered every 7 seconds and couldn't have formed a coherent sentence if he tried, never mind a song. "So what are you in the mood for, pop, rock, rap, Metallica?" "Well, I usually like to listen to upbeat stuff, like power pop and pop rock and maybe Metallica if I'm feeling kinda down." Mina was floored. They had totally different music tastes. "How about you?" he asked. Well, definitely not that. Pop and dubstep, indie every once in a while, the like." "Oh, this is gonna be tough." Mina smiled, leaning into him a little. As soon as their bodies bopped, her heart set fire, skipped a few beats. "True, but when is it not tough for us?" She waved her hands frantically in front of her face. "Not that we won't work out, I just mean tough as in different. We're, definitely different." God, that was the last thing she wanted him thinking. He laughed. No, I get it. I think I'm being honest here when I say we don't have much in common." She nodded. And so they spent a good bulk of their hour just trying to find their first song. And as if not totally unexpected, neither of them could agree, constantly flipping through their phones and whatever else they could grab hold of, looking for at least a little something to take up their time, as music wasn't going to cut it. It wasn't until Izuku got an idea, a wonderful, witty, wild idea, that the night would totally flip upside down, turning on its own head. "What about what we used to dance to?" Mina picked her head up. "What?" "Like the songs back when you and I were just getting to know each other, back when you were giving me dance lessons, remember?" "Yeah, but I don't really remember the songs specifically," she said. "I can name a few, those that really stuck with me." And so he told her them. Many of them were Mina's tastes, not his, but they decided to give them a try. The first 3 were a bust. It wasn't until the 4th one that they knew they'd found their song. Mina began belting at the top of her lungs. She only knew some of the lyrics, the chorus, and a few of the verses, but it was enough to get her going. And Izuku going as well. Still somewhat self-conscious, he started out singing just softly under his breath. "I met her on the balcony at my brother's best friend's, and it wasn't long before I knew her name and we were dancing the night away. Oh, dancing the night away." The chorus came on and cheerfully Mina, like nails on a chalkboard, chimed in. Izuku, a little apprehensive, eventually convinced himself to start singing along too, neither of their voices something special. In fact, they made each other's ears bleed. But they were too far gone to care. Mina grabbed hold of Izuku's hands. They started standing up, the dancing beginning just halfway through, and suddenly they were spinning and holding each other close and dancing so delicately they'd lost track of time, singing as if they were the stars of this song. "I can't sing," Izuku shouted, smiling boldly and blissfully and beautifully, music on full blast. "Neither can I," she cried back, spinning around and around, feeling so free she almost forgot to get dizzy. But eventually it did catch up to her, messing with her head in waves. And as soon as she could stand up straight, she kissed him. And he kissed back hard. He held her hands, squeezed them a little to let her know she had him and wouldn't let go. She squeezed back to say the same. Their song played just faintly in the background, drowned out by their own electrifying bliss, strobe lights shining all over the place, casting this pretty pink glow as the disco ball hung high over their heads, enlivening the mood even more than it had enlivened already. It was chaotic yet calming, beautiful yet rebellious. They were not supposed to be kissing in the karaoke booth. But they were, stupidly they were, holding each other close, refusing to let go, knowing what they were doing was wrong. In terms of the law, at least, maybe more like morality. But in their minds it was right. And Mina knew right then that they could make it work. Despite their many differences and his look on the downside attitude, she knew they could make it work. He did too. They'd do anything to make it work. Not only could they make it work, but they would. And so she smiled in the midst of their kiss, holding back her forever glee, and as soon as she was smiling, so was he. He slipped his fingers out from between her hands and brought them down to her waist. Slowly, he trailed further and further down to her hips and then the small of her back, and that was where he'd stay, reluctant to go any lower. She wasn't sure whether she liked that or not. As she was about to go further, her hands traveled further down his body until she hit the hem of his shirt. Without a beat of hesitation, she slipped them under, traveling back up his stomach and his chest. Through skin and bone, she could feel his heart beating, thrashing wildly in the palm of her hand. "Is this okay?" she asked, breaking away from their kiss. He nodded, face flushed. She went back in, this time with tongue. And they kissed until their song was over, and then the next, and then the next, until time finally caught up with them, catching them off guard. Izuku pulled away. Sorry, that might have been a little too far." Mina wrapped her arms around him, burying her head comfortably into the crook of his shoulder. "No, don't worry about it. It wasn't. I actually really liked it." "So, you don't think we're moving too quickly?" "For how long I've liked you, no, it feels natural." Izuku nodded. For any typical romance, he would admit that this would be moving too fast, but for him and Mina, it felt familiar, felt right. Nothing felt out of order or inappropriate. "Yeah," he said, holding her tighter. The two sat back down, still in each other's arms, picking a few more songs to sing before their time was up. They were all songs they used to dance to before. And then they headed home. But before they could reach the train station, they were momentarily stopped. A park with pretty white lights and colorful scenery, and a bright blue water fountain nearly irresistible to them, as they had to go in and see. And so, at 9:30 at night, they took a walk, knowing in the back of their minds that the train they were supposed to catch left at 10:00. Oh well, the subway was a mere 5 minutes away. They'd make it. And so they sat down on a bench, holding each other close, eyes up at the starry night sky. Mina pointed out a few constellations, memories she kept hidden away in the back of her mind, readily available for times like these. Many were ones from that night in the beginning of February, when they'd had their whole argument over whether or not the universe was infinite or finite. That was the night, she reckoned, she first realized she was falling in love with this boy, but was far too afraid to admit it. Now it was nothing new. She rested her head on his shoulder, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek. He blushed. What was that for?" he asked, suddenly so self-conscious. "I don't know, just kinda felt like it," she said. It was funny to her how making out didn't make him nearly as flustered as something so chaste. And then, in an act of retaliation, he kissed her on the lips. It was only a moment. She breathed heavily, sitting up straight for those lasting few seconds until he pulled away. He exploded into a brilliant shade of red. Covering his mouth, he started stuttering. She hoped he'd calm down. She hated seeing him scared. "It's okay, Izu, relax, surprise me with a kiss whenever you want. I'll never not like it," she said, sliding slightly closer to him. He let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's just that you're usually the one to kiss first and I kinda got carried away." "I like when you get carried away." That didn't help at all. She hugged him until he could think straight again. Then, as the clock hit 9:45, they decided they'd better go. They just marginally made it on time. And in an instant, they were back at UA. It all felt far too fast. When they arrived back at the dorms, some of their classmates were still downstairs in the common room, heads turning as soon as they walked in. They let go of each other's hands. "You two were out for a while?" Ida inquired. Izuku looked all over the place, glad to see Uraraka wasn't anywhere in the near vicinity. Yeah, we were in the city, he said. Doing what? Ida asked. Movies, karaoke, the like. Kaminari chipped in, oh, was it a date? They both blushed. So it was. Yeah, Mina mumbled. She wouldn't have been so embarrassed if they hadn't seen her kissing him just the other day, still with the mindset that he and Uraraka were completely unscathed and still going strong. Which she should be honest, they were. Now she felt she needed to explain herself. We got everything sorted out. Uraraka's okay, and so are we. You don't need to worry about tension anymore. Kaminari smiled, gave a huge thumbs up. Awesome, well, I mean, I don't really know what happened, but I guess I'm happy for you guys. Thanks, Mina started. I'm happy too, she said, staring up at Izuku with these beautifully bright eyes and bright smile, cheeks flushed and face free. He smiled back. So how many people knew about them? Mina counted. Kaminari, Kirishima, Ida, Jiro, and Bakugo. Not a long list. Bakugo, in an already pissy mood, all of a sudden got angrier, set off by these two lovebirds. Hey, stop looking at each other like that, will you? Stupid shitty Deku, he hurled, mumbling that last part under his breath. It was then that Mina realized she needed to go through with the next part of her plan, talk to Uraraka. She whispered to Izuku, I'm going to talk to her, okay, you know who. He nodded. He was a little upset he didn't get to spend more time with her, but he had a feeling it wouldn't be long before she was back, hopefully with good news. Mina knocked at Uraraka's door. She texted her initially not too long ago to let her know she was coming, and Uraraka had given her the okay. Uraraka answered, and her standing at the doorway felt all so surreal for the both of them. Hi, Mina started. Hi, Uraraka said back. Uraraka started by apologizing. Listen, remember when I said I didn't want to be your friend? Well, that was a lie. I don't want to lose you over a boy. I was just heated and still am, but I know you didn't mean to hurt me, and I know how easily love can take over. Mina hugged her. Oh, thank God, Achako, I'm so glad. I couldn't imagine you hatting me. I'd break in too. But I mean, it's not like I could be mad at you since you do have every right to. Yeah, Uraraka trailed off, but I won't. I'm obviously still upset, but I can't stay that way forever. I love you, Mina. I could never see myself hatting you. But I fucked up so bad. I know, Uraraka said, calmly rubbing her back. I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry for taking him away from you. I'm sorry for hiding it from you for so long. I'm sorry for not thinking of you and telling it straight to your face and stupidly letting you find out in the worst way, embarrassing you in front of the entirety of Class 1A and embarrassing myself. And Midoriya, I'm really, really freaking sorry. It's okay, Uraraka agreed. I know, and I accept your apology. I accept yours too, Mina began back, eyes brimming with tears. Except you have literally nothing to apologize for. That's not true. Yes, it is. Uraraka smiled, rolled her eyes, decidedly changing the subject. So anyway, how was your date? Good, Mina said, with all good intentions, sparing the details. Uraraka was in the most delicate stages of her heartbreak, still a gentle flower not to be touched. I'm glad, Uraraka replied. Uraraka hid her head in her shoulders, so overjoyed to finally be telling the truth. She'd been lying to herself all this time, lying to her friends, but now, finally, she was starting to get somewhere, no longer grieving over Izuku. In fact, she was actually incredibly happy for him and her. And you're being honest? You're not just saying this 'cause that's what I want to hear. I want to know you're okay, Achako, tell me. Yes, I'm being 100% honest. I'm already starting to get over this. Mina, you and I can be friends. He and I can be friends. We can all start to be friends again. Mina held her tight. Oh, I'm so glad and so sorry. Me too, Uraraka said, smiling and wondering whether or not she'd cry, saying to herself that no, she had no reason to cry, and that crying now would just make her weak, and she most certainly wouldn't allow herself to. She had no real reason. Mina, I love you and forgive you, and you can let go now, just, at least for a little while, don't go around showing it off, okay? I know you like him a lot, but... I know what you mean, I won't, I know that would hurt you. Not that it would necessarily hurt me, Uraraka said, feigning fortitude, pretending to be at least a little less upset than she looked. And it worked. Mina didn't question it, because in all honesty it did hurt her. It hurt her just a little, a scratch at the surface of the skin, her wounds unwilling to heal for quite a while. It's just that I'm not ready for that yet. I mean, you can if you really want to, but I'd prefer it if you didn't. Don't worry, I won't. And with that, Mina finally let go. I love you, Achako, and if I haven't said it enough, I'm really, truly sorry. She laughed. No, Mina, you've definitely said it enough. Mina gave her this blank stare. Oh, just go, Uraraka said, shoving her out the door. People are probably down there waiting for you. She wasn't wrong, she needed to go see Izuku. Bye, Ache. Uraraka waved back at her down the hall. Bye. And so, as soon as she shut the door, slowly sliding down to the dorm room floor, she let out this huge sigh of relief that this whole mess was finally almost over, no longer feeling the need for tears. Instead, she just sat there, somewhere between sadness and satisfaction. Mina headed downstairs. Have any of you seen Midoriya? She asked, worried when she'd hurriedly spanned the entirety of Class 1A's common area and still hadn't seen him. She'd left on such a sad note. She needed to at least say goodnight, hopefully even goodbye, kiss him one last time, even if it was just on the cheek. The three of them, the three who were still downstairs, shook their head. Kaminari asked, so I presume you're not cheating? Nope, Uraraka knew about our date and was fine with it. Trust me, we've done it the right way, gotten it all squared away. We've already gotten it handled. Alrighty then, I guess I'm glad for you too. Although I still don't get what you see in him, I'm glad you found someone who makes you happy. Or, at least I hope he makes you happy. Mina, a little repulsed by Kaminari's comments but reluctant to start a fight, twiddled her thumbs. He does, he most certainly does. And on that note, Mina showered, brushed her teeth, put on her pajamas, and got ready for bed. Although it wasn't her room she was heading to. It was Izuku's. She hesitated before knocking on his door. What if he'd left and she was doing this all in vain? What if she was about to see something obscene? She shrugged, she couldn't have cared less if she tried. And so she knocked once, twice. And Izuku opened up. He looked surprised to see her. Mina, what are you doing here? Well, I don't really know, to be honest. I kinda just came up here. To come up here? I don't know. I wanted to tell you what Uraraka said and talk to you some more since our date didn't really end on the greatest of notes. Oh, well, in that case, come in. Mina had seen his room over FaceTime before, but never in person. His All Might memorabilia stood out like a sore thumb. Posters patterned with pretty protruding colors and bright blasting neons and slogans screaming "Go Beyond," plus Ultra, all of which lined up neatly along his walls. It was almost surreal to see that she could possibly even consider this big of a fanboy her boyfriend. Speaking of, they had not yet made it official. She was hoping to tie that knot tonight. She blushed. Once again, she reiterated the fact that she meant with only her words. She realized how wrong that sounded. It's kind of weird being in your room. Yeah, to be honest, it usually isn't this neat. I just happened to clean it before you got here. You got lucky. Guess so, she giggled. She suddenly got all serious. So, I was wondering, since I was kind of sad you didn't get to stay the night last night, maybe I could stay the night tonight? Izuku burst into a bright red blush. Mina, you mean? No, of course not. Izu, I know you're not ready for that yet. Neither am I just mean, like, you know. Sleep with me in my bed, then yes, I want to, really want to. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Did you already get ready, brushed your teeth and everything? Yup. Okay, well, I still have to brush mine, so I'll be right back. Okay. And with that, Izuku was off, leaving Mina all alone and on her own to do whatever she wanted with his room and his things and his action figures and memorabilia, but she bet he didn't think of that. He never did. Maybe he trusted her too much. Not that she would ever do any of those things, nor did she mind that he trusted her, but now that she had the opportunity, she thought she'd mess around a little. She knelt down by his bed and buried her head into a big bulk of his blankets, holding them close. They smelled just like him, what he smelled like on their first date, just faintly of citrus and sweet herbs and strong spices. It was a smell so overwhelmingly calm. She sat up straight as soon as he came back from the bathroom. What's up? Izuku asked. Nothing, she mumbled. She looked like a muddled mess. Okay, he trailed off, tilting his head, clearly quite confused. In an effort to change the subject, she started talking about whatever came to mind. I want to make this official. Oh God, that wasn't what she had planned. Oh well, looked like she'd have to roll with it. Why you and me? He asked. Yeah, she said, and before he inevitably asked the question, she answered it for him. And I talked to Uraraka. She seems fine. I said sorry and she was more than happy to accept. She said sorry too, even though I said she has nothing to apologize for. She said she wants us to be together, to be happy, just not to go around showing it off. And Mina would stand by that. She'd stand by the not showing it off part. Oh, that's good. I was expecting her to be a little more angry than that. Yeah, me too, but I let her know just how happy I was to be friends again and how much I missed her. She said the same. Izuku smiled, sighed. Uraraka's too kind. She'll find someone who's right for her, no doubt about it. Yeah, Mina started, letting out a little lasting breath. So, about you and me, do you want to ask first or? Oh, sure, Mina. I was wondering if maybe after all this, you'd perhaps like to be my girlfriend. He was so sweet. The way he scratched the side of his cheek, blushed bright red, looked away before reluctantly meeting her eyes in an effort to seem less scared to ask that all-too endearing question. It all screamed weak, meek, shy, submissive, the exact opposite of strong, strange for one of Class 1A's topmost performers. And despite it being perceived as a negative quality by most, she liked it. She loved him for it. She loved him for a lot of things. Yes, definitely yes. She smiled, filling the few-second silence. So with that said, would you maybe lay with me? He glanced her up and down, head in her hands on the edge of the bed, patiently waiting for his response. He couldn't possibly say no. Oh, of course, and sorry my bed's not made. It's okay, she said, peering down at his allegedly messy sheets, wondering where he went wrong. It looked like he'd been rolling around in them. Half the time I don't make mine. He climbed in first, sliding a little further down toward the wall. He patted the spot beside him, inviting her in. She ran right over to him, jumping beside him in bed. Are you comfy? Izuku asked as soon as she seemed settled. Yeah, she sure did seem snuggly and feel snuggly, almost too snug, her heart hammering wildly in and out of her chest. She bundled up next to him in a ball. You're warm. She suddenly felt mischievous. In one swift motion, she grabbed hold of his hand. Mina, what are you doing? She climbed on top of him, swinging her legs rambunctiously up in the air, and as she ran circles along the center of his chest, the feeling of his heartbeat pulsing in her palm lighting her up inside, she sighed, just softly, but all of a sudden, all too soon. It got him all riled up. Mina, he started, suddenly so self-conscious. She didn't blame him, she was too. With her whole body pressed up against him, she knew he could feel everything, judge her if he really wanted to. Her clothes weren't necessarily revealing, but gravity had taken its toll. But Izuku wouldn't do that, and even if he did, he'd hopefully find her appealing. Is this okay? She asked. Yeah, more than okay, but I'm not going to do anything to you. I know you don't want to, I just miss your touch. Izuku's face flushed. With slow and shaky hands, he, in the most gentle way possible, wrapped his arms around her, engulfing her and bringing her close and inevitably leaving her immobile. Immobile in a good way, immobile in a please don't leave kind of way. She rested her head in the crook of his shoulder, legs no longer kicking. She stayed still. And then she started smiling. I'm so happy, she said, cheeks lavender, tip of her nose lilac. Why? He asked, his nose rose. Because I finally get to be with you, because I can finally lay here and call myself your girlfriend. He smiled, and I your boyfriend. Yup. Me too, for all those same reasons. Mina rolled back over onto her side of the bed, giving him a little bit of breathing room. She thought about telling him she loved him, as she'd already done so before, but she decided that for now that should probably be a one-time thing, as that would be delving too far into their relationship too fast. And so she held off, curling up next to him and giving him the sweetest, most loving look. That would be enough for now. Well, maybe not quite. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. And instead of stuttering, he gave her one right back. If I fall asleep now, don't wake me up. Okay, Izuku said, I won't. He twiddled around with his phone for a little while whilst using his hands as a headrest, absent-mindedly scrolling through Instagram and other apps in order to keep himself busy. He didn't want to wake her, and was even too nervous to roll over, lay anywhere else, lay anywhere too close to her. Mina played with his hair, curled the little loose strands around her fingers in a desperate attempt to fill the empty silence before eventually drifting off to sleep, leaving Izuku all alone. He turned back around to greet her. He sighed. She wasn't subtle when she slept. In fact, she was a snorer. He found it quite innocent, quite amusing. He wouldn't have had it any other way. You know, Mina, I really love you. He wouldn't dare say it when she was awake. He patted her head. Luckily, she didn't stir. Let's go on a date again sometime. He liked to imagine she agreed. And then, still wearing this unbelievably bright smile on his face, this smile of pure intensity and satisfaction and an inkling of, to him, what seemed like true love, he continued to face her, examining her beautiful features. Her eyelashes were this pretty pink color, just barely lighter than her skin, nearly reaching the tops of her eyelids. She did have a few freckles, which he had failed to notice, just masked by her willful complexion. Her eyebrows were short but defined, her lips light lavender. He found her incredibly stunning. And in an attempt to stymie his squeals, he bit down on the tip of his tongue, hard. His eyes began to water. Maybe that was enough Mina for one night. And so, getting one last look at the beautiful face before him, Izuku closed his eyes, softly slipping off into sleep. That night his dreams were sweet. Chapter XX Daytime Escapade. Izuku woke up the next morning with her in his arms. He was too scared to move. Any slight stir would wake her, knock her out of her seemingly sweet dreams. But she was lying lifelessly on top of his arm, and over the course of the night, it had gone numb. Slowly but surely, he just marginally managed to slip it out from under her, sliding it an inch or two toward his side each second. She did stir every once in a while, startling him, but would inevitably go back to sleep. Once he broke free, he decided he'd wait a while. Just a few more minutes, he thought. That was right, just a few more minutes in heaven, in paradise, until he'd have to go back to the vanilla, mundane world, maybe more like hell. She rolled back over to face him. She snored, the start of a stray snot bubble bursting out from under her nose. He recoiled back in disgust, maybe a hint of delight, not the kind of delight you'd think of, but more of an amusement kind of delight. He found her funny, especially when she smiled like that in her sleep, so innocent and pure and completely unaware of what she had just done, much to his merriment mere moments prior. Simultaneously she said, "No, no, no, I said French fry, not cream pie." She must have been dreaming up something good. Her mouth watered, just lightly licking her lips, and she seemed so hungry. Izuku checked the time. It was a little past 9. He heard a low grumble, and it took him a second to realize it was the sound of her stomach rumbling, rolling over in longing under the covers. As if on cue, his did as well. He decided it'd be best if he woke her up to go get some breakfast. He tapped her on the shoulder. With bedhead so bad her bangs had become her biggest barricade, Mina sat up, rubbing her eyes, looked a little to the left, and realized it was Izuku sitting there next to her, and took a few seconds to be stunned all over again before coming to the realization that yes, last night did actually happen, and it wasn't just a dream. She'd slept so soundly she couldn't tell the two apart, what was her imagination and what was really reality. "Good morning," Mina started. She turned back around, watching his cheeks flush this vibrant shade of red. Upon second glance, he was a couple inches closer to her than he was last night. "Izu, did you hold me in your sleep?" And at that point he lit up like a wildfire. She plopped back down on the bed, the least bit hesitant to hug him. "Aw, I can't believe I missed it." Nervously, he let out a little laugh, wrapping his arms around her and holding her tight. He was always so anxious. But he was starting to get the better of it. And it was a good kind of anxious, a giddy and glad kind of anxious, just terrified to get too close. "Mina, do you want to go get some food?" "Yes, I'm starving." And so Mina toppled off of him and toward the other side of the bed, rolling onto the floor. Still in her pajamas and unsure of how she was going to get down inconspicuously, she asked, "So, what now?" "What do you mean, what now?" "Like, how am I supposed to get downstairs without raising suspicion?" "Oh crap." Izuku hadn't thought of that, and now both of them were in a bind. Well, I have a hairbrush," he said. He ran to the bathroom and grabbed it out of the bin for her, "and I don't know what to do about your clothes." In the middle of his intellectual interpretation, she all of a sudden interrupted him, holding her head up high. "Oh, I know, how about I wear one of your hoodies? I mean, I've already got sweatpants on, so it won't look too weird." Izuku raised an eyebrow, "But Mina, all of my hoodies have All Might on them." "What about your UA hoodie? You didn't keep it. I would have assumed you'd kept yours." At the beginning of the year, each student was handed out a hoodie in commemoration of getting accepted into such a highly prestigious high school, even the first years. She'd kept hers as a prize, almost as a pride and joy. "I actually think I might." And in an insatiable search, he went digging, tearing apart his closet, throwing old clothes behind him and everywhere all over the place in his room. "Ah, here it is," he finally said, holding up a wrinkled heap of cotton. He threw it back at her. She headed into the bathroom to change. She was a little sad it didn't exactly smell like him, as it had been left on the closet floor for so long, but the fact she even was wearing a hoodie of his was plenty good enough. She'd take what she could get, gladly, she thought. She strutted out the door with an indescribable amount of confidence, an almost overwhelming one not masked by fear. Teeth brushed, Izuku had a few spare tubes of toothpaste lying around by his sink, and a tidbit of makeup, the little she'd brought along, dabbed onto the more oily parts of her skin. She was feeling ready to go. "You like?" she asked, giving him a twirl around. "Yeah, it suits you," he smiled. She would admit that it was a little too long. The armpits were fat and fanned out when she lifted them up, and anyone who took more than a first glance would know this wasn't her hoodie. But she didn't mind. And so she prepared to walk out that door, ditzy and dolled up. They'd already agreed that she would head out first, and then Izuku would follow a few minutes later. But he stopped her long before any of that could happen. "Mina, can we maybe keep this quiet?" "Oh," she asked. "Likes you and I sharing a bed. It'd be a little weird if people knew." She turned back around, gave him one of the sweetest, most purest smiles he'd ever seen, and right then he knew that whatever was about to come out of her mouth would without a doubt be the truth. "Yeah, of course, if anyone asks I'll tell them it's none of their business, and if they keep pestering me I'll ignore 'em." Now this was a Mina he'd never met before. He nodded. "Yup, and I'll do the same." "Yup." And so, still wearing that same smile, she carefully closed the door, shutting it back behind her with a wink and a weary walk, feet suddenly going in seconds from slow to somewhat speedy as she hurriedly headed down the hall. All of a sudden he missed her. He sighed, jumping back in bed, hugging the pillow she'd laid on last night tight. It still smelled like her hair, her perfume, her everything, just so authentically her. He shook his head. He couldn't keep her waiting for too long. He said he'd be down soon, and so, still not dressed, he stood up, the smell of her still stuck on him like moth drawn to a flame, not that he necessarily minded, and got ready in a raring rush. In fact, he couldn't have cared if he tried. Mina emerged from the elevator fresh as a daisy, delightful as a little Delilah. Luckily, no one had noticed her atypical attire, merely passing by her as if she were a weed in a garden full of flowers. But Jiro, always keeping a watchful eye on her, wasn't so susceptible. "I'm not so sure that's your shirt." Mina's shoulders stiffened. In a plight, she simply just stood there in shock as she practically pummeled her plate of pancakes on the floor. "Course it is," Mina lied. "Why would it not be?" "Mina, be honest here, it's 3 sizes too big." She checked the tag. "You're a medium in women's, not men's, and you never wear your clothes all wrinkly. Never mind a sweatshirt with sweatpants." She sighed. "Okay, fine, you got me." Mina moved in close. "But could you maybe keep it down a bit?" "Yeah, wait, so it's Midoriya's right?" Yeah, obviously." Jiro, mouth agape, grabbed hold of her cheeks. "No." "No what?" "You two didn't have sex." Mina, in an impetuous moment of panic, immediately brought her hand up to Jiro's still stuttering lips, silencing her for so long. She only let it down when she was sure she wouldn't say anything. "Most definitely not." "But you were together last night," Jiro whispered. There was a pause. "Yes," Mina replied. "I couldn't get back to my room in time to grab my stuff, hence me wearing his. Now no more questions, okay? I promised Izuku I'd keep this quiet." Jiro raised an eyebrow. If there was anything she was expecting out of Mina, of all people, it sure wasn't that. "Hey, you do you, I guess." She slapped her on the small of her back, Mina jumping emphatically out of her seat. With everyone now at the table, they had to be much more discreet. "I'm proud of you going and getting your man." Mina smiled at that. And it was at that very moment that Izuku finally made it downstairs. "Midoriya, you're late," Ida called, completely unaware as to why. It made Mina chuckle. She shut up as soon as half the class turned a blind eye to their just-joining classmate and instead stared at her. "Yeah, sorry," he said. "I woke up past my alarm." So that was his excuse. He sat down somewhere near her, as close to her as he could get, with all due respect still sitting with his fondest friends, the stereotypical Deku squad. Like Hugo had given them that name, Izuku didn't have the arrogance for that, and it had just kind of stuck. The table was teeming. He wasn't wasting time trying to scooch any closer to her only to end up next to people he didn't really know. That would be a bummer, especially for such a big breakfast. And so, in a flustered flurry, he somehow ended up right where he wanted to be, right smack dab in the middle of Ida and Todoroki and across from Asui and Uraraka. And just outside of his line of vision was Mina, who he'd peer at every once in a while with longing and a little bit of lust. She did too, and not what she'd call coincidentally. And in doing so they'd catch each other's eyes every so often and smile. After breakfast, Jiro patted Mina on the back. "Mina, let's go dress shopping together." Mina turned around, smiled. Today was not the first day she was much more over the moon than she should be. Or maybe she thought it was justified. "Sure," she said, "why don't we invite the other girls too?" Jiro called over Yaoyorozu and then Hagakure and then Uraraka and Asui. "You guys down to go dress shopping?" Today, Yaoyorozu asked. Sure, why not?" "Where?" "The mall, if that's where you guys want to go." Everyone looked around at each other, wondering who would protest, and when no one did, they nodded their heads. They raced upstairs to get ready. And then something occurred to Mina. She had completely forgotten to ask Izuku to the dance. First, she'd pick out a dress. And then she'd find a way to work it by him. Tonight, she thought she was going to run it by him tonight. At the mall, half the girls had already found their dress when Mina was still searching, Jiro joining her as she went through racks and racks of clothes on clearance, coming to the realization that many of them were much too ugly to even come close to anything she'd wear. Too short, too flowy, a few too frilly. It wasn't until she moved into the more expensive section, much to the detriment of her wallet, that she found what she was looking for. Black was her color, that was long since already decided. So when she found a black dress, one short but cute with a little bit of character, she couldn't help but immediately fall in love. "This is the one," she said. "Please let there be a medium." She let out the hugest sigh of relief as soon as she found one. She showed it to Jiro. Jiro beamed. "That is so cute, it'll look great on you." In the dressing room, she spun around and around, checking herself out in the mirror. The hem of her dress rested just above her knees, the perfect height to just marginally make it through the entirety of the school dance without getting dress-coded. And well, if it didn't, screw school rules. At the bottom of her dress lied lace, ever so slightly frilly, and an off-the-shoulder kind of cut on top. Lace lined that part too. She hoped how tightly it hugged her curves and hips, and even her waist would have Izuku falling at her feet, if he wasn't already doing so. She started spinning, dancing, singing like a lovesick loon. She imagined him hugging her, holding her close, hearts beating in tandem to the rhythm of a super slow song. Uraraka would let them show off then, right, just for that night. "Mina, hello, you in here?" She relaxed, composed herself, grabbed hold of her cheeks as soon as she heard that easily recognizable voice, Jiro. She cleared her throat. "Why yeah, what's up? Did you already try on that dress?" Yeah, I have it on right now." "Can I see?" "Sure," she said, eager to not only make room for her but also open the curtains. In satisfying her friend's curiosity, she'd get some much-needed feedback, a different outlook other than the one from herself. Although she already had a feeling she knew what she'd say. "Do a quick twirl around," Jiro said. Mina did, once again thinking of Izuku. "Yup, I'd say get it." "I'm going to." Mina looked at herself once more in the mirror, smiled. And Izuku still stuck in her eyes and on her mind and lighting her up inside, she changed back into her jeans and t-shirt, dress in hand, hurrying to check out and meet up with the girls who were already long gone looking for something to eat. Jiro and her bolted up the escalator and over to the other side of the mall. They made it just in time to find their friends already digging into an enticing entree of Chinese food. "You guys could have texted us," Mina huffed, hands on her knees. Hagakure picked up her chopsticks, pointing accusingly at the two of them. "We did," neither of you answered. They both hurriedly checked their phones. 15 unread messages. "Oh God, we're so sorry." "It's okay, we all decided on this." She gestured toward her plate and thought maybe you two would like it, but if you don't, we can get you something else. No, Jiro protested, "it's fine." She walked over and took a chair from a nearby table and set it down next to Yaoyorozu's. "This looks so good." Mina did the same. She began a feisty feast as the girls went around and shared their newly beloved dresses. Asui had bought bright yellow, a sundress, white undertones keeping it from stealing the spotlight. It was a bit shorter than she'd expected, she told them, but she still loved it unconditionally anyway. A bit of breaking the school dress code wasn't going to ruin her night. Yaoyorozu had picked pink, a bit of a peplum blouse kind of look. The sleeves were short and the waist was tight, but the hips were kind of wide. It was frilly around the edges and would have gone perfect with a long, loose necklace, which she had gone above and beyond and bought. A diamond pendant hung down from the middle, a few extra chains dangling up above it to tie it all together. It gave her this princessy kind of look, royal and regal and just straight up stunning. Jiru's was navy blue, a simple spaghetti strap, but even from afar Mina could tell it would look great on her. Hagakura's was white, one that was tight and would show off her figure, which was in fact very full-formed despite her inherited invisibility. It boasted a few flowers, light blue peonies and irises, and others much more indigo, lurking up above the shoulders all the way down to her waistline. It was the kind of dress that gave dresses their name. Uraraka's was last, red and flowy, the frills almost floating. It was so unremarkably her, almost as if it were fate. For a moment Mina was sad, realizing that Uraraka couldn't show off to anyone and she was the real reason for that. But then she remembered she couldn't let herself get guilty. Uraraka wouldn't allow that. "Oh my god, Achako, it matches you so well," Yaoyorozu started, beginning the inklings of a conversation. "You kinda seem in your element in a sort of way, definitely your type," Jiru said, smiling. Uraraka looked down, fumbled with her fingers in her lap. "Aw, thank you guys. Anytime girl, you're gorgeous." Uncontrollably, Uraraka smiled, cheeks flushed. Mina leaned over the edge of her seat, grabbed hold of Uraraka's hands. "It's true, Uraraka, if I looked like you, I wouldn't know how to act." Uraraka looked up, not as startled as she would have once been by Mina's presence. "Oh, stop, if I were you I wouldn't either." They had a good laugh at that. And then the rest of the girls started laughing. And all of a sudden they understood. The tension had finally risen, the curtains finally drawn. There was no real reason to be afraid, no real reason to worry about relationships being ruined or the eradication of their friend group. There were plenty more memories to come, plenty more bright spots and crying spells and sleepless Saturday nights sprawled out on the couch with a bunch of bags of chips and crummy TV remotes in hand. No boy would ruin their fun. Their night came to a standstill, them finishing off with eating dessert and Mina finally getting to show off her dress, which they all seemed to like, and then them heading home, taking the train back to Musutafu and the scenic route back to the UA dorms. The boys had barely noticed they were gone, except for Mainta and Kaminari, of course, although they were a different breed of boy. Izuku had hung out with Ida and Todoroki so long he'd neglected to notice Uraraka and Asui's return. The two took a quick trip upstairs and then sat down next to them on the couch. "You two were out a while," Ida said, pushing his glasses up higher on the bridge of his nose. "Just a few hours, isn't that normal for a Sunday? We went out dress shopping," Uraraka said, following it up with a quick "and before you ask, no, you cannot see. No one is seeing until Friday." Uraraka gave a nervous nod in Izuku's direction, to which he gave one so willingly and even temperedly back she no longer felt the need for copious amounts of unnecessary anxiety. It was nice, being able to talk to him normally like that. She smiled, her facial features no longer taut. Little did she know, Izuku wasn't too keen himself on saying hello. Something still scared him about it, something didn't feel right. But he knew in his heart, over time, things would get better, less awkward, less rigid, less troublesome for the rest of the group, and soon enough it would be like nothing had ever happened. Well, something did happen, it just wouldn't be a big deal. Plus, that was what she'd asked for, right? A little less space. And for the rest of the night, those last few hours they spent together doing homework and letting out the creative capabilities they didn't have time to show off during the week, that seemed to be the case. Ida and Asui and Todoroki, and even every once in a while Takami didn't find any time for it to be awkward. And neither did they. Just a little while longer, Izuku thought, until things are normal again. But for now, we'll just take baby steps. Baby steps, he thought, and one day they'd get there. It was a little past 9, moments before he was about to hop up the elevator and head upstairs, when Izuku was pulled aside by a familiar pink face, one with great fervor in her golden fevered eyes. She led him into one of the 2 vacant laundry rooms, the only one with the washing machine still running, a little bit of a much too mischievous grin lining her lips as she finally let go of the hand she'd been holding onto so tight. "Mina, I was about to go to bed, you know." "Yeah, but before that I have something to ask." "What?" he asked. She took his palms and held them, rubbing slow circles over the skin on the back of his hand. "I know we're official now, but I thought that maybe this should be done, professionally. And I know because we are official I might not even need to ask, but I'm going to anyway, just in case. So Izuku, this Friday will you go to the dance with me?" He cupped her hands slightly, smiling softly. Yes, of course, and it's all right. Honestly, I didn't even think to ask. I would've, I swear. Mina, mind at ease and at peace, and jumping with joy and exhilaration and exuberance and curiosity as to how things could have possibly gone so well, slipped her fingers out from underneath his and moved them further up his arms and over his shoulders and chest to the bottom of his back, wrapping them around him like a lost boy she was loath let go. It was a comforting feeling just sitting there like this. Who would walk in, they didn't know nor care. Izuku hugged her back, holding her head in his hands. In an effort for some much-needed intimacy, which he had gotten more than enough of lately, yet he still wanted more, he rubbed the back of her scalp. I heard you bought your dress, he started. Yeah, she said, and slowly she looked up at him, but no hints, she winked. Hope you can handle it, it might be a little too short for you. He blushed. Not that he would necessarily mind, per se, but that little glint in her eye did raise a few questions. Mina, he mumbled. Yes, she said, and she tilted her head to the side. How short is short? She suddenly smiled, bouncing back and forth on the balls of her feet, the tension once rising in her stomach seemingly starting to dissipate. Oh, Izu, you don't have to worry, I was only kidding. It's just not one of those long prom dresses you'd expect to see at a school dance. Izuku sighed, and seeing her standing there, gearing into a giggling fit, his eyes were suddenly glued to her. The love he'd once felt for her intensified 10 times over until he once again realized just what about her had him so head over heels. Everything from her little blots and blemishes to her beautiful, exuberant personality to her overarching outlook on life, one so incredibly positive it easily outmatched his. And suddenly he knew why he didn't want her wearing that dress. He didn't want anyone else to stare. He decided, still red as a cherry tomato ripe and ready for picking, he'd soon have to bring these concerns to her attention, as if he didn't he'd be unsettled and remain unsettled until the day of the dance. And he couldn't have that happening. Izuku looked confused, she said. It's just wearing such a short dress might get you looks from other guys. He waved his hands frantically in front of his face, something he'd gotten into the habit of doing as of lately. And not that you can't wear what you want, I'm just worried is all. She reached up for a quick kiss on the cheek. Aw, Izu, you're jealous, that's cute. He smiled, staring startlingly down at the ground, maybe a little. I promise you don't have to worry. She pointed to where it went down to, an inch or two below her mid-thigh. This is as low as it goes. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. That reminded him he still needed to pick out his own outfit, and soon. She squealed, all of a sudden running up to him and jumping into his arms. Oh, I can't wait to see you that night. Just 1 week, he said, wrapping his arms around her. He couldn't believe it. Despite being together for plenty enough time, actually going to the dance with her, this girl he loved, felt like a dream. But a good dream, an exhilarating one he wouldn't trade in for the world. She drew her head back and gave him a kiss on the lips. It was only a peck, but it got his heart racing, a cop car no longer cruising down the highway but dashing down it 1,000,000 miles an hour. He was in the middle of a high-speed car chase. Yup, I'm super excited. She buried her head into the crook of his shoulder, the back of his head hot. She put her hand to it just to be that littlest bit closer to him. It was soothing, soothing like a lullaby, like a fairy tale right before bed. Speaking of, she really needed to get on that if she wanted to have a good day at school tomorrow. And so she poked a finger in the center of his chest, maneuvering it around a little, and said, Alrighty, well, I think it's time I head up now. So see you in the morning. Yeah, he said, see you in the morning. She turned toward the door. There, standing just a few feet in front of her, was a stupefied, stunned Kaminari. Kami, what's up? Using the laundry room. Yeah. He waited for Izuku to leave and then, pulling his clothes out of the wash, started sorting. The two of them laughed together as soon as the coast was clear. And then, finally, after a luckily long yet somehow still productive day, they said their last goodbyes to each other and headed up to bed happily as could be. Chapter XXI, when it all proves to be unending. Mina put together the final few pieces of her outfit, a beautiful metal hair clip, one a bit too blinding yet still pleasing to the eye, white pearls and angelicas and bits of silver and gold scattered scarcely throughout, all without wither. She clasped her earrings closed, a pair of showy hoops, and slipped on a few extra bracelets. She only needed a necklace to complete the look, Uraraka throwing it on overhead. Mina faced the mirror. Jiru teased her hair a little, double-checking to make sure none of it would fall out. There, done, girl, you look perfect. Mina admired herself. For once in her life, she could honestly say she felt pretty. The same went for the other girls who had spent the last little while together getting dressed and getting ready. Mina had opted to go last, the only one to do so. She decided it on her own that, gladly, she'd repress her desires to look good and simply enjoy the process. Besides, how could she properly do everyone else's makeup in haphazardly high heels? Well, not necessarily high, but a good 2 or 3 inches or so, enough to make a difference, to be more of a hindrance than a God-given grace. She couldn't let herself get too tall, as then she'd be taller than Izuku. And even if she did decide, dumbly, to do makeup in such a disorderly state, it'd almost certainly turn out a mess. Already tuckered out, she cut her losses, leaving Uraraka pampered and pumped up to do her makeup. "Just a little bit," she'd said. "I'll make it natural." As always, Uraraka didn't disappoint. Mina turned around, smiled as soon as it set. "It looks great, Momo, thanks." Uraraka tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, looking cheerfully down at her. "Anytime." Mina sat up out of her chair, barely being able to bounce in her high heels. Her room was a mess and all the girls could see, but she didn't really care. She didn't have the audacity to. Besides, she was all the way up in 7th heaven. Next to nothing would bring her down. And this night certainly didn't make that list. As today was the anticipated date of the dance, what they'd been waiting for all week, the last day of school, the Saturday afterward, that very next day. It would be a week-long vacation and then they'd be back at it again, this time second years. Hopefully that week would consist of a lot of kissing Izuku. She'd been doing that a lot lately, yet it was still not enough. Only rarely would he kiss her neck or do it the way they did that day in the karaoke booth. They'd only kissed a few times this week, mostly because school had gotten in the way, but as they were still in the early stages of love, the unable to get enough of each other stages of love, she savored each and every last one. For just starting dating, they were probably taking things too far, but it was okay because it felt right. "Mina." She turned toward a floating flowery dress, an invisible specimen, the one in which the voice had come from, coming to the conclusion that it was Hagakure. "Yes." "You okay there? You're kinda spacing out." Mina slapped her cheeks. "Oh yeah, just getting a little too deep in my thoughts is all." And although she didn't say it, Hagakure knew exactly why Mina was so muddled, and likely she wanted to ask, "Over Izuku?" "Yes, over Izuku." "Hey, speaking of anyone, well, besides Mina, have a date, or are we all going solo?" Everyone turned toward Jiro, shook their heads. "How about thinking of asking someone to dance?" A few nodded, primarily Uraraka, and Jiro mentioned that she wasn't the only one. Earphone Jack was planning on asking someone as well. They all huddled up and had a short, to-the-point, sworn secrecy kind of chat about their crushes, or in the earlier stages interests, and as Jiro revealed that the boy she was going to ask was none other than Kaminari, dense, dumb, dinky Kaminari, Mina knew right then that this was going to be a good night. With the girls, with Izuku, with Kaminari and Kirishima and Shiro and Bakugo, her positive spirit would prove it. And so she smiled and laughed and cracked a few jaunty jokes and held them all close, and all together they huddled, ready to tackle the twilight. Izuku fixed his suit and tightened his tie. He stood in front of the mirror, clearing his throat, holding his breath. Still too loose, he thought, and he tightened it once more, going a little above and beyond and coming creepily close to cutting off his circulation, the silk now having a chokehold around his neck. He pulled it away until he was finally able to get air. Never again, he thought. He swallowed his pride but not his nerves. The least he could do was dance, because after all that training that, ironically, Mina had given him, it was the one thing he could confidently say he could do. He may not have been good, but he could do it. But he was fretting over other things. Was his suit the right color, stormy gray to be exact? Would it at all match hers? They dumbly decided not to co-coordinate. He heard a knock at his door, Ida and Todoroki. Although they didn't show it, they were excited. Izuku could tell by at least the look on Iida's face, or, startlingly, the lack thereof, fog clouding up his glasses and clogging his vision. Usually that meant that whatever emotion he was feeling, it was strong. And by the light tap of his feet and slight shake of his arms, he seemed to not only be excited, but also a tad bit anxious. Todoroki was, well, Todoroki, stoic, still, say, uninterested. Or, at least from the outside eye, that was what it looked like, the first rationality to come to mind. Todoroki didn't wear his heart on his sleeve, but Izuku could read him like a book. All three of them were excited, ill at ease but excited. And so they ventured off. It wasn't until Todoroki first brought it up that Izuku realized he wasn't as sly as he thought. "Izuku, you seem awfully nervous." It was normal to be nervous, but Izuku was nervous in nuances, unprecedented amounts. "Well, I mean, there's a lot to think about," he said, and suddenly he started packing, the upswing of unsettling, rattling noises coming from below the elevator floor the last thing on his mind. Like, what if our outfits don't match, and she's prepared months for me and her to dance? What if I can't live up to her expectations? Will she be disappointed in me? After all, he definitely did not want to let her down, and to think that all that training she had done for him to dance with Uraraka would now work out in her favor. Would it all be a waste? Ida looked at Izuku, terrified to give advice. Love wasn't his scene. "Izuku, you two are properly dating, correct?" Izuku nodded. "And seeing as you two are clearly quite fond of each other, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say she probably won't care." Izuku thanked Ida and then, rallied up by a tiny tap on his shoulder, turned toward Todoroki. "She seems to be very much in love with you. With a love like that, there is likely little room in her heart for pettiness." Todoroki's words of wisdom, you didn't get to hear them every day. But for Izuku, they were a beautiful blessing. Head no longer spinning, face no longer flushed, Izuku let go of his inhibition. He bore the brightest smile. There was no anxiety, no nervousness, just excitement. Excitement to see her. Excitement to spin and sashay and sway from side to side to make this not only their last but their best night at UA yet. And that excitement didn't die down when he actually did see her, smiling and laughing and making the most out of herself as she huddled up with all of the rest of the girls, completely unaware and unenlightened of their approach. She took his breath away. That dress, from the color to the little laces to the style, it fit her so well, and from afar he was pretty sure he saw something glistening in her hair, sparkling, sticking out like a sore thumb. What were they? Flowers. Whatever they were beautiful. With the boys eager to go up and greet, the two groups jumbled together as one. They mixed immediately, the girls together with the boys and the boys together with the girls. Mina and Izuku met up. "I thought maybe my outfit was too flashy, but it looks like everyone went all out, huh?" Izuku said, taking her hand. "Yeah," she sighed. Today he looked like a whole different person. This was nothing compared to their first date, and luckily to an extent their outfits managed to match. She couldn't stop staring. With a smile she said, "You look great." "You too, Mina, you're beautiful." And after cracking a few jokes and sharing their staple stories of getting ready, it was time for pictures. She took some with Jiru first, and then Hagakure, and then Yaoyorozu and Asui, and most importantly Uraraka. She took some with the Baka squad as well. She, being the only girl, was the star of the shot. And when Izuku was up, she leaned into him, a little palm placed on the center of his chest. If they had taken this picture any earlier in the week, she was sure they'd look stiff, but after being together for a while and getting used to each other, that was no longer the case. Falling into his arms was just practice. And for their last shot, she turned her head to the side and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. By this time, there was no point in hiding it. Everyone knew. Mina, after setting her feet back down on the ground and regaining her balance, took a little look at Uraraka, who, luckily for her, had shot her a could-care-less kind of smile, one not full of hatred, one not full of lies. To Mina, it seemed okay, like she had given her the okay. They sure were living in luxury. Despite the walk from the dorms to the school gym being a mere 5 minutes, they'd still bought buses, albeit cheap ones, but they were buses. What a shame it would be if someone had tripped and fell and ruined their shoes or shirt or dress. The gym was decorated from stem to stern with stars. The ceiling especially, lights so bright they were blinding, giving it the look of a solar system, a supernova, a constellation of celestial bodies into later a larger galaxy, the Milky Way or maybe Andromeda. It was too hard to tell. Mina could no longer tear her eyes away, and it wasn't until Izuku brought her back down to earth that she once again realized what world she was living in reality. This superficial, seemingly synthetic sky may have been beautiful, but it wasn't real. It did bring back memories, though, memories of nights on the beach under spring trees, memories of Izuku, those days she was first falling in love. And now, somehow, she had ended up here, holding him close on the dance floor, divvying it up to the discotheque and having the time of their lives, and lately, seemingly, it had become a lot less surreal. Hanging out with him after school, both loathing Aizawa's overload of homework, or at least she was. She wasn't so sure about him. Getting to know one another's friends, eating dinner together downstairs, leaving late and going on moonlit walks. It all felt so natural, so real, not only to her but also to him. The one thing she wanted was to make sure she still spent time with her friends. And she was achieving just that, and by the looks of it, so was he. A beautiful balance between love and life. Her mind finally back on track, was beginning to slip up, grow a tinge too tired. They'd been dancing for only 30 minutes, and the dance would go on for another 2.5 hours, but at least when it came to partying hard, she couldn't keep her stamina up for too long. She and Izuku hopped off the dance floor and went over to grab a drink. "Man," she said, "I'm beat." Izuku, no longer with her and now over by his friends, was nowhere to be found. Instead, it was Jiro, paper cup in hand, who greeted her, filling it up with punch. "And I can't feel my feet." Mina looked over at her, the rest of the band of girls quickly approaching behind like a little flock of ducks crossing the street. Hagakure woefully pretended to feel faint, only evident by her glove reaching up to her forehead in an attempt to make things 10 times more melodramatic than needed be. Oh, it must be so hard to actually have a date. Mina rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right, you could land a date easily if you wanted to, all of you could." And as if right on cue, there was all of a sudden a boy, one cute, one nervously trying to get their attention. Excuse me, Uraraka." Uraraka turned. Now Uraraka would be lying if she said she hadn't seen this boy. He looked familiar, a friend of Hatsume's, she thought, studying in the Department of Support. There wasn't any obvious evidence of a quirk. "Oh," she said, holding the hem of her dress. Something about this encounter made her anxious, but a good kind of anxious, a giddy kind. "I know this might be out of the blue, and you can say no, and I've been thinking about this for a while. Would you maybe want to dance with me?" He suddenly shook his head side to side, looked surprised. "And I'm sorry, I never told you my name." Uraraka interrupted him. "No, it's okay, Yuta, right, Hatsume's friend." "Oh, okay," he smiled, sighed. "You remember me, so. Sure, I'll dance with you." The girls had been watching from afar, staring, mouths agape in awe. As Uraraka unreluctantly took his hand and walked off, she turned back around and smiled at them, Mina giving her a celebratory thumbs up. She was with her at heart. A little while later, they were back with the DJ, the entirety of Class 1A on the dance floor at the exact same time, moving to the beat of the disco. Each knowing the precise mannerisms of most songs, their choreography was near perfect despite having never even practiced. It put a smile on Mina's face, and as she turned toward Izuku, who was delightfully dancing next to her, she could see it put a smile on his as well. Hagakure, to her left, tapped her shoulder, startling her out of her trance. "Hey," she said, "I never said I'm sorry for what happened during Truth or Dare." They kept on dancing. "Oh no, Taru, it's okay, everything worked out in the end." She had to raise her voice a few notes higher over the music. "But I mean, I shouldn't have done what I did." Mina turned toward her, smile more moving than magic, and although she couldn't see it, it lightened Hagakure up inside. "Hey, I'm the one who kissed him. I should have just gone the easy way out with Kiri. At least now you know he isn't the one I like, so I guess next time if there's anything to learn, just don't be so quick to judge." And Hagakure, pleasantly surprised at how well that fared, nodded her head, facing frontward, grooving to the beat of the music. She took Mina's advice, and that last little bit of distance was shattered. Class 1A kept dancing with one another for a while, giggling and getting down and rowdy and having the time of their lives. There was a certain singularity in the way they moved. They were all of a sudden one, no dilemma, no drama about to stop them, nor would it hinder their night. It was about half an hour later, with only an hour and a half left in the dance, when Present Mike stood up on stage. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's about time for all you couples out there we start playing some slow songs." There was a crowd of cheers, from the stereotypical oohs and ahs to boos bouncing blatantly off the walls. Mina immediately ran toward Izuku. This was the part of the night she was waiting for. "Guess those dance lessons are finally coming in handy, huh?" He nodded, took her in his arms. One hand flew up by his face and the other down by her waist. "Yup, I just never expected it to be with you." They slowly inched from the edge of the dance floor to the middle, a cluster of couples no longer nearby. It was nice to be alone. Izuku didn't take his eyes off of her throughout the whole first song, and then the next, and the next. She was honestly quite surprised, watching him move like that, a certain nervousness in the way he stepped yet still unapologetically bold. And as she looked up into his eyes, she knew she'd made the right choice. She'd made the right choice by being with him, by being with this boy, and not an ounce of her would ever regret it. He eventually got her in a compromising position, her back against his chest as she quite purposely looked up into his eyes. She gave him this loving look, letting her lashes flutter up like the wings of a butterfly as she did so. This was no accident. She would kiss him, but this was the school gym. "You're getting kinda cocky tonight, huh?" That caught him off guard. All of a sudden, he was knocked right out of his groove. "Maybe a little," he said, and suddenly he started stuttering, back to his old, usual, shy self. He tucked a piece of her hair behind her ear. Now that he mentioned it, it was getting kind of long. "But then again, after all that you taught me, whose fault is that?" She raised her head and her hand. "All right, I guess I give in, you got me." He spun her back around, leaving each of their arms out extended for just a brief moment, only linked by the loose grasp they had held on each other before pulling her back in close. She was convinced that with a simple surrender, she had once again turned him courageous. And with the brightest blush on both of their faces, they continued to dance until they could no longer keep track of time, comprehend what was going on around them or anything else in the outside world. For what felt like forever, yet an instant at the same time, it was just him and her, bodies intertwined as they burned it up on the dance floor, both each other's scapegoat, each other's getaway. If they needed a moment off, even a few minutes, away from the chaotic catastrophe they called life, they ran straight to each other before anyone else. He was whom she found to be her special someone. It was about half an hour before the end of the dance when Mina, allegedly out of the blue, got an idea. She tapped his shoulder, grabbed hold of his attention. "Hey, Izuku," she said, "let's get away." And whatever idea she had, he knew for sure it was going to be a bad one, but blind as a bat, he would inevitably follow her lead. Sure, but how and where? She began leading him out of the crowd, weaving through waves of people and a glistening sea of stars. Asteroids hung high overhead, planets left in their wake, but those didn't deter her. Nothing would. She took him by the hand out into the vacant hallway and through UA's front doors. Cold, the bitter breeze biting her soft skin, Izuku, without even a beat of evanescent delay, took off his suit and wrapped it around her. "Thank you," she said, craning her neck back, smiling. Now that they were away, he was so happy to finally be able to hug her. "Of course. There's a reason I wanted to take you out here, you know." She talked into his arms, pulling him closer. He could feel her breath against his skin, his nerves tingling from the sweet sensation. He honestly found it quite arousing. He remained with his head on her shoulder, unwilling to open his eyes. "Yeah, what's that?" "I want to take a walk." Izuku pulled away. "A walk?" "Yeah, just one around UA. Any special spots in mind?" Mine looked lost in thought. "Oh," she shrieked, "there is one place I want to go." She took his hand. "If that's fine with you, that is." "I mean, sure, why not?" And so, in sync, they walked out of the affluence of academic buildings and back toward the UA dorms. The usual walk to and from class in the morning and afternoon was typically about 5–10 minutes, but today she stopped short, only making it about 2.5. She led them into the forest. On the side of the streets of UA's campus, there had always been an abundance of trees. Many had not found the time to explore, too busy training and schooling and all, to take a trip into the unknown, adventure around and get to know the land they were living in, but Mina had. She had taken time out of her day to do so. Sometimes that constituted sneaking out past curfew. Aizawa was yet to catch her, and it gave her an adrenaline rush. Studying at the illustrious school of UA, she spent most of her time stressed out, and it was her only means of escape. So why the hell not? Mina, my shoes. It's okay, the leaves don't get deep and the ground doesn't get damp. Okay if you say so, but where are we going? You'll see. By now she was way far in front, leading the way, him lagging behind, holding on for dear life. She reluctantly forced herself to slow down so he could catch up. She may have been overexcited, but she wasn't inconsiderate. Much to Izuku's relief, she came to a halting stop, as they must have finally arrived. It took him a minute to finally figure out what he was looking at. A creek. Slowly it slivered, sliced into smaller streams until bridging back together into this beautifully bright pond, sparkling and steaming and fizzing like a lively little hot spring. It was as if it was set under an active volcano, one which could erupt at any minute. A geyser bursted out a belt of hot water. Mina, are you sure this is safe?" Izuku asked. "Nope." He went pale, a ghostly shade of white. She bent down, careful to keep her dress from touching the ground, and waved her hand against the water, leaving little lasting ripples that extended outward to the other side of the pond. "Sorry, we don't have to stay if you don't want," she started. "I've always just thought this spot was very beautiful ever since I found it at the beginning of the year. I told myself when I found the right guy, I would bring him here." And although she turned away and was incredibly unwilling to turn back, from the silence she could tell he was blushing. A small smile cracked from the corners of her lips. "No, it's okay." He bent down by her side, rolling up his sleeves, waving his own hand in the deep blue sea. "I'm glad I'm that guy." He draped his head over her shoulder, staring out across the bay. The little red tint to his cheeks sent her heart soaring. "Of course." She picked at the grass, and in a moment of peace, sweet serenity, she looked up, admiration in her eyes as she took in the beautiful night sky, littered with stars and clouds and a wondrously white moon, unbothered by bustling city lights and planes and contaminated carbon-filled air. It was incredible, seeing the sky from the outer side of the city, lights no longer in the way. It was as if she were stricken by inspiration. Inspiration to make the most out of this moment. And so, trees whistling and water crystal clear from one end of the bank to the other, she leaned in and kissed him. It was an ambitious decision, but one she wouldn't regret. Her lips were just a little bit chapped, the cold the cause, but she didn't mind. And judging by his unhesitant haste, neither did he. Besides, he, being a boy, had given in to the cold as well, cheeks no longer supple and soft but breezily bitter under her touch. After a bit of bottom lip biting and slowing things down, Izuku pulled away. They touched the tips of their noses, resting their foreheads comfortably against each other, giving each a subtle smile. He ran his hands through her hair. He hit something hard, taking a second to realize it was the metal hair clip. "That clip, it's really pretty. You should wear it more often, if you want, I mean. If I ever get the chance to dress up like this again, I will. One day when I marry you," he wanted to say. And although she would most likely not hesitate to agree, he knew in his heart that that would be taking things too far too fast. They were immature, young, no way of knowing where this love was going or where the hell the future was planning on taking them. It was a real love, but a puppy one nonetheless. But he would admit, marrying her was something he'd like to do one day, something he'd like to dream. He opted for this instead. "Well, I mean, you don't have to dress up to wear that clip." She laughed. "Oh, Izu, trying to pretend you know fashion. I'd bet money on you not knowing the difference between a romper and a jumpsuit." He had to be honest, she caught him up on that one. They heard voices coming out from the clearing. The dance had come to an end. Early, they must have assumed, as students were beginning to walk out. Or, as there weren't many, maybe they were just leaving a little ahead of time. "We should probably go," Izuku opted. "Oh, now, come on, so there's people, so what, it's not like they can see us." Mina, from here they probably can." And so, to shut him up, she kissed him, her bones embedded with not a lick of hesitation. It was obvious, ostentatious, in order to prove her point. None of the boys or girls or anything in between quirks could do some funky stuff out there could see them, nor did they care. And when they kept on walking past the clearing, completely unaware of what was going on behind the bush just 40 feet further into the forest, a whole lot of PDA, to say the least, Mina didn't have to say any more. She rested her hand on his chin. "See," she said when she pulled away, but Izuku wasn't done yet. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her back in, hands on the side of her neck. Eyes wide with surprise and a hint of exhausted exhilaration. It took her a moment to process Izuku's unexpected display of alacrity, even longer for her to kiss back. She slyly snaked her hands over the suit on his shoulders and up past the nape of his neck, running them wildly through his untamed mane. His head of hair was a poofy one that vaguely resembled hers. They pushed up against each other, almost borrowing each other's strength to stand up. Up overhead stood cherry blossom trees, some of the first few to bloom. She spun him around and pinned him up against one of the nearby tree trunks, a branch hanging not too many feet over their heads. And with the pink leaves there, falling on each of their shoulders, she liked to imagine it was mistletoe. And so they made out under that tree for minutes. Of course, still being new to this and all, they went not much farther than kissing. She peppered his neck with pecks, unwilling to suckle the skin in her best attempt not to leave a mark, but still playful nonetheless. It wasn't until, as they intertwined their tongues, he tentatively rubbed around a little on the top of her head, feeling her horns as a means of exploration, then responding by twitching wildly in the palm of his hand, that their kiss would come to a halt. She clamped down on the tip of his tongue, suddenly so squeamish. "Hey," she said, bringing her hands to her horns. They were still twitching, and she needed to calm them down. "It's sensitive there." Instinctively, he pulled away, a little downhearted to have done so. Something about seeing her in such a susceptible state got his heart racing, running circles around his chest. Mina, I'm sorry, he said. I didn't know. I'll be more careful next time. No, it's okay. It just took me by surprise is all. Maybe you could touch them more next time. And there came her cougar, her more assertive side. His face flushed. They heard footsteps once again coming from the clearing, this time many more than there were before. Low voices and little laughs and giggles that could only mean one thing, the end of the night, and in turn, the end of their first-year dance. Izuku was in fact more happy than he was sad. With this wonderful new girl in his life, his second year would bring better beginnings. But instead of wallowing in his thoughts, he decided it'd be best if he were talking. We should probably go. Finally, still with this big, bright red blush on his face, he watched intuitively as her hands fell from her horns atop her head, back by her side and no longer in their protective stance, and she was able to look him in the eye. She smiled, before someone sees us and calls the cops. Now that she mentioned it, they did look pretty peculiar. To the sensible eye, they'd seem like suspicious figures. She fixed herself up and unmatted her hair and wiped the lipstick off of his face and the corners of his lips. Carefully, quietly, sneakily, discreetly, they made their way out of the brush and through the clearing and back onto the main road, following the rest of the student crowd on their memorable march back toward the UA dorms. Oh, how she felt so devious. Midoriya Ashido, wait up. They looked back over their shoulders at the sight of the sound of the noise. There, barreling toward them, came Kirishima, Kaminari, Ida, and Uraraka, and another half of Class 1A trailing behind them in their wake. They looked at each other, stopped. Kirishima was the first to catch up, slowing down, and as he stopped standing his guard, he lackadaisically rested his grimy hands on his knees. You guys wanna, he huffed, walk back to the dorms together? After all, they would be packing up their things and leaving, not tonight, but tomorrow. In celebration of a new year, they'd be moving into new dorms, their placement on the other side of campus. It was only customary. Sure, she said. And so they all formed a few lines, a fierce 5 in the front, a more fugitive 5 in the back. Next to Mina stood Uraraka. She would later have to inquire about how things went with her date. Kirishima separated the easily set-off Bakugo from Izuku, and behind them were a number of other students from Class 1A, walking, standing to the side of the sidewalk to let other potential people pass by. Mina looked to her left, not at all surprised to see Kirishima advancing toward Bakugo's hand and him popping off explosions and pulling away. She smiled. Mina, Izuku by her side, grabbed hold of his hand. She sauntered and swayed and curled his fingers tightly toward hers, palms producing just a little bit of accidental acid. There was a lot of laughing, animosity, exhilaration, and elation, as in less than 1 week, Class 1A would become Class 2A, and all would be well with the world. Well, for the most part, they had their ups and downs. And, as if moving into different dorms wasn't enough, he'd practically read her mind, as he tilted his head up and looked at her sideways and said, "You ready?" Ready for what? To finally, even if it wasn't for long, head home, to step it up a notch, carry the weight of the burden of becoming second years, to dive headfirst into their relationship. There was a lot she could have prepared for. No, she thought, that wasn't what he meant. He meant the future, just the future in general. Because it was almost as unpredictable as their past. Course, she said back, and as they kept on walking, she twisted him around, showing off a little in front of their friends as this was their one and only night to do so, dragging him a few feet forward and pulling him along with her. He let out a little squeal and she, a slight skip in her step. They eventually hopped back in line. She smiled and he smiled too, and she held onto his hand like she'd never let go. And with a grip like that, there was one thing he could say for certain: she definitely wasn't planning on it. And as the night sky shined so bright, he vowed that neither was he. Epilogue/end. Mina awoke cold. Despite the sound of the heater crackling quietly on the opposite side of the room, she was still cold, and it was then that she realized she only had the shivers over something psychological. She had a feeling she knew why, like she always did, as this was nothing new to her. It only took one look over her shoulder at the other side of the bed to confirm it. Yep, Izuku was gone. And on Valentine's Day, no less. It wasn't like she could be surprised. This happened often. Hero work and all, being called in the early hours of the morning before the moon could even fall curtain on Musutafu was a common occurrence. And he was the #1 hero. It happened a lot for her, but even more so for him. She only ranked in the top 20. But still, that didn't stop her from being blue. He had left her naked there, freezing under the covers, nothing but a brief goodbye note and a bouquet of flourishing flowers, lotuses and lilacs, and a bundle of other beautiful blossoms thrown into the mix to keep her company. It was sweet, she would admit, but depressing nonetheless. She hated having sex with him the night before and waking up with him gone. Tired and groggy, she sat up, read the note. Today was one of those days where work would be cut short, as she had already been told so antecedently by her agency. They delivered news in no time. She read it over a few times until it finally processed in her mind, and it may have been short, but it was tantalizingly tender. Mina, I'm so sorry about the early leave. I got called into work before sunrise. I'll let you know how it goes, or better yet, you can just watch on TV, but I'm betting you'll be at work. Last night was great. I guess it was my early Valentine's Day gift. Today, if I get back on time, let's go out. Let's go out on a date like old times. And if I can't, we can just cuddle up and have a movie night. At least let me make this night special. I love you, Mina, more than words can describe. Stay safe out there. Izuku. She swooned. Still, after all this time, he had this idiotic effect on her. It had been almost 8 years. 8 years since they'd started dating. They'd recently turned 24. And once again she had to wonder, where was the proposal? She'd been waiting for so long. Sometimes she wondered if maybe he'd fallen out of love with her, as they weren't young, dumb kids anymore, and they weren't right smack dab in the middle of a premature puppy love. Had time taken its toll? No, she thought. Izuku knew when to be honest about his feelings. If he truly felt that way, he would have broken up with her a long time ago. Or at least she hoped. She grunted, sighed, rested her head in her hand on her pillow. Her alarm clock rang, but she put it on silent. She needed to get ready. She had work soon. But her brain, barbaric, running around in circles endlessly over and over again with the exact same thoughts, she had trouble dragging herself out of bed. Somehow, after all this time, Mina had managed spectacularly not to fall out of love with him. In her mind, at least, it meant he was the one she wanted to marry, although she already knew that, and she had since long ago. She likely had her hero work to thank. Not seeing each other so often meant they didn't have time to get sick of each other, bicker, and in turn, break up. She could also partially thank her and his undying love. Besides, they only had sex 2 nights a week. At most, half the time their sleep schedules were all whack and they'd go to bed and wake up at completely different times. Last night was an anomaly, an outlier, something she'd never forget. Could tonight be the same? She couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, tonight would be the night he proposed. And if he didn't, it was presumably her call to take matters into her own hands. It wasn't traditional for the girl to be the one to propose, but honestly, who really cared about tradition anyway? As long as she got to marry him. She decided, as she rolled out of bed and changed out of her pajamas into some more decent clothes, that she would phone Jiro about it, maybe get some new insight. Mina was in the midst of brushing her teeth when she rang her up. A gruff voice came in from the other end, one still strained by sleep. Hello? Oh, Kyoyuka, I'm so sorry to be calling you at. She checked the time, 7:30 in the morning, but I really need some advice. Go for it, you know I've always got your back. Despite it being years, Jiro and her had managed to stay in touch. And not only was it Jiro, but all of the rest of the girls in Class 3A as well. It was usually conventional for most to meet their closest friends in college, but since they didn't have that, they met them in high school. So how was Jiro doing after all these years? Mina was able to answer that question, as they'd managed to stay so tightly knit, and it was something similar to a simple all right. Kaminari and her had been dating for the last little while, as things didn't exactly work out at UA, and it wasn't until much longer later, after they'd grown up and matured, that they truly found each other and fell in love. As they say, right person, wrong time. Without any indication of doubt, Mina was proud to say that in her case she could easily alter her wording around a bit to fit her own fantastical reality. Right person, right time. Things weren't perfect, as nothing ever would be, but despite the rocky road they'd ridden, they certainly were good enough. Mina, you gonna tell me, or? Oh, she said. Yeah, sorry, you know me, always getting lost in my thoughts. She took a pause, huffed, held her hesitation in her hand, and then squeezed it tight until it burst and disappeared into thin air. Finally, this being on her mind for months now, she started rambling. It's just Izuku, he hasn't really asked me to marry him yet, and like we're 24 Kyoka. I know that's early for most people, but we've been together for 8 years. We've talked about it before and I'm sure he wants to, but I can't just keep sitting around forever. Like, does he not love me? Mina, tonight's Valentine's Day, just before you get upset, give him that, okay? He loves you, girl, you don't need me to tell you that. He loves you to pieces. You two haven't lasted this long for no reason. Hell, I'd bet money on it that he's already asked your parents for your hand in marriage. He better have, my dad would go crazy if he didn't. Besides, Izuku was a respectable guy. Almost too respectable, always apologizing and going above and beyond about his manners, even profusely so, a bit over the top. And now Mina was thinking about it, him sitting down with her mother and father and asking so politely and sweetly and so very Izuku-like for permission to propose. And even after all these years, it still got her heart racing. Yeah, she smiled, her eyes glistened beautifully bright yellow in the sunlit window. I guess I'll just give him tonight, and if he doesn't do it then we'll sit down and have a talk. Oh, thank God, Mina, you're finally thinking rationally. I mean, look at Bakugo and Kirishima, and Denki and I, for God's sake, none of us have proposed yet. Speaking of, how are those two doing? Bakugo and Kirishima, I mean. Mina ran a hand through her hair, the length just a little bit longer than it was back at UA. Kirishima was doing well. He'd risen to fame, a few slots away from the top 5, and there wasn't any individual who didn't know the name the unbreakable hero Red Riot. Now, Bakugo had even gone beyond that. He sat at 2, dead set on Izuku's tail. Todoroki and him had gone back and forth between the spot for years. As for Kirishima and Bakugo, they were still ever so happily in love. They owned their own apartment, as did Izuku and Mina, and Bakugo's anger had toned down a bit since his earlier days. He even had a somewhat peaceful relationship with Izuku. Well, as peaceful as things could get while fighting over the #1 spot. Good, she said. Great, actually. Ijiru's just as feisty as usual and Bakugo's just as belligerent. Great, well, Denki and I are doing well, aren't we, Denki? Kaminari's voice came in through the background, now much louder than Jiru's. Yup, long time no see, Ashido. Hey, Kaminari, that Class 3A reunion can't come any faster, huh? Yup. His voice fizzled out as a cutesy kind of quarrel erupted between the two. Jiru's voice was once again more prominent. Alright, so anyway, now that dunce face is out of the picture. Hey, I heard that. Mina could just imagine Jiru rolling her eyes. The girls of Class 3A really need to hang out sometime soon. We should text in the group chat. Mina and her worked out a plan for that until eventually they had it all set. Okay, done, Mina shouted, and all of a sudden she was in a much better mood, lively and energetic and bubbly, almost barbarically so. She was probably getting her hopes up too high, but she had a good feeling about tonight. Hey Mina, I wish you the best of luck on your date. Thanks Kyoka, you too, talk to you later. Yup, talk to you later, she laughed, and probably see you soon. Jiru hung up the phone. Mina threw herself back on Izuku's side of the bed and suffocated her head in his pillow, hugging it so hard the feathers fell out. Suffice to say she was swooning and she felt like a lovesick little girl again, although to be perfectly honest she would be willing to admit that she didn't particularly mind. Mina got off work at 2:00 p.m. Today was one of those days, those incredibly quiet days when a majority of the villains she fought were really only minor. Most of them were heartbroken and lonely. It was really quite sad. Except who in their right mind took out their forlorn feelings on a bunch of innocent townspeople? Her ideologies did a full 360. Nevertheless, her mind still running rampant over the perceived personalities of the villains she'd put behind bars, grabbed a bag of chips, the TV remote, and hunkered down on the couch. She turned on the TV. Ah yes, until Izuku got home, today would be a docile day. Except immediately as soon as the static turned to pixels turned to pictures, there he was, smiling sportively under the eyes of news reporters on her television screen. Save the world with a smile, he'd said, his catchphrase. Or maybe more like All Might's, to laud the legacy of the symbol of peace. He went off into battle. Her heart hammered wildly in and out of her chest. This always got her nervous. It was a given from the get-go, the moment they decided to become heroes, that in the duty of saving people they would see their loved ones get hurt. They would see them wounded, scared, helpless, lying lifelessly on the ground, potentially even reaching their demise. She had seen that scene plenty of times. She held her breath. Luckily, the fight ended with the villain incarcerated with ease. With the help of Kirishima and a slightly extra airheaded Uraraka, the criminal was quickly deemed unconscious and taken into the hands of the police. She sighed. Speaking of Uraraka, Mina hadn't really talked to her in a while. Well, if a few days counted as a while, they were best friends after all, so talking every day was completely conventional. Not seeing her for so long left her at least a little bit lonely. Uraraka was doing well. She'd had a few boyfriends over the years, but currently she was single and more than happy to be honest. Boys had never really suited her style. Uraraka would always cheer her on when Mina merely mentioned the possibility of getting married. It was sweet of her. She still had that same bubbly, go-getem personality she'd had back at UA and was still considered an airhead. It was honestly kind of cute. That was enough of her old friends. She needed to get back to the TV to make sure Izuku was okay. Luckily, he gave the reporters a sincere, sweet smile, saving the city of Musutafu all the while, and through the television screen his face felt strangely familiar, almost like he was smiling at her. She knew he wasn't, but she couldn't help but swoon. He seemed so sweet when working yet so sexy at the same time. She looked down at her phone, buzzing and beeping at an incoming message. Izuku had texted her, letting her know he would be off of work early today. She began getting herself ready. Izuku was in the middle of watching his most recent villain capture be turned over to the hands of the police when, from his back pocket, his phone rang. He pulled it out, replicas of All Might's 2 tufts of hair and wings on the sides of his costume getting caught on the cloth of his clothes. Yeah, that never changed. Izuku was still a fanboy at heart. It was his agency. Although for the most part he was on his own and worked primarily independently, he still got most of his calls from them for the specifics of what to look for, what villains he'd be fighting, and where he'd find them. Deku, a deep male voice started. To any other it'd seem intimidating, but to Izuku it was anything but, "You're done for the day." This was Fujiwara, one of Izuku's allies. He was a partner in crime in a way, just without the fighting. Already, Izuku shrieked, but it's only 6:00 p.m. I know, Fujiwara continued, his voice getting gruffer. But there are plenty of heroes who have decided to take the night shift, and with today being Valentine's Day, there are of course not many villains around. If we need you again, we'll call you. Besides, I know in regards to Pinky you have big plans for tonight. Izuku blushed. He took a second and then said, Yes, thank you, Fujiwara. Anytime, it's a man's duty to help another guy out. Izuku laughed, yup. And with that, Fujiwara ended the call. Izuku took a deep breath in. Then, letting that same little lasting breath out, he ran full speed back to his agency. He changed into regular civilian clothes, and knowing that today, of all days, he most definitely could not get caught, he covered himself up with a tall top hat and a pair of somber sunglasses. There, now hopefully no adoring fans would get in his way, he headed back home. Before Izuku opened his door, he tucked a small, velvet, elegant-looking black box he was planning on saving for later deep inside his back pocket. Hopefully, she wouldn't notice. She had his arms around him as soon as he walked in the doorway. Oh, you're safe, she squealed. I was so worried about you. He hugged her back. Of course I'm safe. She spun him around and around and around until she got sick of spinning, dizzy and weak in the knees. I know, she said, looking down. I just get worried with you being the #1 hero and all. It's a new title for you. Almost a year in the making. Overenthusiastically, he threw his hands in the air, smiled, that super signature sprightly look in his eyes, and winked down at her. Then all of a sudden he got serious. Mina, I worry about you too, you know, it's dangerous out there. Her face flushed. After lifting her chin a little, a lot, she was able to bury her head into the crook of his shoulder. He'd gotten taller since UA, no longer 57, but now nearly 511. She still stood a measly 53. With all these villains it can be, she pulled away, but we're safe now and it's Valentine's Day, she winked, and you promised me a date. But no matter how much Mina denied it, he was right. Hero life was unpredictable, treacherous, oftentimes the exact definition of dangerous. Their lives were on the line 24/7. And with Izuku's One for All, a majority of the past successors died young. No, Mina shook her head, don't think that way. Izuku could be an exception, And oftentimes, for those one-of-a-kind, top-of-the-line heroes, early meant only a few years off from when they would have originally died, so she should have held her head up higher. Yeah, Mina, that's the spirit. Save him from whatever troubles come his way. Besides, over the course of the past few years, he had spent a considerable amount of time mastering the 6 inherited quirks that came along with this borrowed power and diligently training his body to accommodate them. He was even specially selected by All Might, the former #1 hero himself. Many of the other past successors didn't get that God-given grace and were, by default, not ready to take on the quirk. Musutafu, he asked. She let her mind down slowly. She needed to get her head on straight. Musutafu it is. That would be a throwback, a sentimental reminder of their first date. Izuku excused himself to go get changed, really get changed this time, not into civilian clothes but more fashionable ones, going especially out of his way to make sure he didn't look like too much of a big deal. He didn't want her getting any ideas. With that said, suit slacks and sleek jacket in hand, he went for the sharp, sophisticated look of a done-down street-style savant. As Mina had told him, it weirdly worked well with him, something she'd have liked to see from him more often. He showered and threw on his clothes and looked himself over in the mirror, grabbing his gift bag off of the counter and nervously taking a breath. Out of his work pants pocket came the box, and into his suit slacks it went. It wasn't until he walked out of the room that he really got a good look at his girlfriend. Her outfit was cute, casual, as even though it was Valentine's Day. They didn't feel the need to go out of their way to get dressed up, as even though they loved each other, this was their 8th year together. They still felt the need to look good, but never anymore did they willingly go above and beyond. That didn't mean that in this attire he didn't find her beautiful. In fact, he found her fabulous. No flashy high heels or prim and proper dresses were necessary. But still, she wore that hairpin. That pin, the one that had held her hair up on the night of the dance, the one he remembered so clearly, Angelica's and bits of silver and gold scattered scarcely throughout. She wore it all the time now. It was beat up and battered, but her favorite. Tonight was the optimal time to use it. Although he'd keep that quiet. They held hands as they headed hastily out of the apartment complex. To the public, the loving relationship between Pinky and Deku was no secret, but as they weren't in hero costumes, luckily it was, in a way, illegal for fans to approach them. The most they could do was ask for an autograph. This was mostly for privacy reasons. Heroes had lives too, you know. What are you feeling tonight, Izu? Dinner date? Movies? I'd be totally down to get drunk if we didn't have work in the morning. Izuku began muttering to himself. In truth, he'd already laid out a plan. He knew exactly how he wanted this night to go, and not once would he allow himself to fuck any of it up. We start with a fancy dinner and then hit the boulevard and then mini-golf and then the park and then the boats and then that. Izuku, you're mumbling again. He sat up prickly stiff, her voice sending shivers down his spine. Oh, sorry about that, Mina. I was just thinking, maybe we ought to head out to dinner. She pumped up her fists. Despite being taller and buffer and even more beautiful than he was way back when he was young, he was still like he was back then, still that same old stuttering kid. Besides being Japan's, and not only Japan's, but also in some instances the world's #1 hero, not much had changed. Sure thing, and what's this about boats? He scratched his cheek, and nothing in particular, really. I'll show you later. Suspiciously, she tilted her head to the side. He was seemingly more jumpy than usual tonight, and she had to wonder why. Whatever you say, it sounds to me like you're taking me on one of those extra special dates today. Well, I mean, it is Valentine's Day. She latched onto his hand. Yup. And he held his hand to his heart. Because of all this hero work, I haven't really got to see you lately. She stared up at him, his nervousness nothing to hide. Her lips turned down slightly before turning back up. Then let's just let tonight make up for that. She was really just a ball of positivity, a bundle of joy, an optimist at its finest, and once again he knew why it was he was so in love with this girl. As she stood there, smiling, eyes bright and brave and bubbly and anything but bleak, he could see it on her face. It'll all be all right, she silently said. Together we'll make it through. We'll support each other and lift each other up and give each other the chance to live our best lives. I can easily prove it to you, Izuku. Little did she know he needed no proof. Okay, he said. He'd surrendered. She was just too hard to handle, too hard to resist. They decided on a quick-hand easy Google search certified restaurant right up the street. It had been a while since they'd had authentic Japanese food. After dinner and a delicious dessert, their waitress, seemingly overjoyed to be serving the two of them, walked willfully over to their table and handed them the bill. She swooned. You know, now that my work's over, would it really be rude to ask you for an autograph? Izuku stuttered, waving his hands. Oh no, of course not, from Pinky or me. She pulled out her notebook. Would both be okay? Of course, Mina said, and she signed first. Quickly following suit was Izuku. They gave her a generous tip that night. Besides, she seemed like such a sweet young lady, college-aged, and the two of them could sympathize with that. She also had magnificent manners. Mina, prepared to leave the restaurant, packed her purse and stood up, completely taken aback by Izuku's hesitancy and holding onto her wrist. Aizu. He stumbled back. Sorry, I was just thinking, maybe I should give you my gift now. Her heart hammered wildly in and out of her chest. She told herself over and over not to get her hopes up, that there was an existentially, earth-shatteringly slim chance that tonight would be the night, but she still found herself sweating bullets and as she sat back down, squirming in her seat. He handed her his gift bag. It was small but cute, decorated with pink confetti streamers spilling out over the sides. She nearly tore it apart. "Whoa, Mina, slow down," he said. "They were drawing too much attention. You're missing the best part. Besides, wasn't the wait the best? Why rush? Why not let the excitement build a bit?" But of course, Mina had never had that mindset. She never would. Continued digging led her to an astounding, and as she wouldn't have liked to admit, a bit disappointing discovery. It's Polaroids and a new wallet, and whoa, you packed this chock full of Pocky. Mina had always had a special place in her heart and on the tip of her tongue for the sweet, strawberry-flavored snacks, those and candy hearts. Sadly, there was no little black box, no ring at the bottom of the bag, no matter how much she ripped up the wrapping. Nothing. She slapped her cheeks. She shouldn't have been thinking that way. The chances were slim anyway, and she should have been more appreciative. Besides, these Polaroids were cute. She had remembered a few of his friends taking them on their nights out at the bar or little get-togethers and gatherings and mini high school reunions. He'd likely been compiling them since then. One was of her totally catching him off guard, leaning up for a quick kiss on the cheek, dressed up nicely with bottles of beer behind them as the other former members of Class 3A photobombed their shot by giving them bold and brash bunny ears. That must have been a year ago now. What a throwback. The next was a Polaroid picture, a selfie slightly blurry. He distinctly remembered Mina snapping in the spur of the moment on one of their dates one day, his hair disheveled and self-sweaty as she held his hand running on the roller rink. A few months ago, they decided to go roller skating, and Mina really wanted one of those aesthetic kinds of photos, as she called it, the chaotic ones that created the most beautiful and sentimental memories. Izuku didn't question it. She took it, and before she even had the chance to look at it and regret giving it to him, she'd already handed it off to him. She was honestly expecting him to keep it for himself, but she guessed she liked it more this way. She had an affinity for on-the-spot photos like this. Well, this was what she'd gotten out of it. They looked more like knuckle-headed nobodies than fiercely famous pro-heroes. She was honestly a little embarrassed. Oh well, she'd hang it up at home on an empty clothespin on their hideously decorated bedroom wall anyway. Half of it was his hero posters scattered scarcely throughout, while the other half was hers, more popular media kinds of stuff like vintage fairy lights and retro indie discs hanging around the room to give it a vibe. They didn't work together too well and mixed to create an intriguing palette of colors, to say the least. The other Polaroid picture, she decided, the one of her kissing him on the cheek, she would slip sparingly into her phone case. She cherished Izuku so much that she wanted to have him with her everywhere she went. The last was taken of the two of them after a troublesome talk show on TV. Offset, they stood in the snow in their hero costumes after some of the city's most famous talk show hosts had interviewed them asking interpersonal questions about their relationship. Neither were crazy about the attention, and were only told to indulge in more publicity by their respective hero agencies, and gave bland and ambiguous answers. He had draped his coat over her just as he had done at that dance. It had been years since then, but she still remembered it as if it were yesterday. She remembered almost all of their milestones, from their first date to their first kiss to their very first time. That last one was a wild ride, mainly because they were only a few months into their relationship when it happened. "Izuku, I didn't know you were saving these for me," she smiled, swooned. "These are so sweet." "Well, I wanted to give you something more special than just a box of chocolates." She pouted. "And to think you would have done that to me a few years back because you," she accented a few subtle air quotes, "didn't have the time. 21-year-old you was really immature." "Maybe just a bit," he admitted. He still sometimes told her he was sorry for that, even nowadays. I promise I still loved you back then, too. She held his hand on top of the table, fiddled around with his fingers. I know, oh, how she dreamed of wearing a wedding ring. Although I have to admit that might not be your finest moment in our relationship thus far. Her sarcasm was like a brisk blow to the chest. Oh, don't bring the memories back. She laughed, shook her head, part of her felt guilty but good seeing him embarrassed. She pulled out the pocky and then the brand new wallet. It was a purple, more of a mauve, that so perfectly matched her hero costume and would have gone well with all of the black she had in her closet. Izuku Midoriya really knew how to pick a good fit. Well, that had certainly changed from when he was younger. Upon opening it up, there was copious amounts of space for her to fit her credit cards and money and personal belongings into particular pouches, much more so than the last wallet she'd owned. That old one had wear and tear and was getting all scuffed up anyway. "Ah, Izuku, how'd you know? You've been complaining about your old one for a while." She winked. "You might know me better than I know myself." He gave her no response, and then all of a sudden, as she looked down at the accidental array of puffy pink confetti straight out on the table in front of her, she laughed and laughed and laughed and laughed until even Izuku couldn't wrap his mind around her peculiar behavior, and she supposedly got her head back on straight. "Sorry," she said. "I guess I'm just happy," and a little mad at herself for thinking he'd possibly proposed to her, but that was beside the point. "Over my gift?" "Yup." "What, why?" "Earlier I was getting way in over my head, but now that I look at this more clearly, I really appreciate it." He wasn't sure if he even wanted to ask her what she meant. "Oh, don't mind me," she'd noticed bewilderment etched into his emerald eyes. "I'll tell you later, maybe." He tilted his head to the side at that, but decided once again to not even bother to ask. Over the years, he'd learned that was typically the most suitable course of action with Mina. Besides, she probably had a reason for keeping it quiet. She pulled out her purse and dug through it a little and handed him a glacial green gift bag. She'd hidden it much better than he had. He was taken completely by surprise. Mina, this is huge, thanks, but how'd you even fit it into that purse?" She smirked, rolled her eyes, gave him a telling look. "I have my ways." Instead of ripping up the wrapping paper like mischievous Mina did, he opened her gift more carefully, double-checking each last layer to make sure he didn't miss anything meaningful. The last thing he wanted to do was miss out on a note or some sum of money or something super special. It would totally ruin his night. He pulled out posters, hero posters to be exact, more to add to his room. A little love letter was left inside, faintly falling out as he unraveled the paper and plastic, and much to his amusement, he read it. He read it while squeezing Mina's hand, letting her know all the while that he loved her. He needed no love letter to tell him that. But it was sweet seeing her run right over all the highs and lows of their relationship. She wrote with such passion, fire in her heart, like a moth drawn to a flame. As soon as the light bulb went off, she was writing and writing and writing until her hands hurt. He leaned over the table and gave her a quick kiss on the lips. If they weren't pro-heroes feasting at a fancy restaurant, he'd probably do much more. At the bottom of the bag was a chain, a golden one, a new one to replace the old one that fallen into the river not too long ago and rusted. He'd had an unhealthy obsession with them lately. She felt bad feeding into it, but what was the worst that could happen? He clogged up their closet with them. He was more likely to do so with hero posters. He threw it on right there in the middle of the restaurant. Even in such an unfitting outfit, it looked good on him. She gave him a thumbs up. And then finally they headed out. Izuku needed a break from that place. It was starting to get stuffy. It was refreshing to be outside. He decided he probably wanted to stay outdoors for the rest of the night. If it didn't get too cold, that was. It was a strangely warm winter this year, especially for the middle of February. But besides the boulevard, he needed some fresh air. They hit up mini-golf first, then they carried on back to the boulevard. By now it was 9:00 p.m. They shopped for half an hour or so before taking a walk in the park. "This brings back memories, huh?" Mina mumbled. She was too busy taking in the scenery. "Why, yup, reminds me of our first year." He held her hand tighter, a dash of doubt discriminately detectable in his voice. He seemed scared of what she didn't discern. She looked at him with equivocal eyes before returning her gaze to the sidewalk cement. Whenever she wondered and wandered, she preoccupied herself by studying those lines, all while thinking of Izuku. What was he pondering now? She decided it'd be best not to ask. His hands grew evidently more sweaty as they walked. She wondered why. Eventually, their legs lagging behind after an incredibly eventful day, they took a break, sat down on a nearby bench. They took a look up at the moon and stars. Imagine the universe being finite. She glimpsed over at him and realized he was being sarcastic, poking fun at those who believed such a thing. Besides, she had changed his thinking a long time ago. Yup, no, I don't think so. And suddenly she was so sad. So there really was no proposal. And yet again, there goes another year. Not at the boulevard, not at mini-golf, not even at the park. The time was tilting toward 10. They'd be going home soon. Mina, she asked. There's one more place I want to take you. Her eyes widened, black sclera becoming bigger and brighter than his. Well, you see, he said, scratching the nape of his neck, there's these boats, and they just opened, and I thought it'd be fun if we rode one, you know. Oh, okay, where? He pointed back beyond some trees and into the bleak black abyss. From what I read, he whipped out his phone, they're right here in this park. He lit up like a light bulb. Yup, and they close soon, so we'd better hurry. She stood upright and bolted. She felt ridiculous for getting her hopes up, but she felt good all of a sudden, like maybe she had a chance. If it didn't happen tonight, they'd probably break out into a fight about it soon, since marriage wasn't something minor. And Mina, he ran to catch up, grabbed hold of her hand. He wrapped his right arm around her neck, scarred, bruised, and blemished, burying her head into his shoulder, and the two of them had a good laugh at that, bubbling over with glee. All of a sudden he wasn't so on edge, his nerves tingling with not nauseousness but a new sensation, serenity. He released her and the two of them held hands normally. Had they mentioned they weren't into bnha? But he still smiled all along the way. He felt up his back pocket just to make sure. He sighed to himself upon realizing he was all set. The line was long. Even minutes before the company was about to close down for the day, people still gathered, conglomerating the little remaining space left behind them. Izuku eagerly held her hand to counter his clouding claustrophobia. He was scared that with the little time they had left, they wouldn't make it. He held his breath, and all of a sudden they were at the front of the line. He began beaming. Although potentially prematurely, as immediately after he did so, the receptionist running the ride sounded her speaker and said something rather surly he most definitely did not want to hear. I am sorry to inform you all ride-goers that the time is now 10:00 p.m. and along with this park, we will be shutting down. She let the two in front of them go and informed them that they were the last ride. Mina groaned. Izuku stared at her wide-eyed. Well, so much for that. Yup. And so much for that other thing he was planning too. Oh well, he guessed he'd just have to improvise. It wouldn't turn out so bad, would it? It wouldn't be romantic, nor would it be remarkable like those scenes straight out of the movies, but it would be done purely out of love. And so, as soon as for even a second she looked away, he got down on one knee. There were shocked shrieks coming from the confounded crowd. If that didn't get Mina's attention, he didn't know what would. She turned, and then she brought her hands from her hips to her lips. She was still trying to process it. As soon as he pulled out that little black box from his back pocket, she silently started to cry. 8 years she had been waiting for this moment. Tonight she had gotten her hopes so high, she was practically preparing herself for a heart attack in cold blood. And now all of a sudden he was down on one knee. It didn't feel real. She pinched the skin on the back of her elbow and then on the front of her forearm. Yup, this was real, all right. She was awake and totally freaking out. Mina, he began. The people behind them were still stunned, shocked, gossiping on the grounds that the #1 hero Izuku, Deku, Midoriya was proposing to the love of his life right in front of their eyes. For the rest of their days they'd be able to say that they were the ones to bear witness to this. I met you at UA when we were both young and dumb, and I must have been kidding myself to have not fallen in love with you sooner. He looked down at the ground, face flushed, cheeks tinted with a tinge of riled-up red. He continued on, stuttering slightly, as if he had completely lost his composure and with a quick flip of the switch had totally turned it back on again. It was really all thanks to that dance. And then after sorting some things out, we started dating, and ever since then I haven't been able to take my eyes off you. Ashido Mina, I love you from the bottom of my heart. I loved you when we had our first date, our first kiss, when we graduated and moved out and into our first apartment. I couldn't imagine my life without you, and for the longest time now, I've known that you were the one I wanted to spend the rest of my days with. So, with that being said, Ashido Mina, he trailed off a bit and fizzled out of his confession before coming back into it full force. Will you marry me? She stood there, stunned, unwittingly wiping away the tears, but it was no use as they just kept on rolling, sliding softly down her cheeks, piling up on her clothes and forming a puddle on the ground beneath her. She wanted to say so much but so little at the same time, and in the heat of the moment, all she could manage to get out was a meek and meager yes. He stood up, tears now brimming blatantly beneath his benevolent eyes, maybe even more so than the slightly over-emotional Mina's. Izuku Midoriya was an idealist, especially when it came to heroes, and even when it came to something as silly as romance. Well, he wasn't quite sure silly was the word to describe it. This was a crucial part of his life, as was she, and this declaration, this proposal, was nothing short of magnificent. He took her up into his arms. Yes, she mumbled into the satiny sleeves of his shirt. I thought you'd never ask, a million times over, yes. The two shared a kiss. It was a sentimental kiss, a purely passionate one, emotions running high. She kissed him all over the cheek, the forehead, even the tip of his nose. As said before, neither were particularly fond of PDA, but tonight they could make an exception. Of course I'd ask. As soon as they let go of each other, still basking in bliss and standing so close, they were alarmed by the sound of cheers. Go get him, Deku. Ah, one girl screamed, I love you guys, Pinky, you really got yourself a good one, that was so cute. He slipped the ring onto her finger. It was nothing flashy, but with a real diamond embedded into the center and gold surrounding the exterior, it sure must have been expensive. And it did signify one thing, Izuku Midoriya was now not only her lover, but also her fiancé. She squealed. I love you so much, she said, and she leaned in for another kiss on the lips. And as they were beginning to sign some autographs, he whispered in her ear, I love you too. Mina Midoriya, what a name that would be. She spun on her heels like an innocent, lovesick schoolgirl, only giving her senseless swooning a second thought when she realized she still had a whole line of autographs to sign before she could even think about going back home. She wasn't sure whether to cry tears of joy or agony. They waved the last of their fans goodbye a little after the clock hit 11. They'd really drawn in a crowd. And with a ring on her finger and a newfound closeness between the two that they'd never ever once reached before, they walked home idly under the moonlight, happily hand in hand.